Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. In the end, Edward finalized the casting for the two lead roles. Both male and female leads were actors with excellent skills and a temperament that suited the horror genre well. The only real trouble he faced was finding a suitable young actor to portray Mizuno Mimiko. After all, Mizuno Mimiko was the antagonist in the story, and Edward had quite high standards for the role. He required someone who could convincingly portray that two-faced nature, innocent on the surface, yet hiding something darker behind closed doors. Ultimately, Edward managed to find a solution. "You want to play Mizuno Mimiko?" Edward looked at Zoroark with wide-eyed surprise. Yes, Edward's solution was to have Zoroark play the role of Mizuno Mimiko. Or more accurately, it was Zoroark who had volunteered for the part. Help. Help me. Mommy. Zoroark instantly transformed into a black-haired little girl, staring at Edward with a desperate, fear-filled expression. Her pale face trembled, and she stretched out a quivering hand as if she were on the verge of death. Then, the next second, she abruptly sat up from the ground and cast a jealous, resentful gaze to the side, as if she were looking at a sister she hated. "Boss, how's my performance?" Zoroark transformed back into her secretary form, grinning smugly with clear pride in her eyes. "Very good," Edward nodded approvingly. This performance was truly impeccable. Without even needing any makeup, Zoroark had managed to convey that suffocating, eerie aura that perfectly embodied Mizuno Mimiko. So, about the actor's pay, maybe we can. Zoroark rubbed her fingers together, a shamelessly greedy look on her face. Edward decisively offered her a standard market-rate salary for a supporting role. Zoroark's eyes curved into crescent moons with delight, clearly thrilled. Edward could instantly tell this mischievous Zoroark was once again planning to blow all her money on in-game purchases. She was a total gaming otaku, obsessed with all kinds of games. Aside from working hours, she spent the rest of her time glued to her console. Even in the middle of the night, Edward had seen her pulling off pentakill in Pokémon Unite. With the cast now finalized, it was finally time to officially begin shooting the film. "Zoroark, has there been any call from the Pokémon Center?" Edward sat in the director's chair and suddenly remembered the Gimmighoul he had sent to the Pokémon Center the day before. He quickly asked for an update. "Not yet, boss. If there's any news, I'll let you know immediately." Zoroark shook her head. Edward pinched the bridge of his nose. Hopefully, nothing serious had happened after being beaten up by Q. Then again, that possibility couldn't be ruled out. After all, Hugh had been consuming fear candies every day lately, and his strength had been improving steadily. Combined with his full-force attack and type advantage, it was entirely reasonable that Gimmighoul had ended up seriously injured. Alright. Once today's filming was over, he'd stop by the Pokémon Center to check on Gimmighoul. Well then, first scene of one missed call action. Edward raised the microphone and called out loudly. Immediately, the camera focused on the bustling city exterior, then zoomed in on a shop window and the mobile phones displayed inside. The scene then cut to the female lead dining with her friends. At that moment, Yumi was trying to light a cigarette. Edward sat behind the monitors, watching attentively. This scene was unfolding nicely. The actors' performances were solid, and everything was going smoothly. Still, for the sake of post-production editing, Edward had the actors run one more take as a backup. The story progressed. Yumi was lighting a cigarette, but she couldn't bring herself to look directly at the small flame from the lighter. A man sitting nearby chuckled and speculated that Yumi must have some kind of psychological trauma involving fire, which explained her apparent fear. Edward picked up a pen and made a note on paper during post-production. He wanted to insert a rapid flashback here to validate the man's words. It would also serve as the first foreshadowing of the film. The plot continued to advance. As the man continued telling a ghost story, the camera focused on Yumi. At that moment, a small hand appeared on her shoulder, and the next second, it was gone. Yumi turned her head and saw her friend, Yoko. The man kept talking, finishing his story, and Edward finally called out, "Cut." "All right, let's move on to the second scene," Edward waved to the actors. The crew and cast quickly followed him to the next shooting location, the restroom. The bathroom, a classic setting that appears in nearly every horror film, seemed naturally suited for eerie events. But Edward had his own understanding of why. A restroom, especially an empty one at night, easily evokes unease from deep within a person's heart. Choosing this location for the second scene helped subtly set the stage for future horror elements. "Have the sound effects been updated?" Edward asked the props team. They quickly nodded in confirmation, assuring him the changes had been made. Edward was satisfied and gave the order to continue shooting. In the restroom, Yumi and Yoko were chatting about a funeral Yoko had recently attended. Yoko was using the stall, while Yumi stood at the sink, washing her hands. During their conversation, Yumi asked how the person had died. The dimly lit bathroom carried a subtle sense of dread. Then, a strange ringtone echoed through the quiet restroom. Yumi turned to look and saw Yoko's phone ringing. She called out, thinking it was Yoko's phone. But Yoko replied that it wasn't her ringtone. The eerie music continued to echo through the empty space as Yoko emerged from the stall. She picked up the phone and saw that it was an incoming call from her own number. After listening to the voicemail, she heard her own voice, a message from the future, not the present. Edward watched the scene with growing excitement. In one missed call, this part wasn't meant to be jump-scare heavy. Rather, it was a suspense-building sequence. But it served an important purpose. It laid the groundwork for the film's unique concept, a vengeful spirit that kills through mobile phones. What made it truly chilling was the way it pre-announced its kills. Victims would receive a voicemail in their own voice, time-stamped in the future, predicting their exact moment of death. This was a cleverly constructed and eerie mechanism for murder, even by today's standards, especially in the Pokémon world, where horror films had always been a niche genre. "All right, let's shoot a backup take," Edward said after reviewing the restroom scene, feeling pleased overall but wanting to play it safe. "Boss, will there be a sequel to this?" Zoroark walked over, looking excited as she asked the question. "Not anytime soon," Edward shook his head. The plot of the first One Missed Call was genuinely well designed, with clever suspense and original horror elements. The second installment shifted to a different setting and didn't manage to maintain the same level of fear. The third, on the other hand, leaned heavily into Western-style gore with mass casualties, which didn't really appeal to Edward's taste. There exists a strange curse in the world of filmmaking. When an exceptional movie receives a sequel, it's incredibly rare for that sequel to satisfy the audience. Even fewer manage to surpass the original. And in many unfortunate cases, the more sequels are made, the worse the overall quality becomes. One of the most well-known examples of this phenomenon is the Saw franchise. The first Saw film was an absolute masterpiece, a brilliantly executed psychological horror thriller. However, as the series went on, the quality of the films plummeted. And yet, investors were still willing to pour money into them. Why? Because as long as it carried the Saw brand name, it would make a fortune regardless of quality. Then there's the perpetually unlucky Jason. He dies again and again, only to be resurrected time after time due to his immense popularity, to the point where he was eventually killing people in outer space. But attentive audiences might notice that the directors and screenwriters of these sequels are rarely the same people. This is because investors often replace directors and writers between installments. After all, truly talented directors usually aren't willing to tarnish their names by making bad movies. Edward, however, didn't have this kind of concern. That saying "rich and willful" could have been written just for him. He felt this system suited him well. At the very least, no one could force him to make a trashy sequel. After all, the biggest investor in the entire movie was himself. Who had the power to make him produce something he didn't want to? There were even people who had tried to buy the rights to Dead Silence. But Edward flat out refused. He didn't want to see someone take his work and turn it into Dead Silence 2, Dead Silence 3, and so on. Even if some careful viewers might notice the director's name had changed. There would always be others who would assume Edward had sold out, that he had started making garbage films. Cut. Prepare the next scene at the television station. Edward stood up. It was nighttime now. While the weather team's Pokémon could summon rain or snow upon request, trying to turn night into day was still a bit much even for them. That did, however, raise a problem. If a battle scene took place at night, wouldn't that render Sunny Day teams completely useless? Ash orders Charizard to use Sunny Day. But because it's night, Sunny Day failed. The games didn't seem to have this kind of mechanic. But the more he thought about casting Sunny Day at night, the more it felt off. Would it intensify moonlight instead? After all, the moon merely reflects sunlight. Edward shook his head vigorously, forcing these strange, pseudoscientific thoughts out of his mind. Now was not the time to be pondering the physics of light. The crew had already arrived at the Levincia City TV station to shoot a night scene. In theory, indoor sets weren't heavily dependent on weather or time of day. You could just build the set to match. But considering the limited energy of both the director and post-production team, and knowing how some fans practically watched films with magnifying glasses, Edward decided to be a little more meticulous. He wasn't about to let his film get roasted in one of those embarrassing movie mistake exposés. Though the TV station still had some late-night programming going on, the crew had already coordinated with them beforehand. Reserving a small filming area wasn't a big deal. As the extras took their places, the first real, high-intensity scare scene of One Missed Call was about to begin. Edward watched the monitor with laser focus and shouted "cut" more than 10 times in a row. Every time, the reason was the same. The actress's eyes didn't convey the right emotion. "Natsumi, your eyes, they need to show more fear, more despair, understand?" Edward said, his voice earnest, but stern as he addressed the supporting actress before him. The girl rubbed her reddened eyes, nodding hard. After failing repeatedly, she felt incredibly embarrassed, even if no one had directly said anything. She was also terrified of losing this rare supporting role. After all, Edward had already become one of the hottest new directors in the industry with just one movie. Still, Edward was starting to get a bit of a headache from watching her. This particular scene was meant to be one of the more frightening segments in One Missed Call. It might not be considered terrifying on its own, but within the context of the whole film, it was certainly one of the scarier moments. It was a key moment where the female supporting character dies at the TV station, in front of a live audience and under the powerless gaze of an exorcist. The scene was designed to showcase the overwhelming power of Mimiko, to show that this ghostly presence was unstoppable. It was intended to amplify the fear. This was a classic technique used in many Japanese horror films, presenting spirits as invincible and irrational killers. It's the senseless, indiscriminate nature of the violence that often evokes the deepest fear. But this actress just wasn't getting it. Her eyes remained dull and lifeless, more confused than terrified. "Zoroark," Edward called out. He decided to ask Zoroark for help in solving this issue. After all, what fear could possibly compare to real fear? If Edward wanted to create the effect he had in mind, he might need to resort to some more unconventional tactics. Otherwise, based on this actress's performance, he might be shouting "cut" for hours. "Are you sure about this?" Edward explained his idea to Zoroark, who responded with gleaming eyes. In the next moment, a flicker of dark purple light flashed within Zoroark's gaze, making Edward pause for a second. "Of course I'm sure. But it'll cost you more," Zoroark said enthusiastically. Edward nodded. "Extra payment?" That was easy. If a problem could be solved with money, then it wasn't really a problem at all. Watching Zoroark leave with glee to make preparations, Edward kept his eyes on her back. He had just seen that dark purple glint again. That was a signature trait of Ghost-type moves. Whenever Gengar used its abilities, it also emitted that same glow. But wasn't Zoroark a Dark-type Pokémon? Maybe it just learned a Ghost-type move, Edward muttered to himself. It wasn't too strange. After all, the Zoroark he trained in-game had learned Shadow Claw too. Very quickly, Edward refocused his attention on the set. With everyone in position, filming resumed for the TV station scene. Natsumi was sitting upright in her chair. In front of her, the exorcist was chanting some strange incantations, while further back, the camera panned across the TV station crew. And yet, a suffocating sense of death clung tightly to Natsumi's heart. Cut. Edward called again, interrupting the tension. Immediately, a staff member came rushing over, holding a creepy-looking prop doll that made people uneasy just by looking at it. The actress playing Natsumi recognized the doll. It was the one meant to jump out and scare her later. Was there a problem with the prop? Edward didn't look pleased, but still, he reluctantly picked up the loudspeaker. "There's a small issue with the doll right now," he announced. "For this take, we'll be shooting without the actual prop. We'll add the effect in post-production. Natsumi, are you okay with that?" The actress nodded quickly. Only then did Edward give his approval to proceed with the shoot. Natsumi, inwardly, let out a sigh of relief. Honestly, even just looking at that doll had creeped her out. Filming without it sounded much better to her. Natsumi's eyes held a trace of nervousness as she stared at the exorcist standing before her. From time to time, she would glance furtively around, as though she feared that the malevolent spirit might suddenly appear to claim her life at any moment. And at that very instant, the time had come. A strange and eerie melody suddenly echoed through the filming set of the television studio. At once, everyone present looked at one another in confusion, and the crew members in the back began asking each other where the sound could be coming from. However, only Natsumi knew the truth. This was the ominous ringtone of the spirit of death. The exorcist was instantly blown backward by an invisible force, and the surrounding crew members were no exception. They screamed and scattered in a panic. In that moment, the scene felt utterly isolated, as though Natsumi was the only one left behind. Terrified, she let out a scream and collapsed to the floor. Her hands reached for the cell phone, emitting the eerie sound of death. In that moment, her mental state seemed to completely collapse. She stumbled to the back of the studio and pulled aside a curtain only to freeze in stunned silence. She clearly remembered seeing this exact scene in the photo that had been displayed on the phone screen. What should I do next? Natsumi's heart hesitated. She didn't know how to portray the kind of effect director Edward wanted in this situation. And to make matters more difficult, she was supposed to achieve that performance under these circumstances. Looking at the camera suspended in midair in front of her, held there by psychic power, Natsumi couldn't understand why, but the fear just wasn't surfacing. However, just as she was racking her brain, trying to think of terrifying scenarios to draw out her emotions, she suddenly saw something that made her blood run cold. A hand. A pale, eerie hand extended out from the wall. It rested on the wall, its ghostly fingers curled against the surface. In that moment, Natsumi's mind went completely blank. What the hell is going on? She thought frantically. Didn't director Edward say the doll had malfunctioned and had been taken for repairs? Weren't we going to do this scene using imaginary props and add the effects in post-production? She'd even seen the doll being carried away herself. But before she had time to process it, a terrifying, twisted woman's head emerged slowly from the wall. Her bizarre and grotesque expression stared directly at Natsumi, making her pupils dilate in utter horror. A strange, indescribable sense of dread washed over her, and she let out a shrill scream. Natsumi! At that moment, Yumi also rushed into the scene. Natsumi turned her head toward Yumi, only to see on the filming monitor a horrifying ghostly figure behind her, becoming more and more disturbing in appearance. Yumi and the others glanced at the screen as well, their faces revealing expressions of disbelief and terror. Yumi, I swear, just now there was really... Natsumi started to speak, but before she could finish, she suddenly felt a chill run through her body. Her outstretched hand felt as though it had been seized by something unseen. Cut. Edward called out, watching Natsumi scream while jumping around the set, flailing her arms and slapping at her clothes. He couldn't help but smile in amusement, though he still called for a cut to give everyone a break. Natsumi was in tears. Yumi and the others weren't quite sure what had just happened, but they came forward to comfort her. They were puzzled, though. Natsumi wasn't exactly a top-tier actress, but she was certainly a capable one. It didn't make sense for her to break down and cry like this. I saw a ghost. There really was a ghost. Natsumi pointed behind her, still shaking. In her line of sight, the terrifying woman had disappeared. In her place stood a man, someone familiar. Wait, wasn't he Director Edward's assistant? Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Natsumi, said Zoroark with a cheerful smile. That was just me testing the new prop. I didn't scare you too badly, did I? Natsumi blinked in confusion. The other two actresses also paused in stunned silence. They exchanged puzzled looks with each other. Oh, it was just the new prop? I'm really sorry, I overreacted, Natsumi said, wiping away her tears as she stood up again, looking quite embarrassed. Edward and Zoroark both laughed it off warmly, assuring her it was no big deal. Edward looked at the playback footage and smiled when he saw Natsumi's fear-stricken expression on camera. Look at that, such a delicious display of terror. And best of all, it was completely authentic. The shock in her wide eyes, the trembling of her lips, all those subtle micro-expressions, this footage could be used as material for a film school acting course at a film academy. Of course, no judge would ever guess that it wasn't acting at all, but raw fear. Bring in the special effects team's ditto, Edward clapped his hands. Now that Natsumi's key scene was complete, they just needed to shoot a few more connecting shots and her character's arc in one missed call would be fully wrapped. At that point, her role would officially be complete. The upcoming scenes, however, required the help of Ditto. According to the script, Natsumi's character would soon be possessed by an invisible spirit. It would manipulate her joints, forcing her own hands to twist her neck unnaturally and decapitate herself, her severed head falling to the ground. In the original version of the film, that was a CGI-heavy moment. Due to the technical limitations at the time, the effect had looked somewhat fake. But now, in a world with Pokémon, they had a new and perfect solution. Ditto. Ditto could transform into both humans and Pokémon, but it had one problem. Its transformed forms always had those beady little eyes. But even that could be solved easily with special effects. So, once Ditto stepped in, today's shoot was almost complete. Sister Mahara, did you see that doll just now? It was absolutely terrifying. In the actor's resting area, Natsumi was changing clothes. She patted her chest, still visibly shaken from the earlier scene. Mahara, the actress playing Yumi, looked at Natsumi with a strange expression. I didn't see any doll, Mahara said. Neither did Marie. At the time, we were just acting according to the script. Marie hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a quiet voice. Yes, we didn't see any doll at all. During the scene in the television studio, all we saw in the camera screen was you looking terrified and acting out your part. There was no doll, no ghost. Both Mahara and Marie were veteran actresses. Even though they hadn't seen any actual props, they were more than capable of performing a scene with invisible elements. So, they just went along with it naturally. Upon hearing Mahara's words, Natsumi's face turned pale. What does that mean? Could it be that I really saw something? Just as Natsumi and Mahara were about to turn this bizarre incident into a paranormal rumor from the One Missed Call film crew, Zoroark knocked on the door. He explained the situation to both Mahara and Natsumi, and even handed Natsumi an extra 2,000 Pokédollars as a nutritional supplement, stipend. Zoroark explained that what Natsumi had encountered earlier was actually a personalized illusion, specially crafted just for her. It was intended to evoke genuine fear and help capture the precise emotional effect director Edward wanted. Only then did Natsumi breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she feared she wouldn't even be able to sleep once she got home that night. Even though the fright had been real, it meant she had completed her scene. When she moved on to find work on her next project, she could even use this performance to ask for a higher appearance fee. Alright, that's a wrap for today's shoot. As the transformed head of Natsumi, courtesy of Ditto, rolled to the ground, Edward clapped his hands, officially bringing an end to the day's filming. All things considered, today's shoot went fairly smoothly. The only issue was the segment set in the TV station, which still needed some careful refinement. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve the cinematic effect that Edward desired. The crew began packing up props and clearing the set, while Zoroark, in high spirits, came walking over. Edward gave it a sidelong glance. This guy seemed way too happy. Zoroark, how's the actress playing Natsumi doing? Edward asked, casting a curious glance at his Pokémon. Zoroark's lips curled into a smile, the joy in his eyes practically overflowing. She was really scared, but after getting paid, she seemed pretty pleased. Zoroark replied with a grin. Edward nodded slightly, then scooped up Q, who had already dozed off on his lap. Q stirred slightly, but quickly drifted into an even deeper sleep. Zoroark, do you know much about history? Edward asked casually, responding with occasional nods to the staff passing by and greeting him while keeping his eyes on the bustling set. History? Not a whole lot. Why? Zoroark tilted its head, looking genuinely confused. Edward gave him a glance and handed over his phone. Take a look at this. Zoroark accepted the phone and glanced at the screen, and for a brief moment, Edward noticed Zoroark's expression freeze. Breaking news, Champion Cynthia's new discovery. A fragment of an ancient Pokédex from a distant era. Reported by local Sinnoh News, Sinnoh region champion Cynthia recently discovered research materials believed to date back to ancient times. These documents appear to have connections with the long-lost Hisui region. Edward had come across this piece of news while filming, and the moment he saw it, he had paused the scene and ordered a retake of the Ditto head drop shot. As for how they managed to get Ditto's head to fall off, that was simple. They just used two Dittos working in tandem, with a cloth or costume strategically covering the seam in the middle. The result was surprisingly effective. While the trademark beady eyes of Ditto did make the shot feel a bit off, the scene could be completed in a single take. The plan was to fix everything else with post-production effects. Pokémon existing in ancient times isn't really all that surprising, is it? Zoroark chuckled, his tone lighthearted and natural, so natural that there wasn't a single hint of anything unusual about it. That's true. It's said that Pokémon appeared long before humans, but back then people referred to them as monsters or beasts. I just wonder what kind of Pokémon used to live in the Hisui region. Edward mused aloud. Zoroark simply smiled without replying. Edward didn't press the topic further. With the shoot now finished, it was time to check in on that Pokémon Gimmighoul. He made his way to the Pokémon Center, and before long, he arrived at Gimmighoul's recovery room. The little creature was still unconscious, its tiny eyes shut tightly. Nurse Joy, is Gimmighoul really that badly injured? Edward asked, a bit confused. Sure, Q's attack the other day had been a little heavy-handed, but the Pokémon Center's medical tech was top of the line. Why would Gimmighoul still be unconscious after so long? Each Pokémon is unique, Nurse Joy replied professionally. Different types recover at different rates, depending on the nature of their injuries. However, there was a strange expression on her face as she looked at Gimmighoul, one that Edward couldn't quite decipher. It's just, this little guy's condition is a bit more unusual than normal. She paused, then gestured for Edward to follow her down to the first floor. Zoroark followed too, clearly intrigued. What happened next was even more unexpected. Nurse Joy solemnly opened a storage cabinet and carefully retrieved a small metal container. She handled it with the utmost caution and then opened it slowly to reveal a tiny metal box inside. A very small metal box. Edward blinked in confusion. What did this have to do with Gimmighoul's unconscious state? While we were treating Gimmighoul yesterday, we decided to clean out its treasure chest, Nurse Joy explained, her tone unusually serious. Edward, catching her mood, couldn't help but stand a little straighter and adopt a more respectful demeanor. Zoroark twitched its nose, but didn't catch any odd smells. In Gimmighoul's chest, we found a black coin, Nurse Joy continued, pointing toward the box, where that mysterious coin now lay, secured inside. Now, finding a coin in a Gimmighoul's possession wasn't exactly groundbreaking. These little creatures were famous for hoarding coins. In fact, evolving Gimmighoul into Goldango required collecting 999 Gimmighoul coins. Almost every Gimmighoul carried a stash of them. There was even a popular saying in the Paldea region describing someone's extraordinary luck. You must have stumbled across a Gimmighoul coin vault. But still, a black coin? When we removed that black coin, it triggered an automatic alert, Nurse Joy went on. After conducting further tests, we discovered that it was a coin made of radium nitride. Edward's eyes widened. Zoroark immediately grabbed his arm and took a step back. Radium nitride? Radium? This thing is radioactive? Edward exclaimed, visibly shaken. What kind of Gimmighoul was this? They should rename it Deathghoul at this point. To think the coin it had treasured all this time was made of radium, one of the most potent radioactive elements known. Even Edward, with only limited scientific knowledge, knew that much. Yes, Nurse Joy said with a grim expression. We suspect that the little guy somehow found a piece of radium and mistook it for a valuable coin. Due to the nature of the element, the exposed radium likely reacted with air and formed radium nitride, which is what led to the appearance of the black coin. Fortunately, she continued, it was stored under layers of other metallic coins that acted as a barrier, shielding against the radiation. That likely minimized the immediate danger. Nurse Joy's explanation came all at once, overflowing with technical jargon, leaving Edward reeling from information overload. He rubbed his temple. Sure, he knew a little about radium, but only just enough to recognize its danger. So, the reason Gimmighoul hasn't woken up yet, it might be because of the coin it was carrying? Edward asked, barely holding himself together. The thought of having unknowingly carried a piece of radium into a hospital made him want to go get a full body scan immediately. It's a possibility, Nurse Joy answered diplomatically. Of course, like any professional medical personnel or customer service rep, she wouldn't commit to absolutes. Getting someone like her to say words like definitely or absolutely was practically impossible. Edward closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He had originally wanted to capture this little guy and raise it into a full-blown Gholdengo, a veritable money-making Pokémon. But now a new, rather unsettling thought crept into his mind. What if its evolution, Gholdengo, also carried high levels of radiation? What if, instead of becoming a cash cow, this thing turned into a walking nuclear hazard? Edward sat on the chair outside the examination room, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Boss, do I need to get examined too? Zoroark asked, its expression a little strange. It sat next to Edward and glanced at Q, who was nestled in Edward's arms. Q needs to be checked as well. After all, we're dealing with radioactive materials. It's always better to be cautious than sorry. Edward patted Q on the head gently. Even though Nurse Joy had found that the coin was buried deep at the bottom of the treasure chest, Edward couldn't be certain if he had been affected in any way. So, getting a thorough checkup was naturally the most responsible thing to do. Q and Zoroark were both included in the screening. Thankfully, the medical fees weren't expensive. Right now, however, Edward was pondering over a more pressing matter. Gimmighoul. This peculiar kind of Pokémon came in two forms. According to research by Pokémon professors, a roaming form Gimmighoul could have originally emerged from a chest, while conversely, a roaming form Gimmighoul that found a chest and entered it could transform into the chest form. The way Gimmighoul is born is quite unusual. Sometimes, they spontaneously appear in treasure chests. Other times, they are said to be born from the fervent energy stored within the coins themselves. Edward couldn't help but wonder. If this particular Gimmighoul was indeed born from the radioactive coin, then what would happen in the future when it evolved? Would it retain or even amplify that radioactive nature when it became a Gholdengo? But I don't think any Pokémon professor has ever brought up such a situation before. Edward scratched his head. The reason Gimmighoul requires 999 coins to evolve is well known. It needs to use those coins to construct the body of Gholdengo and undergo evolution. Patient number 78, Mr. Stone, please proceed to the radiology specialist clinic for your examination. Just as Edward was deep in thought, a broadcast announcement rang out. He put his thoughts aside temporarily and got up. After Edward, Q, and Zoroark all finished their checkups, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Their health was perfectly fine. Boss, I already told you, radioactive materials, according to Pokémon researchers, don't affect Ghost-type Pokémon. Besides, that coin was buried at the bottom of the chest when we came in. Zoroark shrugged nonchalantly. Edward neither agreed nor disagreed. Caution never hurt anyone. Mr. Edward, Gimmighoul has regained consciousness. Would you like to go see it? Nurse Joy came over and asked. Edward hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded and decided to go have a look. The Gimmighoul had indeed awakened and was curiously looking around the room. The purple hue on its body had darkened slightly, giving it a more saturated tone. However, when it spotted Edward, a flicker of fear appeared in its eyes. Edward patted Q, then recalled it back into its pokeball. As Q disappeared, the Gimmighoul visibly relaxed. Boss, are you planning to capture it? Zoroark stood off to the side, asking with curiosity in its tone. I've been thinking about it. Edward's eyes remained locked on the Gimmighoul in front of him. The Pokémon had turned toward its treasure chest and was about to climb back inside. But just before it entered, it suddenly froze at the edge of the chest. Edward noticed it quickly grew anxious, as if looking for something important. It began pulling coins out of the chest one by one, searching frantically. It must be looking for that radium nitride coin. Edward pinched the bridge of his nose. It seemed this Gimmighoul had a much deeper connection to that radioactive coin than initially thought. However, the Pokémon League would never allow a wild Pokémon to carry such a dangerous item around in Levincia City, a densely populated metropolis. That would be completely irresponsible, both to the citizens and to other Pokémon. Looking at the Gimmighoul sitting there in dejection, Edward couldn't help but chuckle. Right now, this little guy looked as forlorn as a dethroned apex Jengar. Edward rolled the luxury ball in his hand between his fingers, then stepped forward and pushed the door open. Mr. Edward, we've completed your registration. Very soon, Edward had updated his Pokémon trainer profile at the Pokémon Center. His profile now displayed his name and a small, full-body photograph, along with the names of the Pokémon currently in his possession. Q and Gimmighoul. Boss, the way you capture Pokémon is truly eye-opening. Zoroark clapped its hands with exaggerated admiration, a mocking smile on its face. Edward squinted at Zoroark. This damn thing was definitely being sarcastic, wasn't it? This little guy's luck. Edward looked at the second luxury ball hanging from his waist, his expression turning a bit complicated. He had envisioned many ways in which he might capture a Pokémon. For example, there was the heartwarming approach. Do you want to be my companion? Let's form a big happy Pokémon family. Everyone is family. Or the enticement approach. If you follow me, you'll have wealth, glory, and everything you could ever want. And if all else failed, there was always the classic gamer approach. I'll beat you half to death, then capture you. Refuse? Then I'll beat you half to death again. Yet Edward never expected that the way he'd end up capturing Gimmighoul would be. The moment he tried to speak, Q had taken the initiative, jumping out and using ghostly energy to suppress Gimmighoul, stuffing it forcibly into a luxury ball. Whenever Edward recalled that scene, he couldn't help but feel that in the few years he'd been training Q, he had accidentally raised it into the boss of his entire Pokémon team. But then again, maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Boss, should we start acquiring more Gimmighoul coins? Zoroark grinned while asking, glancing at Q in Edward's arms as it did so. Even though Q had just forcibly shoved Gimmighoul into a Pokeball, at the moment it looked just like a normal, well-behaved Pokémon, cuddly, even. Yes, acquire all 999 coins, Edward answered without hesitation. He intended to evolve Gimmighoul into Gholdengo straight away. Though the process might cost a fair amount of money, Edward's own fortune was more than enough to cover it. Of course, revenue from his movie ticket sales wouldn't be credited to the company account immediately. That would take some time to process. Just as Zoroark was preparing to take action and begin organizing the coin collection effort, Edward's phone buzzed. He picked it up, glanced at the screen, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Zoroark, never mind. We don't need to do that anymore. Edward waved his hand. Zoroark turned around with a confused look. Why not? My brother already handled it, Edward said with a half-amused, half-exasperated expression. Stephen was really keeping an eye on him. His trainer information had barely been updated, and yet his brother had already prepared everything. The efficiency was kind of terrifying. Zoroark smacked its lips. All it could say was no surprise there. The Stone family was, after all, filthy rich beyond comprehension. As soon as Edward stepped out of the hospital, it didn't take long before a man dressed in the uniform of the League Postal Service approached him and handed over a package. "Mr. Edward, these are the 999 Gimmighoul coins Mr. Stephen ordered for you. Please sign here." Looking at the courier in front of him, Edward took the pen and scribbled his signature on the slip. The package was rather heavy. After all, 999 Gimmighoul coins did have some considerable weight to them. "So, this is the world of the rich, huh? I'm so envious." Zoroark commented dryly, his face devoid of expression. "If your expression could look even slightly more sincere, maybe I'd actually believe you." Edward squinted at him. This guy really had the nerve to play the straight man role in a joke skit right in front of him, huh? Nevertheless, Edward opened the package in his arms to take a look. Inside, the coins were densely packed, glinting faintly under the light. Edward pulled out the luxury ball from his coat, and the moment he released it, the Gimmighoul appeared before him, clinging to its treasure chest with a dazed look in its eyes. Gimmighoul looked up at Edward, but its attention was quickly diverted to the package in his arms. "These are for you, Gimmighoul." Edward set the package down gently. At the same time, Q popped out from its poke ball and perched curiously atop Edward's head, watching the situation unfold. Gimmighoul beamed with joy at the sight of the coin pile. In the next moment, it leapt out of its chest and dove into the coins. In the following second, a blinding white light sliced through the night. Edward squinted his eyes against the flash, and when the brilliance finally faded, a completely golden Pokémon stood before him, its waist adorned with a small treasure chest. It was Gholdengo. "Zoroark," Edward called calmly. Zoroark immediately pulled out a Geiger counter from within his coat and pointed it at Gholdengo, scanning its body carefully. "Nothing. It's perfectly safe," Zoroark confirmed, prompting Edward to finally let out a sigh of relief. The golden Gholdengo was now looking at its own hands, lost in thought, its entire presence carrying a hint of melancholy. "Gholdengo, what's wrong?" Edward asked, eyeing the Pokémon before him. This little one had evolved right after joining his team, skipping over any kind of childhood stage and jumping straight to the adult form. In a way, it was a rather abrupt start. Gholdengo looked up, raising its golden fingers and gesturing in the air, but Edward couldn't make sense of what it was trying to say. This seemed to make Gholdengo anxious. It began chattering away in a string of incomprehensible noises. "Gholdengo says it wants its coin back." Zoroark stepped in as an interpreter. That instantly made Edward think of the radioactive radium nitride coin that Nurse Joy had confiscated. Well, Edward instinctively wanted to refuse, but the sight of Gholdengo pressing its hands together pitifully, eyes filled with longing, made him swallow the words before they came out. In the end, Edward decided to speak to Nurse Joy about it. Even though he had the wealth to back him up, this was a matter involving a radioactive item, so it took quite a bit of effort before he was finally able to retrieve the coin. The price for getting it back was a custom-made casing, a specialized lead alloy encasement designed to block radiation. Effective, but certainly not cheap. Seeing Gholdengo joyfully receive its coin, a gentle smile curved Edward's lips. The process had been a little complicated, but ultimately, it meant he had officially captured his second Pokémon. The only issue now was that Gholdengo seemingly couldn't Mega Evolve. Goal. Just as Edward was thinking about what kind of Mega Evolvable Pokémon to catch next, he heard Gholdengo shout. In the next moment, the Pokémon threw itself at Edward, making his scalp tingle from anxiety. Still, he braced himself and lifted the golden Pokémon into his arms. At #Ewan. Gholdengo's voice was strange and garbled, but Edward could clearly hear the overwhelming gratitude in its tone. Smiling, Edward gently patted its head before casually setting it back on the ground and stretching his back. Q, clearly displeased, jumped in front of Gholdengo. Only then did the excited Gholdengo settle down a bit. It cheerfully held out its precious coin toward Q and began to babble enthusiastically. Q flicked its tail dismissively and retreated into Edward's arms. Returning to the hotel with both Gholdengo and Q, Edward headed back to his own room. Zoroark's room was just next door. Edward pulled out a fear sustenance creator from his suitcase. He then poured in 2,000 fear points and produced 2 pieces of fear candy. Q, this one's for you. Edward handed a piece to Q, who happily accepted it and tucked it under its cloak, nibbling at it in small bites. Meanwhile, Gholdengo stood nearby, curiously watching the candy. It could feel an irresistibly alluring power emanating from it, but when it glanced at Q and then back at Edward, it hesitated, unsure whether it was allowed to approach. Gholdengo, this one's yours, Edward said as he offered the other candy to it. Gholdengo paused for a moment. Then, cautiously, it reached out with its golden hand to take the candy. Afterward, it pointed at itself with its glowing fingers as if to ask, "Can I really eat this?" Edward nodded, and only then did Gholdengo joyfully start munching on the candy. The moment it did, a tremor rippled through its entire body, and its golden glow intensified, shining even brighter. Looks like fear candy works great for this little guy too. Edward smiled as he watched the gleeful Gholdengo. He started pondering what kind of name would be fitting for this new teammate. Just as Edward was enjoying the heartwarming scene of his 2 Pokémon, his phone buzzed. He picked it up to check. It was a message from his father. "Edward, your brother Stephen told me that you've captured a Gimmighoul and successfully evolved it into a Gholdengo. I asked Director Clavel for a Gholdengo training guide." The message was brief, but as soon as Edward saw it, his inbox lit up with a new email. It was, as expected, the training manual. He didn't expect his father to have such connections. Edward quickly fired off a few thank you messages to his father and older brother, then opened the email. Training Gholdengo, it turned out, wasn't all that difficult, but it was expensive. The manual had a heavy focus on one particular move, Make It Rain. In the games, Make It Rain is an attack where the user throws a massive amount of coins at the opponent, and you even earn money afterward. But in real life, Edward read the guide and felt a headache coming on. While Gholdengo could use Make It Rain on its own, the move's power could be greatly enhanced if the trainer equipped it with a box filled to the brim with real gold coins. That, literally, was throwing money to hurt people. So, does this count as a new form of death by money? Edward thought to himself, an odd feeling creeping into his mind. Zoroark. Late at night, Edward knocked on Zoroark's door. After a short while, Zoroark finally opened the door. At that moment, it had transformed into a beautiful young woman with long, straight black hair. Her pajamas were loosely draped over her body, and she wore a pair of fluffy slippers on her feet. "Boss, Jan, why are you looking for me this late at night? Are you planning a midnight assault?" Zoroark yawned as it looked at Edward, rubbing its sleepy eyes. "No, I've been experimenting with a new type of cube candy recently. Want to give it a try?" Edward pulled a cube-shaped candy out of his pocket and waved it in front of Zoroark's face. Zoroark blinked in confusion. Seeing Zoroark's puzzled reaction, Edward looked at it with anticipation. When he had fed the cube candies to Q and Gholdengo earlier, Edward had already come up with an idea. If he wanted to test whether Zoroark was truly a Ghost-type Pokémon, he just needed to bring out the Fear Candy, a substance with a fatal allure for Ghost-type Pokémon. Even Apex Jengar and the Giratina from the reverse world found it hard to resist this candy. If not for the fact that Giratina had once stolen his Fear Cube candies, Edward wouldn't even have brought the Fear Sustenance creator to the Paldea region. "What kind of candy is this?" Zoroark asked curiously as it looked at the cube in Edward's hand. Although it showed some interest, there was no sign of any excitement or obsession. "I made it for Q and Gholdengo. They both really liked it." Edward scratched his head when he saw Zoroark's calm expression. Could it be he had guessed wrong? "I'm Zoroark, remember? And you're offering me candy made for ghost types?" Zoroark gave Edward a strange look, waved its hand dismissively, and then yawned again as it shut the door to go back to sleep. Staring at Zoroark's closed door, Edward reflected on something he had come across earlier while lying in bed scrolling through his phone. He had stumbled upon a news piece about Hisui, which reminded him of something important. In the Hisui region, there were regional variants of some Pokémon, and Hisuian Zoroark happened to be a ghost type. But given that this Zoroark showed no interest in the fear candy, Edward figured he must have been mistaken. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Edward resumed filming One Missed Call and continued fine-tuning the script as he went. One of the story elements he particularly liked was the characterization of Mizuno Mimiko. Most horror films tend to give their antagonists a tragic backstory or childhood trauma, as if such experiences justify their evil actions. In One Missed Call, Mizuno Mimiko followed a similar pattern. Mimiko was born with asthma, and her mother paid little attention to her. As a result, she would abuse her younger sister in order to gain her mother's attention. Then she would pretend to be pitiful to elicit sympathy from her mother. But whenever her mother left, she'd go right back to bullying her sister. After hurting her sister, perhaps out of guilt or some other emotion, Mimiko would place a piece of candy into her sister's mouth as compensation. That's also why the people killed in One Missed Call were always found with a piece of candy in their mouths. If she hadn't given her sister candy, hadn't wanted her mother's attention, and had merely hurt her sister for fun, then Mimiko would have been nothing more than a born sadist. Unfortunately, the screenwriters couldn't quite break free from this cliché setup at the time. Still, One Missed Call managed a plot twist which Edward admired. Early on, based on the clues presented, everyone, including the audience, would assume that Mimiko's mother was the culprit, that she was the evil spirit behind everything. But in the end, the twist revealed that it was Mimiko herself, not her mother, who was responsible for all the horrors. She was the one suffering from Munchausen syndrome, a psychological disorder that compels individuals to harm their relatives in order to gain attention and sympathy. Boss, I don't quite get the ending of the script. During their lunch break, Zoroark walked up to Edward with the script in hand, a look of confusion on its face. Isn't it obvious? Edward glanced at the page Zoroark was pointing to the ending. In the story, the climax reveals that Mimiko possesses Yumi's body and stabs Yamashita, the man who had been helping Yumi all along. Then, when Yamashita wakes up in the hospital, he finds Yumi sitting by his bedside. She leans in to kiss him, but it's actually a mouth-to-mouth transfer of a candy. Meanwhile, she's holding a knife behind her back. The movie ends with Yumi's unsettling laughter echoing through the final scene. So, Mimiko ended up taking control of Yumi? But then why does Yamashita rescue Mimiko when he's unconscious? Was he somehow sent back in time to save her? Zoroark was genuinely puzzled by this piece of the story. That scene was just meant to show that Yamashita is a good person. He couldn't bear the thought of Mimiko dying miserably alone at home. But in reality, there's no time travel involved. That whole scene was more symbolic than literal. The act of feeding him candy represents Mimiko's twisted prayer that he recovers quickly, so she can resume torturing him. Edward explained. This part of the plot is where viewers tend to argue the most, because it seems disjointed and cryptic, though that's not uncommon in Japanese horror films. But once you understand that Mimiko is someone suffering from Munchausen syndrome, a psychological illness where one seeks attention by harming close relatives, then everything starts to make sense. In the film, Mimiko's younger sister even states that every time her sister hurt her, she would feed her a candy afterward and pray for her to get better, so she could hurt her again. So, what was the point of Yamashita rescuing Mimiko then? Zoroark was still struggling to grasp the message. Previously, it had assumed the movie would have a happy ending, perhaps with Yamashita moving the ghost with his kindness and the spirit choosing to let go, allowing Yamashita and Yumi to live happily ever after. The point is that Mimiko found a new toy, a kind-hearted toy who isn't easy to kill. Edward shrugged. Mimiko is a villain, yes, but she's also a mental patient, and that's a critical distinction. People like that don't operate based on logic. Trying to change Mimiko's heart or persuade her to let go is impossible. She's simply become fascinated with someone like Yamashita, who is so good-natured and full of warmth, and she wants to torment him until he completely breaks. Oh my god, can something like this even pass censorship? Zoroark was visibly concerned, especially given Mimiko's young age. That's why, at the end, Yumi is only shown smiling. Even though she's holding a knife, she doesn't actually do anything. Edward wasn't particularly worried. He had already made all the necessary adjustments to ensure the film passed the censors. Otherwise, he would have designed a much darker ending, like having Yumi feed Yamashita the candy and then immediately stabbing him, fully showcasing the madness of the spirit. The filming of Dead Silence was progressing smoothly and steadily. Edward's crew had not encountered any major problems so far. However, the next phase of filming required a change of location to shoot the upcoming scenes. So, next up is the appearance of the second victim. We'll need to borrow a school setting for the shoot. I remember we've already communicated with one of the schools. Was it Yuva Academy or Naranja Academy? Edward glanced down at the script in his hand. The next sequence to be shot followed the death of the first victim, Yoko. After her death, Yumi would encounter the second victim while at school and witness their tragic demise firsthand. This incident would reinforce Yumi's determination to investigate the strange occurrences surrounding her. This plot point wasn't particularly complicated. The only real challenge was setting up the scene in a school. Though it wasn't impossible to shoot elsewhere, Edward still wanted to strive for perfection in his film. Yes, boss, it's all been arranged. Both Naranja Academy and Yuva Academy have agreed to let us use their campuses for shooting, Deck said, handing over the official approval documents from both institutions. Edward took a glance and then tucked them away. Naranja Academy and Yuva Academy correspond to the Scarlet and Violet versions of the franchise, respectively. However, in the real-world setting of Paldea, both schools coexisted peacefully in the same region. The relationship between the two was quite amicable, so much so that even their headmaster was the same person, Clavel. That said, Edward still wasn't sure whether the great crater in Paldea led to the future or to the past. Edward led his team and actors to Naranja Academy. In the end, he had chosen Naranja Academy as the filming location because one of its science lab buildings had an elevator, which suited the requirements of the scene quite well. Moreover, it was quiet enough to avoid any interruptions during shooting. Filming here wouldn't disturb any students in their studies, and the building was far enough from the Pokémon battle arena so that no noise would interfere with their audio. I heard that today's lecture is going to be about the Hisui region. Apparently, some newly discovered ancient texts from historical ruins mention a Professor Laventon. Just as Edward's team was carrying various equipment into the building, he overheard some students chatting excitedly about their afternoon class. Edward paused for a moment. Professor Laventon? What a familiar name. Back in Legends, Arceus, this character had accompanied the player through many adventures. And now, they were already considered part of ancient history? Edward felt a moment of wistful reflection. Boss, can you move a bit faster? Zoroark called out behind him, struggling while carrying a bunch of files. With a tone of mild exasperation, it urged Edward forward. This boss of mine is always spacing out, blocking the hallway again. If it weren't for the fact that he's my boss, I'd have cursed him out already, Zoroark thought. All right, Edward responded quickly, hastening his pace toward the science lab building. There, they began shooting the second victim's scenes. However, the filming didn't go as smoothly as anticipated. Still, Edward showed no signs of impatience. He repeated the shots over and over until he was satisfied with the outcome. Only then did he finally call it a wrap for the day. Director Edward, welcome to Naranja Academy. A warm and pleasant voice sounded behind him. Edward turned to see a white-haired man in a modest suit, with the school crests of both Naranja and Yuva Academies embroidered on either side of his blazer. But what surprised Edward even more was the woman standing beside Clavel. Gita, the top champion of the Paldea region, hailed as the strongest and most capable among all champion-ranked trainers. Edward couldn't help but wonder, if she were to go head-to-head with champions from other leagues, who would come out on top? Director Clavel, Chairwoman Gita, thank you both very much for your support, Edward said, a bit caught off guard, but he quickly stepped forward with enthusiasm. He didn't know why two such major figures would show up just because he was filming a movie, but the etiquette drilled into him since childhood ensured he handled the situation with grace and professionalism. It is truly an honor that Naranja Academy can serve as the filming location for the hottest new director in the league, Clavel said with a genuine smile. Zoroark, meanwhile, gave a cautious glance at Gita, a trace of wariness in its eyes. "Oh, I'm just basking in a little fleeting fame," Edward replied modestly. He knew that after the pleasantries were done, there would surely be a deeper reason for their visit. That's just how adults work. Still, standing next to Gita, who remained calmly smiling, made Edward feel a little bit of pressure. After all, she wasn't just the reigning champion, she was also the chairwoman of the Paldea Pokémon League. Edward almost wanted to poke fun at her luscious, seaweed-like hair, but wisely kept the thought to himself. Director Edward, both Naranja and Yuva Academies have film and directing programs. Our students look up to you tremendously. I wonder if you'd be willing to give a lecture. Clavel finally revealed the real reason for his visit, still smiling brightly. Edward blinked. They wanted him to give a lecture? Well, I suppose I could. It's just that I'm not particularly good at public speaking, so it might not be all that effective, Edward said with an awkward smile. Not in his wildest dreams had he imagined being invited to lecture at a school, especially not one located in Paldea. Director Edward, just your presence on the stage will mean the world to our students, Clavel said, laughing heartily. As a rising star in the film world, Edward's debut work had already grossed over $1 billion in box office sales. At the current pace, the film was on track to break $1.5 billion soon, a truly impressive figure. This success had made Edward a well-known name in the industry, and thanks to his strong backing from the Devon Corporation, few were willing to offend him. This, in turn, meant that many online communities were full of praise for Edward, although he himself didn't pay much attention to that. Director Edward, I've seen your Dead Silence. It's an excellent film, Gita added with a polite smile. But I have a small question. For someone like Mary Shaw, can I use a Pokémon to deal with her? There was a hint of genuine curiosity in her gaze as she asked. Edward smacked his lips in disbelief. Listen to yourself. Is that even a human question? If you were the one fighting Mary Shaw, well, she'd probably pack up her haunted puppets and flee into the night the moment you summoned Dragapult. Ahem. Champion Gita, I'm sure you noticed that in the world of Dead Silence, Pokémon don't exist, Edward said, clearing his throat. He definitely didn't want to turn Dead Silence into an action film. Otherwise, instead of the audience discussing how not to scream, they'd all be talking about what Pokémon would be best suited for speedrunning Mary Shaw. A world without Pokémon? Gita clearly seemed a little surprised. That's truly difficult to imagine. What would such a world even look like? Clavel added, equally intrigued. Edward, however, simply smiled. What would it look like? Edward knew better than anyone else. After all, he had lived in a world like that for over 20 years. After chatting with Clavel for a short while, Edward confirmed the time for his lecture, scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect I'd have to give a lecture, Edward muttered as he watched Clavel and Gita walk away. His gaze was slightly unfocused, as if trying to recall a distant memory. When was the last time he had to give a public speech? Was it during that flag-raising ceremony back in elementary school? Boss, do you want me to write the lecture draft for you? Zoroark asked with a polite smile. Edward shook his head in response. Although it had indeed been a long time since he had given a speech, giving a lecture wasn't exactly rocket science. Edward figured he could share some cinematic theory from his past life. While this world certainly had its fair share of films, some classic film theories had yet to be introduced. Edward thought maybe pulling out the concept of montage or something similar would be enough. And if that didn't work, he could just talk about his experience creating Dead Silence, discussing horror films and their nuances. Although Edward had taken an unconventional path into directing, it wasn't as if he hadn't learned anything. While he didn't have a formal degree in film studies yet, passing a certification or qualification exam wouldn't be a big challenge at this point. Looks like tonight's going to be another busy one. Edward stretched his back lazily. After leaving the academy, Edward made his way to a popular drink shop in Levincia City. He had seen some reviews on his phone saying their Moo Moo milk bubble tea was especially good. Zoroark didn't tag along this time, saying that its guild in the mobile game had an important event tonight. Edward didn't really need Zoroark's help at the moment anyway, so he let it go grind the game on its own. As soon as Edward pushed open the door and stepped inside, he paused for a moment, stunned. "Good evening, sir. Would you like something to drink?" A familiar-looking middle-aged woman stood behind the counter, busily working while still managing to greet him warmly. Edward blinked a few times. Wasn't this the same woman he had seen before working in that restaurant? What was she doing here now? 3 cups of moo moo milk bubble tea, Edward said, rubbing his eyes. He was certain he hadn't mistaken her identity. It was definitely the same woman he had seen working at the restaurant the other day. Unless she had a twin sister or something. "All right, that will be 45 poke dollars. "Please wait a moment," the woman replied without recognizing Edward at all. She proceeded to process the order and began expertly preparing the bubble teas. Edward took his receipt and found a seat nearby. He watched as the woman pulled milk from the fridge and skillfully made the drinks, his curiosity growing by the second. Just yesterday, she had been working as a waitress. And now today, here she was making drinks at a bubble tea shop? Did she not take a single day off? Most jobs should offer at least some rest time, right? Does your shop follow a rotating schedule? Like, work a few days and rest a few? Edward couldn't help but ask. He wasn't the type to pry, but after running into the same woman several times in just a few days, his curiosity got the better of him. "Our shop? We do 3 days on, 1 day off. But Auntie Hannah works 1 day and rests the next," another young employee answered him cheerfully, not the woman herself. Edward blinked in surprise. "Auntie Hannah?" He glanced at the older woman behind the counter. She must be the one they were referring to, as she was clearly the oldest among the staff. Hannah worked swiftly and with practiced ease. In no time at all, she had finished preparing the 3 cups of moo moo milk bubble tea and handed them over to Edward, who accepted them with a polite smile and then left the shop. But as he walked away, he found himself mulling over what the young employee had just said. If she's also working 1 day and resting 1 day at the restaurant, then that means she worked at the restaurant yesterday, and now she's working at the bubble tea shop today? That's basically back-to-back shifts with no real rest. Is she working 2 jobs every month? Edward couldn't help but recall seeing her at the Pokémon League administrative office, applying for welfare assistance. It all clicked for him now. It must be all for the sake of a few poke dollars. Even in a world filled with Pokémon, not everyone lived a carefree and colorful life. Especially those with gravely ill family members, their finances could easily be dragged into ruin. After all, healthcare costs in this world weren't exactly cheap either. Your film Dead Silence has officially finished its theatrical run. Current cumulative fear points, 100,000. Edward was caught off guard. He had just stuck a straw into his bubble tea when the notification popped up. So Dead Silence had already wrapped up its time in theaters? Well, come to think of it, the timing made sense. Boss, Dead Silence has finished screening. Its final box office total is 1.53 billion poke dollars. Zoroark sent a message as well. 100,000 fear points and a box office of 1.53 billion? That's a pretty decent result, Edward said with a satisfied smile. For a horror movie, Dead Silence had performed exceptionally well. If he wanted to break into even higher box office territory, he would probably need to move beyond the horror genre entirely. After all, the audience for horror films was relatively niche, and historically, horror films didn't tend to rake in massive box office numbers. So, achieving this kind of performance was already something to be proud of. Is there anything I can redeem with his fear points? Edward remembered that his accumulated fear points had just surpassed 100,000. He was curious what kind of reward he might be eligible for now. You've obtained Evil Spirit Possession, Basic. Evil Spirit Possession, Basic. The malevolent spirits you create will more easily trigger fear within your audience. This ability actually sounds pretty useful, Edward murmured, studying the ability description. It seemed like it would let the on-screen spirits evoke a much deeper fear response from viewers, possibly leading to more fear points gains. Now that the film is wrapped up, I guess it's time to see how Lights Out performs. Edward rubbed his hands together excitedly. He had poured a massive 500 million poke dollars into the project. He really hoped it would show some returns soon. Current cumulative fear points for Lights Out, 31,257. That's a solid growth rate. Looks like that investment was well worth it. Edward nodded in satisfaction. While there wasn't anything new available for him to redeem at the moment, the amount of fear points Lights Out was generating was still sufficient to trade in for a good number of fear candies. Sure, he had sunk $500 million poke dollars into it, but it was proving worthwhile, and going forward, he could always invest in other horror shorts to continue generating more fear points. Although, with such a rapid increase, Edward thought to himself, a strange suspicion beginning to form in his mind. The numbers were climbing so quickly. Could it be that Mr. Yannister had already traveled across the entire Hoenn by now? With all those buffs stacked onto Lights Out, its performance was beginning to seem almost unnatural. Recent reports indicate that Pokémon disturbances have been occurring in multiple areas across the Hoenn region. According to our on-site reporters, many trainers in the wild have reported hearing Pokémon roars. On the television screen, a female news reporter was solemnly delivering the news. The broadcast soon cut to an interview with a teenage boy leaning on a crutch. The boy was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, had 2 Pokeballs attached to his waist, and carried a bug-catching net on his back. Yes, it's true, the boy nodded seriously. That day I had just grabbed my bug-catching net and planned to go into a forest beneath Meteor Falls to catch some Weedle. After all, my idol, gym leader Giovanni, is extremely skilled at using Beedrill and similar Pokémon. But I didn't expect. The boy's expression grew slightly shy as he scratched his head, clearly feeling awkward in front of the camera. Suddenly, I heard several roars from deep within the forest, and then a bunch of wild Pokémon came charging out. The boy's expression turned serious as he recalled the experience. Were you attacked by the wild Pokémon? The reporter immediately followed up with concern. No, not really, the boy said, embarrassed. I kind of fell down a 5-meter-high slope while trying to run away. He scratched his head again in discomfort, while the reporter holding the microphone wore a conflicted expression, clearly unsure of how to react. According to our investigation, the strange phenomena occurring throughout Hoenn may stem from various causes. Famous Pokémon researcher Professor Birch suggested that it could be due to wild Pokémon provoking apex Pokémon in the forests. The Pokémon League advises all trainers to remain cautious while exploring the wild and avoid stumbling into territory claimed by apex Pokémon. All right, Mr. Yannister, a cold voice spoke as the television was switched off. A woman, who had been sitting in a chair, now turned around with her fingers interlocked and locked her sharp gaze onto Yannister, who sat casually at a simple wooden table. After watching that report, do you have anything to say? Chairwoman, Yannister raised both hands and shrugged with an innocent expression. I'm just acting according to the contract. Let me take a look, the chairwoman said, flipping through a stack of documents on the table. She pulled out an entire folder filled with complaints and incidents. Here's one, she said sharply. A trainer who just set out from Petalburg City en route to Rustboro City to challenge the Rock-type gym filed a complaint. She reported that she witnessed someone projecting a horror film inside Petalburg Woods, which frightened her Pokémon so badly it fled and stepped right into a Weedle's horn. She shoved the complaint document in front of Yannister, who merely glanced at it and pursed his lips dismissively. And here's another, she continued. A worker at the Moss Deep Space Center reported that the local wild Pokémon have been acting unusually aggressive lately. There have been loud roars at night near the facility. Yannister leaned back in his chair, casually crossing his legs and whistling, seemingly unconcerned. Veins bulged on the chairwoman's forehead as her temper rose. Yannister, what kind of attitude is this? She suddenly slammed her hand down on the table, with such force that the wooden table instantly splintered and collapsed into pieces. A Gardevoir calmly entered the room and used its psychic powers to prevent the teacups from crashing to the ground, expertly saving them. Chairwoman, my dear leader, Yannister said with a nonchalant tone, completely unfazed by the outburst. Didn't I already show you the contract? Mr. Edward is investing 500 million per year, and we are simply assisting him in culturally enriching wild Pokémon. What's the issue? He even leisurely picked at his ear, flicking out imaginary earwax as if this were a trivial matter. The chairwoman's face turned green with frustration. And don't forget, Mr. Edward's older brother is sitting right over there. Why don't you ask Champion Stephen for his opinion? Yannister added with a grin, glancing toward the corner of the room. Instantly, the chairwoman turned her gaze to Stephen, as did Officer Jenny, who had been standing unnoticed in the corner. They saw Stephen sitting there, completely immersed in examining a strange-looking rock, its shape and texture bizarre even by geological standards. The chairwoman took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming urge to unleash her Snorlax and hyper-beam these people into oblivion. Look at this team, what a mess. One department head who only cares about getting paid, a seemingly dignified champion who spends his days playing with rocks, and a completely invisible minister of justice crouched silently in the shadows. Stephen, the chairwoman said, still holding in her fury, what is your opinion on this matter? She forced herself to sound calm and gentle. After all, Stephen was the new champion. She had to give him some respect. Huh? New rock discovery. Stephen suddenly jumped up in excitement, cheerfully excused himself without waiting for approval, and dashed out of the room, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The chairwoman clenched her jaw so tightly it seemed her teeth would shatter. Beside her, Yannister's shoulders were visibly trembling as he struggled to hold in his laughter. Her sharp gaze instantly locked onto Yannister again. That cold, threatening look made Yannister's heart skip a beat. He knew full well, if he didn't give her a proper explanation right now, the chairwoman would not let him off the hook so easily. After all, she was the chairwoman of the Pokémon League's Hoenn region. He couldn't just treat her like some pushover. Ahem. Officer Jenny, Minister of Justice, Yannister cleared his throat and turned to the woman still quietly watching from the corner. May I ask, is there any legal regulation within the league that prohibits the broadcasting of films to wild Pokémon? Officer Jenny put down her phone and responded without a moment's hesitation. No, there's no such law, she said calmly. As the Justice Minister of the Pokémon League, she had memorized every regulation by heart. Her brain was a living legal code. There was no need for her to look anything up. Chairwoman, Yannister turned back, speaking more earnestly, you know better than anyone how underfunded our department is. With 500 million in funding, we can improve the ecosystems of countless uninhabited islands. We can even organize a massive ocean conservation initiative. Unless there's a clear violation of law, I have no reason to terminate this contract. The chairwoman frowned. Yannister, don't act like you're the only one struggling financially. All league departments are short on funding. Don't come whining to me. Indeed, despite the grandeur of the Pokémon League, funding was tight across the board. Every year, she had to juggle limited resources and fend off constant budget requests from every department. It was a relentless job. Still, she had to admit, technically speaking, this operation didn't violate any laws. No one in the League's Justice Department had ever imagined that someone would spend money to show horror movies to wild Pokémon. That was so absurd it could wake a legal expert from sleep just to shout, "Is this guy nuts?" That said, it had affected the wild Pokémon, albeit only slightly. Tapping her fingers on a newly delivered replacement table, the chairwoman weighed her options. Taking into account Edward's significant contribution to Devon Corporation's tax revenue, not to mention the trainer's First Step Foundation he had created, which had enabled countless underprivileged trainers to begin their Pokémon journeys, she ultimately made a decision. Very well, she said at last. But you can't keep showing only horror films. From now on, you must intersperse them with short films from other genres. No consecutive horror screenings. After Yannister cheerfully left, the chairwoman wearily pinched the space between her brows. Next time, I must bring up a motion to ban screening movies for wild Pokémon, she muttered under her breath in frustration. That won't pass, said Officer Jenny flatly, not even glancing up as she continued fiddling with her phone. I was just venting, the chairwoman huffed and rolled her eyes. Just then, her phone lit up with a new message. It was from Steven Stone. Devon Corporation had decided to donate $1 billion to the Pokémon League for its development. A smile couldn't help but spread across the chairwoman's face. $1 billion, while it wouldn't solve everything, it would certainly help ease the league's financial pressure. It seemed that this was the Stone family's way of offering compensation. She had known Steven wasn't someone completely out of touch with the world. It didn't make sense for him to just vanish like that. Turns out, he had simply left to arrange the transfer. Say, what do you think was going through Edward's mind? Why would he even want to show movies to wild Pokémon? Now that the money had come in and the issue was more or less resolved, the chairwoman was in high enough spirits to take a sip of tea and gossip. No idea. Just like no one really understands why he created the Trainer Journey Fund in the first place, Officer Jenny replied while tapping away on her phone, still not looking up. The chairwoman was already used to her personality and didn't take offense. It was just Juncha's way. The Trainer Journey Fund, huh? Honestly, just that initiative alone gives Edward the right to live out his life as a second-generation rich kid without criticism. Do you know how many people in the Hoenn League alone have benefited from it? The chairwoman clicked her tongue. Not everyone had the means to become a trainer. Many came from incredibly poor backgrounds. But Edward's fund changed that dynamic. It allowed people from the lowest rungs of society a chance to step onto the trainer's path. And because of that, other major companies across various regional leagues followed suit, establishing similar funds. The overall atmosphere of the league had improved significantly. Who knows why he does what he does? Jenny murmured as she continued her phone scrolling. PAWG, I rewatched Lights Out and it's still so good. But wouldn't it be better if a giant monster popped out right after the lights go out? Demon Emperor, you meant a dragon, right? Slowpoke, classic thirst trap, never lets us down. 152nd rewatch of Dead Silence. So I've seen Dead Silence over 150 times, and I noticed something. The Puppet Theater has one doll that looks completely different from the rest. Different style, different design. Is that a hint for a sequel? Image. Presenting horror movies to the world, incredible attention to detail. Edward scrolled through the posts and couldn't help but marvel at the creativity of the online community. They might be a bunch of unserious meme posters with a penchant for posting questionable fan art, but they were undoubtedly talented. He had buried an Annabelle Easter egg in Dead Silence, and someone had actually found it? That was impressive. Of course, none of them had figured out what the unique doll really meant yet, but once the Annabelle film dropped in the future, they'd understand. That would be the moment when Edward's intricately woven horror universe would finally be revealed to the public. But when he recalled the message his brother had sent earlier, Edward felt a bit of a headache coming on. He hadn't expected just 30,000 fear points to be enough to throw the entire Hoenn region into total chaos. What would happen if he started producing even bigger horror films? Would he accidentally scare so many Pokémon that a new batch of ghost types would spontaneously spawn? Yannister, Mr. Edward, the League has issued a new regulation. Horror shorts must now be followed by an interlude of a different genre. Do you have the footage prepared for that? Yannister had messaged him as well. As he glanced at the screen, Edward scooped up a mouthful of boxed lunch and casually tossed a coin to Goldango, who happily caught it and chirped cheerfully. The Pokémon even stole a peek at Q, who remained laser-focused on devouring her meal. Other genres, huh? Wait, doesn't that mean Ada's project could be just right for this? Edward's eyes lit up as he recalled something. Back when he was still in Hoenn, he had asked Ada to shoot a short animated series titled Meowth and Rattata, a cat-and-mouse-style cartoon. Quite a bit of time had passed since then. Surely they'd completed something by now. Originally, that cartoon was supposed to be the testbed for gauging Pokémon reactions to screen media, but Edward had gone ahead with Lights Out instead, abandoning the wait. Maybe we can alternate Meowth and Rattata with the horror shorts. Horror, then comedy. Might actually attract a bigger audience, Edward mused aloud. He picked up his phone and sent a message to the old butler to check on the project status. He quickly got a reply. The animation for Meowth and Rattata had indeed been completed, but the post-production process had taken longer than expected. Edward had insisted that the soundtrack be composed and performed by a professional symphony orchestra, which slowed things down and increased the cost somewhat. Still, nobody dared to question Edward's demands. They poured their efforts into completing the first episode with utmost quality. Now that there was finally a finished product, Edward sent a reply to Yannister and also instructed the butler to begin distribution. The cartoon would be uploaded to the Pokepoket video platform under a newly created account specifically for it. Although Tom and Jerry had enjoyed massive success in his previous world, Edward wasn't certain that his reimagined version, Meowth and Rattata, would do equally well in this one. For now, it was mostly to satisfy the League's requirement for intergenre programming. Whether or not it became a hit didn't matter to him. He was simply planting a seed and would let time decide whether it bloomed. Boss, the next scene's going to take place in the hospital. For that corpse of Mimico's mother, should we let the VFX team handle it or? Zoroark walked over, casting a glance at Little Q and Goldango, who were happily munching away beside Edward. There was a smile in the Illusion Fox's eyes. Though the League liked to preach about treating Pokémon like family, most trainers still acted like they were dealing with pets. Only Edward truly lived the message. He even ate at the table with his Pokémon. Same went for milk tea. Hold on. Remember that woman named Hannah from the restaurant the other day? Send her a job offer, pay her as a special guest actor. Edward was about to agree with Zoroark's proposal when a sudden thought popped into his mind. That woman from the milk tea shop yesterday, she had looked desperate for money. Otherwise, she wouldn't be working herself to the bone. The special guest actor rate was higher than a background extra, though still below a supporting or lead role. Still, it was a decent sum of money. Got it. Zoroark didn't ask why or who the woman was. Edward had given the order, and that was enough. Huh? The new short film arrived that quickly? Yannister stood in his office, looking somewhat surprised as he faced the old butler in front of him. Although Edward had previously said he would send over a new short film, Yannister genuinely hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. It had already been in production beforehand, and it was just completed recently, the old butler replied, a touch of pride on his face. After all, young Master Edward was now the pride of the Stone family, and as the family steward, he too shared in that sense of honor. Yannister took the disc, then went over to insert it into the player for a test screening. The League chairwoman had issued a strict directive requiring the broadcast of at least one non-horror short film. Though Yannister was just a man doing his job, once the chairwoman had spoken, he naturally had to comply. Doing a preliminary check was only reasonable. The old butler didn't stop him either. He was also curious to see what exactly Edward had entrusted him to deliver this time. Very quickly, with a stirring blast of music, a pyroar appeared on screen, roaring powerfully beneath the bold letters of Ghost Films production. Then, the film's title came into view. This animation style. Yannister blinked. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with it, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on a strange feeling it gave him. For some reason, the visual tone felt completely different from the previous horror short that Edward had delivered. Not in a bad way, but the shift was certainly noticeable. Soon, the screen displayed a new scene. A Persian emerged from somewhere, his eyes fixed on a Spearow locked inside a cage. Just then, a Rattata walked into the frame, stretching lazily before noticing what was going on. What followed was a rapid sequence of chase scenes with no dialogue whatsoever. Yannister, before he realized it, had already sat up straight, fully engrossed. The old butler, meanwhile, watched with a more technical eye. The short contained several highly exaggerated practical effects. For example, in one scene, the Persian falls onto a clothesline, and as his body drops, he's hilariously sliced into segments by the line. This was filmed in a very natural way with no signs of editing or post-production tricks, suggesting that the shot was likely achieved using multiple Ditto Pokémon forming the visual effect. Plus, the segmented Persian wasn't portrayed in a scary way, so it came off as funny instead of disturbing. But didn't young Master Edward say it was supposed to be called Meowth and Rattata? Why is the lead a Persian instead? The old butler felt a twinge of confusion. Moreover, This Persian had even been specially painted a strange shade of blue, which looked a little odd. Though puzzled, the butler kept watching. After all, the storyline was surprisingly engaging. When the blue-painted Persian came flying down from the sky, legs spread, and managed to split a giant tree cleanly down the middle, the entire office erupted into spontaneous laughter. And with that, the short film quickly reached its end. This is perfect. This short film will work just fine. Yannister was visibly relieved. Unlike the previous ones, this short didn't carry any horror elements whatsoever. In fact, it felt downright wholesome in its absurdity. Though it was filmed in live action, it gave off a surreal, exaggerated vibe that made it feel less real, in the psychological sense, which only enhanced the comedic effect. The soundtrack was also excellent, elevating the humor of each scene. Yannister found himself chuckling throughout. Even though there were no lines spoken, that was exactly what made this kind of short perfect for Pokémon viewers, who generally responded better to visuals than dialogue. I'll leave it in your capable hands then, Mr. Yannister, the old butler said with a smile. He pulled out his device, ready to report back to Edward that the short had been successfully delivered and received. At the same time, Edward was sitting in his director's chair, watching the very same short film that had been sent over by Ada from the Hoenn branch of the company. Ada had also included a note explaining why there had been a change in casting. The reason? Meowth's height is typically just 0.4 meters, while Rattata stands at 0.3 meters, only a 0.1 meter difference. That small disparity didn't quite capture the comedic contrast in size necessary for the classic cat and mouse dynamic. So, Ada decided to use Meowth's evolved form, Persian, instead. That really was my oversight, Edward muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. He had originally thought Meowth would be a good fit visually for a Tom-like character, but he hadn't considered the issue of scale. Nevertheless, Edward was still very satisfied with the finished short. The final result felt very much like the animated content he had in mind, bright and vivid with high color saturation, mimicking the feel of a live-action version of an animated show. The music and sound design were also excellent, and Edward genuinely enjoyed the entire short. The nostalgic vibe was reminiscent of the old Tom and Jerry cartoons he remembered. Edward replied to Ada's message with a simple, "very good," before receiving a follow-up message from the old butler about the film's handover. He gave a quick acknowledgement and put his phone away. Meowth and Rattata, or perhaps now more fittingly Persian and Rattata, had met his expectations. Edward decided then and there to continue producing shorts in this style. A classic animation from his previous life deserved to be shared with the people of this world. Whether it would be a hit on the Pokepoket video site was still uncertain, but Edward wasn't particularly concerned. He wasn't watching the site's stats himself. Ada would be keeping an eye on that. After all, this was Ada's first official directorial project. "Boss, Miss Hannah is already getting her makeup done," Zoroark said as he walked over. They were currently filming the hospital scene, which required a middle-aged woman to play the role of a corpse, specifically, the mother of Mizuno Mimiko, who would become the first victim in one missed call. Of course, that was just the plot for the first film. In the second film, it would be revealed that Mizuno Mimiko was merely the first victim of another ghost named Lily, who was actually the true origin of the curse. However, Edward wasn't particularly fond of the second film's storyline, so he hadn't planned to include it in his version. Okay, Edward nodded. Then something occurred to him, and he called Zoroark back. "By the way, give Miss Hannah a stunt actor's bonus," he added. The scene they were shooting required heavy prosthetics and full-body makeup to make Hannah appear like a long-dead corpse, burned and partially decayed. It was a physically demanding and uncomfortable job. So, giving her a stunt actor's subsidy was entirely fair. Understood. Zoroark noted it down. Soon after, Edward saw the fully made-up Hannah. She now looked nothing like a living person. Her skin appeared as if it had been scorched and partially rotted away. The sight made anyone feel uncomfortable just by looking. But Edward was pleased. This was exactly the kind of ghostly appearance he had envisioned. In the storyline, the character Yumi would initially believe this woman to be the culprit behind the one missed call deaths, but it would later be revealed that she, too, was merely another victim. "I won't run away next time," Yumi sobbed as the female corpse's hand slowly came to a halt. Watching this scene unfold, Edward nodded in satisfaction. Aunt Hannah's acting had been surprisingly good. While it certainly didn't reach the level of a professional actor for someone brought in as a temporary performer, she had managed to deliver the effect Edward wanted. That alone was worth commending. Then again, the role of a female corpse didn't demand much in terms of acting skills. The only major requirement was that she shed a single tear at the end. Aunt Hannah had managed that quite naturally, so of course the scene passed inspection. Even so, Edward still requested an additional take be kept as backup to allow for more flexibility during editing. After the shoot ended, there weren't many scenes left to film for one missed call. Being a horror movie, it didn't require an extensive number of scenes. Edward estimated that with about one more week of shooting, the entire film could be wrapped up. "Boss, you have a lecture this afternoon," Zoroark approached him and whispered. Edward's mouth twitched when he heard this. He had nearly forgotten he had agreed to give a lecture today. He glanced at his phone. The timing worked out, so he clapped his hands and officially wrapped up the day's shoot. Then he headed to Naranja Academy with Zoroark in tow, where they were welcomed by Clavel, the school's headmaster. Director Edward, we're so grateful that you've come to give our students a lecture," Clavel greeted him warmly. Not putting on the airs of a traditional headmaster, he was quite laid back and friendly. Edward quickly responded with polite modesty, saying that it was his honor and privilege to be invited, the usual kind of small talk. Zoroark, standing behind him, listened with an amused smile. The human world, he thought, was always so complicated. Soon, Clavel led Edward into a well-prepared amphitheater-style classroom. After a short wait, a large crowd of students began to pour in, filling the room with chatter and excitement. These students came not only from the directing department, but also from performance arts and even journalism. The sight made Edward's eyelid twitch a little. Wasn't this a bit too many people? Clearly, if he didn't bring out some genuine substance today, the crowd would be disappointed. Today we'll be talking about montage theory. Edward decided to start with the subject he was most familiar with, montage theory. It was something he had studied in depth in his previous life, and compared to other cinematic theories, he had the strongest grasp on this one. At first, Edward was a bit stiff and reserved in his delivery. But once he warmed up, he completely opened up and spoke passionately, sharing the insights and perspectives of great masters from his previous world with this new one. The students below listened intently, hanging on to every word. The lecture lasted about an hour and a half. By the time there were only 20 minutes left, Edward had finished going over the general outline of montage theory. Though it was a rough overview, it was enough to give these students something to ponder and gradually master. So lastly, Edward said with a smile, let's talk about the concept of Chekhov's gun. He smoothly transitioned into his final topic. The so-called Chekhov's gun refers to the idea that if a gun appears in the scene, then it must be fired at some point later in the story. More specifically, the act of firing that gun should occur in the third act of the film, and the setup for it must be laid down as early as the first or second act. Edward explained the principle in detail. This principle wasn't only useful in film, it applied to storytelling in general. Take Naruto from his past life, for example. One of the biggest criticisms of the series' ending was the sudden appearance of Kaguya Otsutsuki, a character who had no real build-up. This abrupt reveal was a common target for fan complaints. Had she been properly foreshadowed, the ending might have been received more favorably. Once he finished discussing Chekhov's gun, Edward concluded his lecture. The students below erupted into enthusiastic applause. Edward waved his hand and smiled warmly in return. Director Edward, are you filming a new movie here at our academy? When will it be released? A particularly excited student stood up and asked, eyes shining with curiosity. Yes, it is a new film. If all goes well, it'll be out next month. Edward took the opportunity to promote his latest work, One Missed Call. However, he didn't mention the film's title or genre. He wanted to maintain an air of mystery. Once the movie premiered with its specific marketing campaign, it would hopefully make a strong, explosive impact. After leaving the lively amphitheater, Edward finally let out a long breath of relief. "What did you think of today's lecture?" Edward asked Zoroark as they walked side by side. "It was pretty good," Zoroark replied with a grin. "Although I didn't understand a word of it." Edward rubbed his face. Who knew giving a lecture would be this exhilarating? It was certainly a unique life experience. "Director Edward," a surprised and delighted voice called out. Edward turned his head and saw a girl running toward him with joy, waving a notebook in her hand. He paused as she ran right up to him, then bent over to catch her breath. After a few deep gasps, she stood up straight and looked him in the eye. "Director Edward, may I have your autograph?" she asked, holding the notebook in both hands, eyes full of anticipation. Edward smiled and took it, beginning to sign his name. "What's your name?" he asked, intending to write a personalized note. "I'm Nimona," the girl beamed brightly. Edward instinctively wrote to Nimona and then suddenly paused, stunned. "Nimona?" He looked up at the girl before him. She had long hair tied in a ponytail, with a few strands in front dyed a shade of green. When seen this way, her appearance lined up perfectly with the Nimona in Edward's memory. The same Nimona who had been a rival in the Pokémon Scarlet and Violet games, one of the champion-level trainers in the Paldea region, and a close companion to the protagonist. Bold, somewhat careless, and very full of personality. "Nimona, if I remember correctly, you're a champion-level trainer, right?" Edward asked with rising interest. This was the first time he'd encountered a game rival in person. Back in Hoenn, he had also known the names of some notable rivals, but Edward had never paid much attention to trainers. His interests simply didn't lie there. The only rival he had known much about was Green. He only knew about Green because he was Professor Oak's grandson. When Professor Oak released an updated version of the Pokédex and was interviewed by the Pokémon League, Green had appeared in that interview. "That's right. Are you interested in a battle, Director Edward?" Nimona's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She had already spotted the 2 Pokeballs on Edward's waist and naturally deduced that he was also a trainer. Edward was about to decline, but just then, he felt one of the Pokeballs at his waist tremble lightly. Suddenly, he remembered something. He had promised Q that he could have a good, satisfying battle, but he still hadn't made good on that promise. He hadn't even gone to find his older brother to make it happen. Now might be the perfect opportunity. "My Pokémon is a bit timid, so it might not be very suitable for a battle," Edward said with a slight smile as he looked at Nimona. He understood that she was eager for a battle, but the problem was that Q had never fought Nimona before, and Edward was worried it might get too worked up in the heat of battle and end up sending Nimona's Pokémon straight to the Pokémon Center. After all, the last time Q battled, it had ended up sending Goldango, who was still just a Gimmighoul at the time, straight to the hospital. It wasn't as though Edward had never tried battling before. In fact, in the Pokémon world, battling was as natural as saying, "Hey, wanna play a round of cards?" back in his past life. But during that particular battle, Hugh had gotten too fired up and ended up sending not only the poor bug catcher's Pokémon, but the bug catcher himself to the hospital. From that day forward, Edward had largely steered clear of battling. Because Q was timid by nature, it tended to become overly agitated when battling. And once it got riled up, it would go overboard, so much so that it could half-kill not only the opponent's Pokémon, but the trainer as well. Moreover, over the past few weeks, Q had consumed quite a number of fear candies, with each candy boosting all of its stats just a little. Now, Q had become something truly terrifying. That's a real shame," Nimona said, a little disappointed. She had thought she might get a chance to battle the world-famous Director Edward. That definitely would have been an unforgettable experience. But since Edward was unwilling, she wasn't going to force him to accept a battle either. Just as Edward was about to make some casual small talk and then leave, the Pokeball at his waist trembled and then, in the next moment, Q popped out of it. Its entire body was shaking with excitement as it stared intently at Nimona. Edward's mouth twitched slightly. Q wanted to battle. "How about, we have a battle after all?" Edward looked at the excited Q, then glanced at Nimona and asked tentatively. Nimona instantly pulled out a Pokeball in response, causing Edward to cover his face with one hand. As expected, everyone in the Pokemon world was a battle maniac. At Naranja Academy, there was a specially designated battle arena. Edward and Nimona headed there, but upon arriving, Edward discovered that the arena was mostly empty. Only one familiar champion was already present, Gita, standing beside a smiling Clavel. "Oh my, Director Edward, I heard you were going to battle Nimona, so I brought Champion Gita along," Clavel said cheerfully. Edward offered an awkward smile, though he felt it might actually be a good thing to have Clavel and Gita there. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about too many people watching. Gita looked at Edward with curiosity. She knew very well how strong Nimona was, without a doubt, a champion-level trainer. But this world-renowned Director Edward? Despite being the heir to the Devon Corporation and the younger brother of the Hoenn region champion, there wasn't much information about his own battling history. That made her curious, which was precisely why she had come to observe. Zoroark, who followed Edward, was watching with interest too. This was the first time it had seen its boss actually engage in a Pokemon battle. That alone was worth a double take. "Mr. Edward, I'll be giving it my all," Nimona said, her tone becoming noticeably more serious the moment she stepped onto the battle stage. Edward scratched his head. He had only intended to let Q blow off some steam, just to fulfill the promise he had made to it earlier. "All right," Edward replied as he tossed out a Pokeball. The next second, Q appeared on the battlefield, trembling with excitement as it raised its head to stare up at its opponent. Gudra. Edward's expression became a bit complicated. Nimona had clearly reviewed Edward's Pokemon beforehand. Yet she still sent out a dragon type like Gudra, even knowing it had a type disadvantage? Was she underestimating him? Gita's face turned serious. Nimona was being overconfident. While it was true that type disadvantages were common even among champions, deliberately sending out a Pokemon that was weak against your opponent's known type wasn't exactly a wise move. "Mr. Edward, my partner Gudra is," Nimona began, her voice full of confidence. Even if this was a type disadvantage battle, as a champion-level trainer, it was normal for her. She was still confident in her abilities. But in the very next second, a powerful burst of radiant light erupted. The light was so blinding that Nimona instinctively shut her eyes. When she opened them again, she found a barrier of light standing before her. A sharp cry echoed across the battlefield. As the light faded, Nimona saw that her Gudra was already lying motionless on the ground, defeated. On the other side, Mimikyu still radiated with lingering traces of a powerful fairy-type move. Dazzling Gleam. Clavel looked mildly astonished, while Gita glanced at Edward with an analytical eye. This director had trained his Pokemon very well. That Dazzling Gleam was no joke. Nimona stared blankly for a moment, then took a deep breath and bowed slightly. "Mr. Edward, I apologize. I underestimated you earlier," she said, her tone now serious. She had clearly underestimated Mimikyu's strength, but that would not happen again. From that moment onward, the battle lasted a full 20 minutes. Afterward, Edward calmly returned his Pokemon to their Pokeballs and headed toward the nearest Pokemon Center. "Boss, I didn't expect your battling skills to be so impressive," Zoroark said in mild astonishment as it walked beside Edward. The battle between Edward and Nimona had only lasted 3 rounds. Apart from Gudra, Nimona had only used 2 other Pokemon, a normal-type Lokix and a Skeledirge with a bone-like motif. Both were defeated by Mimikyu. Shortly after, Nimona admitted defeat. She believed Edward only had 2 Pokemon with him, so she limited herself to using just 2 as well. Gudra didn't really count, since it had fainted instantly upon entering the field. The defeat had happened so quickly that Nimona was momentarily stunned. But the takeaway was clear: Director Edward's Pokemon were undeniably powerful. Even with a type disadvantage, the speed at which her Pokemon were knocked out was shocking. "I actually don't battle all that much," Edward said, maintaining a calm demeanor. And he really meant it. He had gotten his fill of battling on his Game Boy in his last life. Nowadays, He preferred the joy of simply living alongside his Pokémon companions. Of course, increasing his strength was still important. After all, Hoenn wasn't exactly the most peaceful region. Getting stronger was part of making sure he could protect himself. As things currently stood, unless he encountered a gang ambush or a boss-level threat like Archie, Edward didn't have much to worry about. And even if he did run into Archie, the outcome wouldn't necessarily favor the latter. And besides, Q had finally had its fill of battling. That meant Edward wouldn't need to worry about its battle cravings for a while. "Let's finish filming the movie as soon as possible and go back," Edward said, stretching his arms lazily. The plot of One Missed Call had almost fully advanced by now. Next, he needed to return to Petalburg Forest to film some additional exterior hospital scenes. While he was at it, he'd also revamped the puppet theater. Now that the dead silence had cooled off, it was time to refresh the stage and prepare something new. Edward stood inside the Pokémon Center hospital, slightly surprised as he glanced to the side. He truly hadn't expected to see Hannah in a place like this. She was here in the hospital too, holding a bag in her hands, which seemed to contain a lunchbox. Edward spotted her at the payment counter of the Pokémon Center hospital, watching as she took out a small, tightly wrapped bundle from inside her coat. She then stuffed those tightly wrapped $dollars into the payment machine. "Mr. Edward, your Pokémon has been fully healed," said Nurse Joy, interrupting his train of thought. Edward smiled politely, received the Pokeball, and thanked her sincerely. Q had sustained some injuries. After all, it was a battle, and getting hurt was inevitable. The Pokémon Center, being under the jurisdiction of the League, offers a certain degree of free treatment. This was considered one of the most beneficial policies from the League. However, if the injuries were too severe or if the Pokémon had developed some unusual illness or condition, then additional costs would apply. After retrieving the Pokeball, Edward took another glance toward the payment counter. Hannah had already left. She was briskly walking toward the elevator, and from her hurried expression, she seemed quite anxious. Edward felt a bit curious, but quickly looked away again. It wasn't good to pry too much into someone else's private matters. When he returned to his hotel, Edward received a text message on his phone. "Edward, Dad's coming home soon. Bring back some local souvenirs from the Paldea region." It was from his older brother. He was probably afraid Edward would forget, so he had sent a timely reminder. Souvenirs, huh? Edward scratched his head. When it came to souvenirs, the first thing that popped into his mind was a variety of small trinkets and gift items. But given his father's personality and preferences, as well as his brother Stephen's particular tastes, Edward figured that instead of flashy and decorative gifts, perhaps a nice rock would actually be the best souvenir. And in the Paldea region, there should be plenty of rocks to choose from. Edward believed the most likely place to find unusual or rare stones would be inside the Paldea crater, only he wasn't quite sure whether that place led to the future or the past. "I'll look into it later," he murmured to himself, deciding that once tomorrow's filming work was finished, he would go check out the local markets, ask around, and hopefully find a couple of interesting stones to bring back. That would surely make both his father and older brother happy. Edward was very familiar with the personal tastes of these two family members. Oh right, Goldango. Edward suddenly remembered another of his Pokémon. He summoned Goldango, and the Pokémon greeted him with a cheerful wave. Edward chuckled and patted Goldango on the head. It felt cold, completely devoid of warmth. After all, Goldango was a unique Pokémon composed entirely of coins. "How about we call you Fortune from now on?" Edward suggested, looking at his golden Pokémon. He thought the name Fortune suited it quite well. Goldango gleamed like gold from head to toe. Although names like Richie or similar had crossed Edward's mind, upon further consideration, he felt that Fortune was a much more fitting and elegant choice. Goldango made a string of chattering, metallic noises in response. It seemed quite happy with the new name. Edward touched his face thoughtfully. Well, if Goldango liked the name, then Fortune it would be. Although naming a Pokémon like Goldango Fortune might seem a bit odd to some, people these days named their Pokémon after all kinds of strange things. Edward had even heard of someone naming their Pokémon after characters from anime they liked. Q, come out and join Fortune for some fear candy, Edward said, releasing Q as well. But the recently treated Q appeared listless, letting out a soft cry when he saw Edward. You little rascal, why do you always enter sage mode after every battle? Edward said, a little helpless. After each fight, he would always fall into a sort of post-battle lethargy or calm. Q called out again and crawled to his feet, eagerly walking toward Edward. I'm telling you, Q, next time you battle, try to hold back a little. You knocked Miss Nemona's Gudra clean unconscious. Edward sighed as he pulled out the Fear Sustenance Creator machine, deposited 2,000 fear points into it, and began making candy while talking. Just as the machine finished, Edward turned around, ready to feed the candy to Q and Fortune, but the moment he turned around, he froze in place. Because right in front of him was a magnificent and surreal space. A waterfall flowed upward from the ground into the sky, merging into an inverted lake suspended high above. The sound of the water crashing echoed thunderously. In the sky above, upside-down trees floated with roots reaching toward the clouds. Before Edward could even react, a massive Pokémon slowly descended from above. There wasn't even a visible path, yet the creature walked as if stepping on invisible staircases. With each heavy step, it came closer and closer. Edward stared in bewilderment. He recognized it immediately. It was Giratina. Although its form was massive, the distinctive design made it unmistakable. The immense size, the oppressive presence, it could only be one thing. This was Giratina, the Lord of the Reverse World. According to legend, Giratina was the shadow or opposite of Arceus itself. Edward could only stand there, wide-eyed, as Giratina approached, and then it took the 2 fear candies straight out of Edward's hands. The next moment, the entire bizarre and surreal dimension vanished, and in its place was the interior of the hotel room once again. Wait, did it just mug me? Edward blinked in disbelief. He could still clearly remember what had just happened. He just hadn't expected this bastard Giratina to straight up steal from him. Q tilted his head and looked at him curiously. Edward's mouth twitched. Seriously, who the hell was he supposed to file a complaint with? Huh? What's this? Edward suddenly felt something in his hand. He looked down. There was a new item there. A dark-colored stone, shaped in an extremely peculiar way, yet with perfectly smooth, clean-cut surfaces. It had been cut into a 64-faced polyhedron. Edward was sure he hadn't been holding this stone before, which meant Giratina had given it to him. That seemed to be the only reasonable explanation. So, Giratina gave me a rock in exchange for my 2 fear candies? Wait, no, it's already stolen several from me before. Edward stared at the mysterious stone and scratched his head, confused. If he brought this thing home and gave it to his dad would probably be thrilled, right? But before that, he needed to inspect it further, to see if the stone had any other uses. After all, it was highly likely that this rock had come from Giratina's reverse world, making it an item of considerable research value. With that thought in mind, Edward took out his phone, snapped a picture of the stone, and sent it to both Stephen and their father. Does this count as completing a trade with Giratina? Edward stared at the stone in his hand with a rather subtle expression. He truly hadn't expected that the first legendary Pokémon he would ever come into direct contact with would actually be Giratina. What's more, he had seen the Pokémon with his very own eyes. That overwhelming aura and sense of pressure truly gave a suffocating sensation. Picking up his phone, he saw his older brother had already responded quickly, this time with a call. Edward, where exactly did you find that stone? His older brother's voice was filled with excitement. Edward had no choice but to use the excuse that he had stumbled upon it while out filming today. There was absolutely no way he could say that he got it from some kind of transaction with Giratina. His brother definitely wouldn't believe him even if he said so. Wait for me. That was all his brother said before hanging up, leaving Edward momentarily dazed. Don't tell me he's planning to catch a straight flight over here? Edward stared at the phone with a complicated expression. But after giving it some thought, this was very much in character for Stephen. After all, This was a man who once gave up being a champion just to go dig up rocks. Just that alone already made Steven an especially eccentric figure in the entire Pokémon League. Not long after that, Edward's father also called. He was also highly interested in the stone. But after learning that Steven was already heading over to check it out, he merely laughed and reminded Edward to bring it back to Hoenn when he returned. So basically, if Steven wasn't going over, his dad might have flown over himself right now? Edward rubbed his face. Was it possible that both his father and brother were just way too obsessed with rocks? Don't tell me that in the future I'll also be forcibly traded by Giratina? Edward muttered while looking at his two Pokémon, Q and Fortune, who were staring up at him eagerly. He sighed and then used some fear points to create 2 fear candies and fed them to his Pokémon. As for Giratina, Edward thought that maybe doing a few more drug deals with it in the future might not actually be a bad idea. After all, that Pokémon was incredibly powerful and could even give him strange stones like this. Who knows, maybe over time they could even form a good relationship. Edward wasn't thinking about capturing Giratina, but having such a powerful entity as an ally, especially when Hoenn faced a potential crisis in the future, would definitely allow him to prepare some contingency plans. The next day, Edward was already sitting inside a restaurant, facing none other than Steven, who had flown in overnight. Edward rested his chin on his hand, watching Steven carefully study the strange stone with a focused expression. Bored, Edward let out a yawn. This thing, without a doubt, it should be a dusk stone. Steven finally set the stone down and placed his analyzing equipment to the side. A dusk stone? Then its value. Edward rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the large stone again. It was a large chunk, but if it was indeed just a dusk stone, then its value wasn't really all that high. After all, in their family, dusk stones weren't particularly rare or considered much of a treasure. This is actually quite special, Steven began, his expression becoming more animated. Normally, dusk stones don't come in this form at all. The fact that this one grew naturally like this is already a rare occurrence. As he spoke, Steven pulled out a small transparent box from his pocket. Inside was a perfect cube of pyrite. See this? It's like how some pyrite naturally forms into cubes. But to find a dusk stone that naturally formed into a 64-faceted polyhedron? This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it. Steven's excitement was clearly overflowing. Watching Steven behave like that, Edward silently stared at the stone for a moment, and then decisively handed it over to Steven. Steven accepted it with a huge grin, even calling for someone to bring a custom-designed container to store this unique dusk stone. By the way, bro, is Dad really already done with his business trip and back so quickly? Having settled the stone issue, Edward took a sip of tea and glanced at Steven as he asked. Originally, he was supposed to be filming today. But since Steven flew into Levincia City overnight, Edward had decided to postpone filming for now. Yeah, I heard something about that earlier. This time, Dad. Steven's expression grew a bit hesitant. Edward blinked. Something was obviously off. Clearly, Steven was hesitating, unsure whether or not to let him in on whatever he was thinking. You probably already know a few things by now, Edward, Steven finally said. Edward instinctively sat up straighter in his seat. Father was invited to take part in a secret project a while back. I only learned about it after becoming champion. Steven's tone was serious. Edward glanced around the private room they were sitting in. No wonder Steven had insisted they speak in a private booth and even forbade him from bringing Zoroark in. Back then, our father used the infinity energy developed by our company to assist the League in capturing Rayquaza. Hearing that, Edward mentally typed out a big question mark. What now? Captured what? Rayquaza? You sure it wasn't a cater pie or something? And then recently there was an incident in the Johto region, so father took the research team over there. Now that it's been dealt with, he's come back, Steven explained. These were the kinds of details he never would have known if he hadn't become champion. Although Steven had previously worked with their father to create 2 contingency plans to suppress the ambitions of Team Magma and Team Aqua, years had passed and those groups remained as stubborn as ever. So, this infinity energy thing, it was used to capture Rayquaza? Edward rubbed his temples. His old man had somehow quietly gotten involved in something huge without telling anyone. This was Rayquaza, for crying out loud. Not only that, but the future Hoenn region could face an incoming meteor crisis. At that point, Rayquaza's help would be essential. Yet here he was, just now learning that his father had already helped the League capture it several years ago? What the hell? Yes. Steven nodded calmly. And I'm allowed to know about this? Edward pointed to his own nose. He wasn't a champion or anything. Was it really okay for him to know such sensitive information? Technically, no. But as long as you don't tell anyone, it's fine. Steven smiled. Edward rubbed his face. Yep, this was definitely something his brother would say. Suddenly, Edward remembered something. Back when he was in Hoenn, he had once rescued a Pokémon thief. That girl's name had been Zinnia. If he remembered correctly, she had appeared in the games as well, and had some kind of connection with Rayquaza. She was apparently part of some Draconid tribe. But in the game, she wasn't able to achieve a Mega Evolution with Rayquaza. So, the player character ended up stealing NTRNG Rayquaza right from under her nose. Because of that bit of storyline, Edward actually remembered her quite well. It was just that he hadn't expected the other party to look like that in the real world, and even be involved with Team Aqua. No, wait. Zinnia probably didn't intend to join Team Aqua. More likely, she was just using them to achieve her own ends. Her true goal was probably related to Rayquaza. Edward vaguely remembered that Zinnia was deeply devoted to Rayquaza, so much so that it could be called a passionate love, and that she had played a crucial role in resolving the later meteorite crisis. I'm only telling you these things so you don't feel too pressured. It's all in the past now, Steven said, seeing that Edward had gone quiet. He assumed his little brother was feeling the psychological weight of the revelations, and tried to comfort him. Don't worry, bro, I'm fine. Edward waved his hand nonchalantly. Just a Rayquaza, right? It wasn't like he hadn't caught one before in the games, heck, even Giratina and Arceus too. He'd caught them all. Not to mention there were still so many legendary Pokémon that came after that. Even Eternatus had been caught by players just to be used as collectibles. What really made Edward sigh was simply how little he seemed to know about the things his family members had done. Well, that's good to hear. How's the filming of your new movie going? Steven asked with a smile, smoothly shifting the topic. Almost done. If everything goes smoothly, it should be ready for review by next month, Edward replied. His mood lifted noticeably the moment his film was mentioned. One Missed Call was a project that hinged heavily on timing. If he had released one missed call back when people were still using those bulky brick phones, it would have probably bombed completely. But now, with smartphones being widely adopted around the world, it was the perfect time to release it, completely aligned with the market. Edward was even planning to negotiate with phone companies to have the movie's iconic ringtone added to their selectable ringtone lists. If he could get a collaboration going, that would be ideal. Though honestly, Edward didn't think there were any phone companies crazy enough to want to link up with a horror movie. That'd be pushing the envelope a little too far. Not only would it likely not boost sales, it might even scare people off, creating a reverse marketing effect. So, while filming, Edward had intentionally chosen widely used, generic-looking phone models. He had also gone out of his way to obscure the brand names, just to avoid unnecessary complications. Your horror short film stirred up quite a bit of trouble in Hoenn. The League chairwoman even discussed whether or not to ban you from screening movies outdoors, Steven remarked. He was being quite talkative today, or rather, this was how he usually acted around family. Edward chatted with Steven for a while longer before seeing him off. Steven had official league duties to attend to back in Hoenn, and this trip to Levincia City had been made only because the stone Edward found was simply too tempting to resist. Otherwise, Steven wouldn't have had the time to come. From the looks of it, bro's already growing weary of the Pokémon League work, Edward said as he finished the tea in his cup and wiped his mouth. Who knew how much longer his older brother could tolerate being the champion? Edward wouldn't be surprised if one day in the near future he saw news of Steven stepping down. Taking out his phone, Edward checked the time. It was already the afternoon. While there was still technically enough time to continue shooting, he decided to just skip it for the day and give himself a break. I wonder how Meowth and Rattata are doing? Edward opened the Pokepoket video site, and sure enough, he spotted Meowth and Rattata. Wait, no, it was Persian and Rattata now, right there on the homepage rankings. Edward raised an eyebrow. Third place on the whole site? That was an excellent result, especially considering the fact that this short film hadn't received any formal marketing. That it could climb to the third overall rank solely based on its quality said everything about its merit. As soon as he clicked play, a flood of live comments, barrages of viewer messages, or thumbs up flew across the screen. Congratulations, you found a hidden gem. I knew from the start this would be a treasure. $9.99 plus. Lines and lines of comments zoomed past, but Edward didn't turn them off. He had already seen the film itself, this time. He was here just to watch the audience's reactions. By the end, Edward was smiling with satisfaction. There really was a reason why Tom and Jerry had become a timeless classic in his past life. Even transplanted into the world of Pokémon, a similar concept had once again succeeded, capturing both hearts and traffic. At the top of the comment section was a highly upvoted remark. Wait a second, Ghost Films Productions can shoot this kind of thing too. I clicked in thinking it'd be another horror short. Seeing the likes on that comment rising fast, Edward scratched his nose. Looks like with the releases of Dead Silence and Lights Out, Ghost Films Productions had already built a small, but solid reputation among the viewer base. It was a good thing, but also a bit of a double-edged sword. Still, Edward had no intention of starting a second studio. This was the perfect opportunity to use Persian and Rattata to break the audience's mental association of Ghost Films Productions with only horror content. Well, it looks like Persian and Rattata can continue to have sequels, Edward said, clearly pleased. Judging by the current performance alone, the market prospects for Persian and Rattata were quite promising. A truly successful IP could generate a mountain of profits from licensing alone. As long as the future installments could maintain the same level of quality, then even if it didn't become a runaway hit, it would still earn a permanent place in the audience's hearts. And that would be more than enough. But for now, Edward still had one more task on his to-do list. He needed to prepare a souvenir for his old man. The souvenir he'd originally prepared had just been taken away by Stephen, so he had to come up with something else. The best option, of course, was to ask Giratina for help, but the problem was, Edward still had no idea how to properly communicate with Giratina. Maybe? Edward remembered the fear candies he had made yesterday. It was after he created those that Giratina had shown up, and even taken 2 of them. Back at the hotel, Edward sat down and made 2 more fear candies on the spot. Then he scribbled a message on a piece of paper, asking Giratina for a uniquely shaped stone. Wrapping the candies in the note, he placed them on the table. Well, now we just wait for Giratina to take the bait, Edward said, stretching lazily. If Giratina picked up the candies again, then that would confirm this method could indeed be used to initiate a trade. No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than the candies disappeared from the table, vanished without a trace. In their place was a stone. A stone shaped like a dolphin leaping out of the ocean, gorgeous and mesmerizing. Even more impressively, under the light, the stone reflected different colors from different angles, creating a dazzling visual effect. Looks like I can officially make deals with Giratina from now on. Edward looked at the peculiar stone in front of him, feeling fairly satisfied. The stone was not only unusual in shape, but also unique in appearance. If he gave this to his father, the old man would probably be quite pleased. Although, every time Edward thought about the things his father had done in the past, his scalp would tingle a bit. That was Rayquaza. After all, he just captured it like that? Was Rayquaza really that easy to take down? Maybe it was some kind of special edition plotline? Edward's expression was a bit strange. Among the various versions of the Pokémon games, legendary Pokémon in the special editions often ended up in rather miserable situations, just like how Mutwo got caught by Red in the special edition. If it was a special edition storyline, then Rayquaza getting caught wouldn't seem that surprising anymore. With this lingering doubt in mind, Edward slept all the way until the next morning. Then he continued filming scenes in the Paldea region for the latter parts of One Missed Call. The filming process went relatively smoothly overall. However, when it came time to shoot the segment involving Mizuno Mimiko, Edward was reminded of Hannah. So, he once again sent Zoroark to go invite Aunt Hannah over. After all, this particular scene required depicting Mizuno Mimiko harming her younger sister to draw attention to herself. As a result, her mother discovered what she had done and took the younger sister away to receive medical treatment. But before they left, Mizuno Mimiko suffered an asthma attack. However, because she had a prior history of pretending to have attacks in order to avoid punishment or to gain sympathy from her mother didn't believe her this time and simply walked away with the younger sister. This time, though, it turned out the asthma attack was real. Mizuno Mimiko ended up suffocating to death from the attack, turning into a vengeful spirit. Director Edward, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity you've given me. When Hannah arrived, she specifically walked over to Edward and bowed deeply to express her gratitude. Edward quickly stood up, though Aunt Hannah also brought him a cup of milk tea, which she had probably made herself at her store. Thank you. Edward didn't accept the bow, but he did take the milk tea from her. After all, in this part of the plot, the role of Mizuno Mimiko's mother could be played by just about anyone. Edward had invited Hannah to take the role because he wanted to help her out a bit. She was always out working multiple jobs to make ends meet, so giving her a chance to earn more was a small way of easing her burden. Boss. Zoroark walked over, his expression not looking too good. Edward glanced over. Hannah was still putting on makeup. What is it? Edward asked softly. Boss, when I went over earlier, I asked around and found out that Miss Hannah's husband has heart disease, which later triggered a cerebral infarction. He's currently still lying in the ICU at the hospital. Zoroark said quietly. Edward nodded. That was more or less what he had guessed. In this world, illness was something that could easily crush a family that wasn't financially stable. Edward let out a sigh and straightened his posture. No wonder Hannah had to work constantly and even had to apply for aid from the Pokémon League. Is the medical cost high? Edward looked at Hannah. She wasn't actually that old, only 45, but she looked aged, more like someone in her 50s or 60s. Her face was covered in the marks of time, lined with wrinkles. No matter how one looked at her, she didn't appear to be someone in her mid-40s. I made a phone call earlier to inquire. The cost per day is about 3,000 Poke Dollars. And that's after the Pokemon Center provided a special discount due to Madame Hannah's difficult circumstances, Zoroark replied, his voice heavy. Edward opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. 3,000 a day? That's over 30,000 in just 10 days. Over 90,000, possibly even 100,000 in a single month. What kind of family could survive that kind of expense? No cure. No wonder she had to work every single day. But even if she did work daily, how much could she really earn? Even if Edward gave her the highest possible fee for a special stunt actress, it might only be enough to cover 1 or 2 months of ICU expenses. This clearly wasn't a long-term solution. There's nothing they can do. If he leaves the ICU, he's just waiting to die. The doctors already advised Miss Hannah to give up, but she refuses to let go, Zoroark said, clearly feeling helpless. Edward scratched his head. In his previous life, Edward had heard a saying, some moments of emotion are just self-touching, it's just you moving yourself with your own feelings. But Edward believed that everyone in this world had their own beliefs and convictions. Did Hannah not know that keeping her husband alive in the ICU was just suffering for both herself and for him? But even so, Hannah chose to persist. She doesn't have children? Edward asked, a bit puzzled. If she had kids, wouldn't they have voiced their opinion by now? After all, there's an old saying, even the most filial child will struggle to be kind at a long-term sickbed. Crushing medical bills can easily destroy a family and turn everything into chaos. No, Miss Hannah has no children, Zoroark said with a shake of his head. Edward remained silent for a moment. No wonder Hannah refused to give up. He scratched his head again. But there wasn't really anything he could do. Sure, Edward had money, but it wasn't like he could cure Hannah's husband's illness. All he could do was try his best to help a little where possible. After spending 7 days in the Paldea region, Edward finally wrapped up the full filming cycle for One Missed Call. And with that, One Missed Call has officially wrapped up. I sincerely thank everyone for your hard work over these past days, Edward said with a smile, standing in one of the private rooms at a local restaurant, holding up a glass in his hand. Originally, there had been one final scene planned, shooting the exterior of the abandoned hospital, but Edward figured there was no need to drag the entire production crew to Hoenn for that. He could just do a brief supplemental shot later back home to establish the location. Director, you're being too modest. Being able to participate in your movie is our greatest luck. The actors were all incredibly good at flattering, one after another. They sang praises that practically lifted Edward into the sky. He couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. No wonder so many famous directors eventually grew arrogant. If you heard praise like this every day, it would be hard for anyone to stay grounded. Edward kept his polite smile and raised his glass. Though it looked like a wine glass, it only had grape juice in it, not any kind of hard liquor, so he wouldn't get drunk drinking it. Huh? Zoroark, where's Aunt Hannah? Edward looked around the bustling restaurant. The place was now packed with members of the One Missed Call crew. Edward had rented out the entire place just to celebrate the film's wrap-up. But among the happy crowd, he noticed that Hannah, who had previously participated in the shoot, wasn't there. Boss, Miss Hannah came by earlier, but she only had a few bites before leaving, Zoroark said softly as he approached Edward's side. Edward nodded after hearing that. She probably had something to deal with. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, Edward was the last to leave the restaurant. As he stepped out and glanced at the night sky outside the window, he stretched his body with a yawn. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked toward the street, where Officer Jennies were driving police cars with flashing lights, speeding down the road. Edward gave it a brief glance, but didn't pay much attention. He simply returned to his hotel and soon after, drifted into a groggy slumber. When Edward woke up the next morning, he packed his things and left the hotel with Zoroark. With the filming work now completed, the next step was post-production editing. Edward planned to personally go through the footage and piece together a rough cut first. Once the structure was in place, he would then hand it off to the company's editing staff for further processing. As long as he could direct the general editing direction, that would be sufficient, and it would also considerably reduce the amount of work he had to do himself. Walking down the street, Edward happened to glance at a milk tea shop by the roadside. It reminded him of the milk tea he had tasted before, specifically, the one made by Aunt Hannah. Her milk tea had quite a delightful flavor. Once he returned to Hoenn, he probably wouldn't have the chance to drink it again. With that thought, Edward stepped into the shop with Zoroark. "Hello, I'd like 4 cups of milk tea," Edward said with a smile, placing the order. Zoroark stood beside him, busy on his phone arranging Edward's upcoming schedule. The laughter and chatter of people on the street poured into the shop, blending with the store's background music to create a lively, slightly chaotic atmosphere. The staff quietly went about making the milk tea. Edward noticed the same girl he had seen before. She was calmly preparing the drinks. He recognized her. She was the one who had previously answered his questions at the counter. But now, her hands seemed to tremble ever so slightly. "Sir, here are your 4 milk teas." The employee handed the drinks to Edward, who accepted them while casting a glance at her slightly reddened eyes. "Excuse me, could I ask if Aunt Hannah is still working here?" Edward asked in a gentle tone as he received the drinks. He remembered that Aunt Hannah had been working at this very shop. "Aunt Hannah passed away last night." The employee's voice was soft and subdued as she answered. Edward froze for a moment, and even Zoroark, who had been fiddling with a trinket, paused and looked up at the staff member in stunned disbelief. The employee didn't know many details. She had only heard about Aunt Hannah's passing from the store manager earlier that morning. Carrying the 4 cups of milk tea, Edward stepped out of the milk tea shop. The bustling city teemed with vibrant life, but Edward blinked blankly. Just last night, Aunt Hannah had come to the wrap party, eaten a few bites, and then left. Yet in the span of a single night, that final meeting had become their last. "What happened?" Edward murmured, eyes scanning the lively street. Boss, I just made some inquiries, Zoroark began, taking a deep breath. His voice was low, heavy with weight. Aunt Hannah's husband passed away last night. After paying for the cremation and related expenses, she jumped from the rooftop of the hospital. Edward was suddenly reminded of the scene he had witnessed the previous night as he was leaving the restaurant, the flashing lights and the speeding police cars. Could it have been that the Officer Jennies were responding to Aunt Hannah's incident? In an instant, the cacophony of city sounds seemed to vanish, replaced by a profound silence that enveloped the world. Edward inhaled deeply and rubbed his face with one hand. He hadn't known Aunt Hannah very well. He only knew that her husband had been in the ICU, that she had unwavering determination, and that she worked tirelessly every single day just to buy her husband a few more days of life. What he hadn't expected was that after her husband's death, Aunt Hannah would. Sigh. Edward let out a long sigh. Let's go back to Hoenn, Edward said quietly. He handed one of the milk teas to Zoroark, then summoned Fortune and Q, giving each of them a cup. Edward took a sip of his own. The flavor was still the same, but somehow, it felt like something essential was missing. Edward and Zoroark boarded the plane, flying first class. Looking out the window, Edward watched as Levintia City slowly shrank into the distance below. The city was vast, and not a single soul had noticed that the previous night, a husband and wife had chosen to leave the world together in this very city. Edward's fingers tapped lightly on the airplane's armrest. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was weighing on his chest, a kind of suffocating frustration and gloom. Was this what people meant when they talked about emotional numbness caused by grief? Closing his eyes, Edward gently rubbed the stone in his hand. He planned to give it to his father later. Just thinking about his old man slightly lifted Edward's spirits. Besides, there was still the editing and post-production work for one missed call, not to mention the film approval process, all of which required his attention. The thought of these many responsibilities managed to ease his mood a little. By the time they arrived in Rustboro City, night had already fallen. Edward glanced at Zoroark, who was intently focused on his phone. Curious, Edward leaned over for a peek. Zoroark was browsing a donation page. What's wrong? Feeling down too? Edward raised a brow at him. It wasn't like Zoroark to be looking at donation sites. I know most donations don't really reach the people who actually need help, but sometimes you just want to do something. I guess this is one of those fleeting moments where my bleeding heart acts up. Zoroark answered with a completely blank expression, even as he entered the amount, 2,000. Edward took a look. Zoroark was donating to the Pokémon League Red Association, a well-known and long-established charity organization. I know that one. Not bad, actually. They do real work, Edward said as he pulled out his own phone. He hesitated for a moment, then put it away again. It wasn't that Edward didn't want to help others. He simply understood a hard truth. This vast league was full of people who needed help. Even a massive company like Devon couldn't possibly save everyone. That was just reality. Then Edward remembered something he had done in the past, the Trainer's First Step Foundation. It was a charity aimed at helping children who, due to financial hardship, couldn't begin their journey as Pokémon trainers at the proper age. Every year, some people would still donate to it. What if? Edward trailed off, his mind drifting to some ideas from his previous life. He glanced at Zoroark, considering whether he could create a new charitable donation fund, one focused entirely on medical assistance. If the vetting process was strict enough, it might really be able to help those in need. As for the operational model, maybe he could reference a few things, although he also remembered the public backlash that a similar donation app faced in his past life. Edward knew he would need to be extremely careful. If he created a fund with good intentions, only for it to be twisted into a tool for personal profit, the damage would be immense. Fortunately, in the Pokémon world, the one thing it didn't lack was kind and sincere people. As long as supervision was strong, it probably wouldn't go down the same dark path as in his past life. Zoroark, by the way, how's your social circle looking these days? Edward asked, glancing sideways at his companion. Zoroark looked up, giving Edward a rather odd look. Boss, I don't know any Pokemon working in those kinds of special industries, okay? Zoroark looked at Edward with a wary expression. Edward's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell was going on in this mutt's head? Did he look like the kind of guy who would go seek out Pokemon like that? Sure, he knew that. In this world with psychic-type Pokemon, there were indeed certain Pokemon who could provide people with dream-related services, but Edward had never gone looking for that. What are you thinking? I meant, do you know any Pokemon who are fiercely opposed to evil and obsessed with fairness and justice? Edward rolled his eyes. If Zoroark wasn't such a handy and capable assistant, Edward would have long since fired him on the spot. Fiercely opposed to evil? Fairness and justice? Are you talking about Lucario? Zoroark blinked and then casually said a name. Edward's interest was instantly piqued. If he really wanted to model something after a certain company from his previous life, then having a qualified helmsman, a righteous one, was absolutely essential. You know one? Edward asked with genuine curiosity. If Zoroark already had such a connection, then this whole thing would be a lot easier. He wouldn't have to find one himself or trouble the old butler to look. Nope. Zoroark shrugged without shame. Come on, it's me, Zoroark. How would I possibly know some goody-two-shoes Lucario? Edward rubbed his face. Damn mutt. But I do know someone else. Might just fit the bill for what you're looking for. Zoroark remembered an old friend of his and casually mentioned it. Edward perked up again, intrigued. Seeing this, Zoroark brought Edward to a certain place in Rustboro City. You're sure the one who fits what I'm looking for is in there? Edward's expression was somewhat complicated. He looked up at the stage, where a girl idol group was energetically singing and dancing. Then he glanced at the crowd of overly excited fans waving glow sticks with fervor in their eyes, and felt even more conflicted. Wasn't this just an underground idol group? These were the kind of girls who wanted to be idols, but didn't have the popularity or backing to even reach D-list status, underground idols. Even in the world of Pokemon, such things existed. But being an idol wasn't easy. Many spent years of their youth struggling in the scene only to end up gaining nothing. In the end, they were forced to leave the stage and return to ordinary life in quiet disappointment. That said, they were still idols. So, some underground girl groups still had fans. And this group, well, judging by the number of fans, they weren't doing too hot. Edward did a quick count. Only about 30-something people were in the audience. But the girls on stage still performed like they were standing on the grandest stage imaginable, as if thousands of fans were cheering them on. Edward couldn't help but be impressed. These girls really were fighting tooth and nail for their dream. There, that's the one. Zoroark nudged his chin toward a specific spot in the crowd. Edward followed his gaze and was instantly stunned. Alakazam was holding 6 glow sticks, passionately cheering and shouting chants with all its might. Edward rubbed his eyes. Yep, definitely a Alakazam. And, looked familiar? Code, you old weirdo, here to cheer again? Zoroark walked up and threw an arm around Alakazam's neck. The Alakazam glared at him irritably before finally turning toward Edward and greeting him with a polite nod. Edward nodded back out of habit. The Alakazam before him was indeed the same one he had encountered earlier in the job market. He just hadn't expected this kind of lifestyle. The Alakazam, Code, was decked out in fan gear, makeup on its face, looking every bit like a hardcore otaku. Its hands were full of different types of glow sticks. Edward scratched his head awkwardly. Well, he supposed Code did live a rather unique life. Zoroark, Mr. Edward, what brings you to me today? Code asked, turning toward Edward. He already understood that if Edward was here with Zoroark, then he must be the one who truly wanted something from him. And knowing Zoroark's personality well, he never visited unless he needed money. It was clear this time wasn't about his own business. It's like this, Mr. Code. Edward began explaining his idea. He would indeed be establishing a charitable foundation, but he wouldn't be dedicating his full attention to running it. He still had movies to shoot, money to earn. He needed those income streams to sustain the operations of the foundation in the long term. While it was true that the Devon Corporation brought in impressive profits every year, Edward hadn't forgotten that his father had only managed to beat their rivals at Violet Industries through endless innovation and investment in infinite energy technology. So, Devon's profits had to remain focused on R&D. Edward couldn't just rely on the company's money forever. Code hesitated for a moment. He could understand Edward's intentions clearly. He knew why Edward wanted to do this, and honestly, it could help a lot of people. Even a giant like Devon couldn't carry the burden of all those in need alone. Only by gathering countless small grains of sand could one build a strong foundation to help those suffering. However, Code also knew how complicated things could get once interests were involved. If he agreed, he might not have much time left to chase idols anymore. And this idol group was one he really believed in. Edward didn't rush him. He just had Zoroark leave a contact number for Code. Whenever he made his decision, he could reach out. Seeing this, Code let out a breath of relief. He promised that no matter what he decided, whether he accepted or refused, he would let Zoroark know. "I'm Soyo from Mygeo." Just as Edward was about to leave, a voice rang out from the stage. Edward froze. He turned his head and saw a girl with a warm smile carrying a bass guitar, energetically greeting the audience from the stage. Edward chuckled involuntarily. Now, that was amusing. It had to be a coincidence in names, right? Surely, they weren't actually Mygeo Band, the same group from his previous life? That would just be too much. Meanwhile, Code was waving his glow sticks with intense excitement, shouting louder than ever. Edward glanced at the thrilled Code, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Seeing how happy Mr. Code was, Edward thought that if Code really did agree to help run the foundation, he'd consider offering a higher salary. That way, Code could still have time to support his beloved idol group. After all, employees work to make money, but they also need time to enjoy life with the money they earn, right? "Dad, this is a gift for you," Edward said with a smile as he handed over the stone he had previously acquired through a shady trade with Giratina. The moment the old father laid eyes on the stone, his face lit up with joy and fascination. Standing beside him, Stephen also looked at the stone with a hint of astonishment. At a glance, one could tell this stone was completely natural. Its shape was uniquely bizarre and the color unusual, so much so that even Stephen found it a little unbelievable. After all, the multifaceted stone formed from a dusk stone he had gotten before already seemed quite rare to him. Yet his younger brother had managed to find something even more extraordinary? Could it be that the Paldea region really had some strange and mysterious stones? Edward had no idea what Stephen was thinking. At that moment, he had summoned Fortune the Goldango, wanting to let his dear Pokémon meet his family as well. However, after briefly nodding and smiling at Fortune, both the old father and Stephen immediately turned their full attention back to admiring the stone, leaving Fortune standing there with a bewildered look. Edward, amused and exasperated, called Fortune over to stand next to him. There was no helping it within this family. Anything involving stones took top priority. His father and Stephen were both die-hard stone enthusiasts. Thankfully, Edward himself hadn't inherited this peculiar obsession. After enjoying a family meal together, Edward formally handed over responsibility for the Devon Corporation to his father. From now on, he could fully focus on his own pursuits without needing to be involved in the company's day-to-day affairs. "Edward, once I retire in the future, the company will still be entrusted to you." Joseph looked at his son, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "That's right, brother. Devon Corporation will be relying on you in the long run," Stephen added, placing a hand firmly on Edward's shoulder. Edward looked at the two of them with a blank expression. His fists clenched unconsciously. He could feel himself tensing up. "If you two want to go dig up rocks, just say so." Edward rolled his eyes. He was genuinely speechless. It was obvious they just wanted to run off and dig for stones, yet they were spinning it with all kinds of lofty-sounding justifications. What do they mean by passing down the company and the future depends on you? Ever since he was a child, Edward had known the truth. Both his father and brother were the type who thought corporate affairs were a burden and spent their days dreaming of exploring caves for rare rocks. His father, The dignified president of the world-renowned Devon Corporation had actually organized company team-building exercises centered around cave expeditions and digging for stones. Who would believe that? It was said that one year at the company's annual meeting, the first-place prize was nearly a rare rock from his father's private collection. Thankfully, Mr. Kennedy had stepped in and vetoed the idea before it got out of hand. Ha ha! The old father laughed heartily, slapping Edward on the shoulder while Stephen also chuckled happily beside him. Joseph Stone used to worry about one thing: who would inherit the massive Devon Corporation in the future? After all, Stephen was just as obsessed with stones as he was. But fortunately, his younger son wasn't interested in digging up rocks and was fairly competent when it came to managing the business. Now, Edward had even carved out his own successful path in the film industry. Seeing this, Joseph felt the urge to retire grow even stronger in his heart. After all, sitting in the office every day was far too dull for someone like him. Joseph's dream was to climb Mount Coronet and dig for stones. That mountain had even yielded artifacts from the Hisui era in the past. Surely there were many precious stones waiting to be discovered there. Edward was a little helpless, but also quite happy. At least in his family, there were no ugly fights between brothers for power or status like in some noble houses. Stephen treated him very well, and he also deeply respected his older brother. "As long as you understand," his father said, wiping away tears of laughter. He then pondered for a moment and added, "In 2 years, I'll officially announce my retirement. At that time, Devon Corporation will be entrusted to you, Edward." The old man smiled warmly as he looked at his son. 2 years would be enough time for him to settle the Rayquaza situation. Well, Edward hesitated. But seeing the seriousness in his father and brother's expressions, he knew they weren't joking, so he simply nodded without saying much more. After all, his father had already started offloading responsibilities onto him bit by bit, and managing the Devon Corporation didn't seem too difficult either. It just meant dealing with more paperwork on a daily basis. Moreover, Edward thought of Zoroark. That guy had a certified advanced career agent license. With a bit of cultivation and guidance, Zoroark might even become a dependable right hand like Mr. Kennedy. Though Zoroark was a Pokémon, that didn't stop him from being an exceptional secretary. "How's your new movie going?" his father asked with interest. Edward answered honestly, describing the progress of his current film project. When his father heard that the movie involved smartphones, he gave a meaningful smile. "Speaking of which," Joseph said casually, "didn't you battle Nimona when you were in the Paldea region?" Edward blinked in surprise. His father knew about that too? Still, he nodded. He had indeed had a match against Nimona. "Do you know who her parents are?" His father chuckled as he asked the question. Edward shook his head. All he knew was that Nimona was a champion-tier trainer and acted as the rival of the protagonist in Scarlet and Violet. Of course, it was standard practice for Pokémon stories to feature a rival. Earlier rivals were even designed to counter the player's starter type, though more recent ones tended to have their types countered by the player instead. Nimona's parents founded the Rotom Company. It's now one of the top mobile phone manufacturers across the whole Pokémon League, Stephen added. He had already finished admiring the dolphin-shaped stone and felt his desire to go mining start to surge once more. This time, Edward was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Nimona's parents to be the founders of the Rotom Company. That company had an extremely high status in the market. After all, combining Rotom with mobile phones was a brilliantly innovative idea. Their market share was impressive too. Rotom phones were real smart devices in every sense of the word. Now Edward understood the deeper meaning behind what his father had said. Perhaps he could reach out to Nimona and try to collaborate with the Rotom Company. But after some thought, he ended up dismissing the idea. After all, One Missed Call wasn't exactly the right kind of movie for a brand tie-in. He only planned to include its eerie ringtone in the phone settings, letting viewers decide whether they wanted to use it. That said, the ringtone itself was deeply unsettling, and aside from a few people using it for pranks or gags, Edward figured most people wouldn't want to set it as their actual ringtone. Young Master Edward. Just then, the family's old butler came hurrying over, holding something in his hand. Edward looked at him with curiosity. What could this be now? There's a letter here. The old butler wore a rather serious expression as he spoke, and Edward was a little confused by his words. A letter? It wasn't that Edward had anything against letters per se, but in this day and age, receiving one felt oddly antiquated. In his previous life, Edward had actually maintained a pen pal for a while, and he'd even received a number of handwritten letters. But ever since he'd given up that hobby, letters had gradually disappeared from his life. After all, the widespread use of phones and the internet had made traditional mail nearly obsolete. Stones, your entire family shall one day pay the price for what you've done. The moment Edward opened the envelope addressed to him, his eyes were immediately met with a fiery declaration. He frowned slightly. Was this a threat? And someone had the audacity to send it directly to his home? Now, this was getting interesting. Lord Dragon God shall not forgive you. The stars of judgment will bring down devastation upon the Devon Corporation. That's it. Edward raised an eyebrow. The letter's contents weren't long. In fact, it ended right there. But it was already enough for Edward to draw some conclusions. Given the mention of Lord Dragon God and Stars of Judgment, it was highly likely that this letter came from the Draconid people. Specifically, there was a strong possibility it had been written by Zinnia herself. After all, in the Hoenn region, the only Pokémon that could be revered as a dragon deity was Rayquaza. And aside from the Draconid people, there weren't really any other groups who might worship such a being. A threat letter? Stephen had also seen the letter by this point, and his expression quickly turned grim. Someone actually dared to threaten their entire family? This letter. Their father caught sight of the note as well. His expression wavered slightly before his face darkened visibly. Edward could tell that his father had already realized where the letter came from. After all, he had once attempted to capture Rayquaza. It wouldn't be surprising if that action had offended the Draconids. Both his father and Stephen rushed out in a hurry, presumably to investigate and deal with the matter at hand. Edward, on the other hand, wasn't particularly flustered. It was just a threat letter. Zinnia may have been strong, but compared to Stephen, she was absolutely no match. Moreover, Edward himself wasn't exactly defenseless. He had the fear candy as a bargaining chip and had already recruited two powerful forces, one being the Apex Jengar and the other being none other than the world-destroying entity itself, Giratina. Even if Zinnia were to show up at his doorstep causing trouble, Edward felt confident he could handle it on his own. After all, his partner Q was a ghost/fairy-type Pokémon. That noble fairy typing made dragon types cry. And then there was also Fortune, his loyal and hardworking Goldango. Still, the appearance of a threatening letter did suggest that this world storyline was starting to unfold. At the very least, a disaster involving meteors or comets might be on the horizon. The only question was whether the other two ancient behemoths, Groudon and Kyogre, would join the chaos. Would this count as a main quest? Edward couldn't help but think, amused by the sudden narrative turn. The next morning, life resumed as usual. His father headed to work at the company like clockwork, and his older brother Stephen also left home to attend his duties with the Pokémon League. Edward had heard from Stephen that today, champion Cynthia from the neighboring region would be visiting Hoenn, and he needed to personally welcome her. It was as if the threat letter from yesterday had never even existed. Good morning, boss. Your schedule today includes editing work at the company in the morning, and in the afternoon, you'll be heading over to make a donation to the Hoenn Stray Pokémon Charity Organization. Just as Edward stepped out of the house, Zoroark briskly approached him, holding the day's agenda. It walked beside him as it spoke, professional as always. Has the donation amount been calculated yet? Edward stretched lazily, then reached out to poke Q's soft cheek, asking his question in a casual tone. Back when he released Dead Silence, Edward had promised that for every ticket sold, he would donate one Poke Dollar to a charity supporting stray Pokémon. Based on your original promise, the current total donation amount should be 45,450,000 Poke Dollars. Zoroark read out a long string of numbers from the tablet in its paw. Just rounded up to 45,500,000. Edward rubbed his brow and interrupted Zoroark mid-sentence. Although he had said $1 per ticket, adding a little extra didn't matter. A nice round number looked better on paper and could boost the company's public image. Besides, who knew? Perhaps this simple act of generosity might bring about some unexpected good fortune in the future. Understood. Zoroark quickly recorded the new amount. The company had already received its revenue share from the box office. Thanks to Devon Corporation backing the film, their cut was slightly above average. However, after deducting various operational and administrative costs, Edward would walk away with a little over $600 million from the movie's $1,400,000-something total gross. Theaters had taken 50% of the total box office, which was standard industry practice. Still, the production cost of Dead Silence was so low that the profits were still astronomical. And this was the true allure of horror films. They were inexpensive to make, easy to recoup, and if the box office blew up, the returns were enormous. Dead Silence had cost just $12 million to produce. Even with marketing and promotional expenses factored in, the total cost was minimal. Yet it brought in incredible returns. Even if Edward took $500 million out of the $600 million in profits and donated it to environmental improvement programs for Pokémon, he'd still be ahead. And once one missed call hit theaters, another fat paycheck would be on its way. When Edward arrived at Ghost Films production, he found that the company's staff had already clocked in. However, the busiest team by far was the customer service department. They had been taking calls nonstop. The other departments, by contrast, were relatively relaxed, mostly because there were no active filming projects at the moment. Post-production team, come here for a moment. Edward clapped his hands together, and instantly the office echoed with a chorus of cheerful, "Good morning, boss, greetings." Soon, the head of the post-production department came hurrying over to him. Edward quickly explained the day's editing tasks to the team lead. Although he himself would be overseeing and guiding the post-production of one missed call, having his team involved would lighten his own workload a bit. After all, editing a full-length film from start to finish took an enormous amount of time. Even so, Edward still had plenty on his plate. He needed to make sure one missed call turned out exactly as he envisioned it. That meant he'd likely be spending the next few days camped out at the company office. I hope this time, I can deliver a brand new horror experience to the people of this world, Edward muttered to himself with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. To him, one missed call was much scarier than Dead Silence. The fusion of supernatural horror with the uniquely modern element of smartphones gave the film maximum shock value. And in a world where almost every single person owned a phone, one missed call became terrifyingly personal. After all, who's to say you won't be the one to receive that mysterious call from the future? Let's release a trailer, Edward murmured as he leaned back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose. He had been working tirelessly all morning without even a single minute of rest, completely absorbed in editing. The intense focus had left his head spinning, but at the very least, he had managed to put together enough footage to create a trailer. A movie's trailer is extremely important, especially for comedies. Some comedic films deliberately hide the best scenes, while others place all their jokes in the trailer, making it their only highlight. So while trailers are undoubtedly crucial, one shouldn't rely on them too much. Boss, what scenes do you want included in the trailer? The head of the post-production department asked hesitantly. Edward stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let's not include any horror scenes at all. Instead, let's deliberately edit it to look like a suspense detective film. A sunny, mischievous smile spread across his face. He was fully prepared to commit the classic act of trailer baiting. In the Pokémon world, detective and suspense films were a niche genre with a relatively stable fan base. But in recent years, their popularity had been rising steadily. Edward decided to seize that opportunity and craft a deceptive trailer, one that would, through clever editing and soundtrack choices, present the horror movie as if it were a mystery thriller. Viewers would naturally assume it was a suspense film. But once they stepped into the theater, they would soon realize it was actually a horror film. Still, they wouldn't be able to complain, because everything shown in the trailer was genuinely part of the movie. This tactic would effectively create a dissonance between the audience's expectations and the actual viewing experience, thereby amplifying the scare factor. At the same time, it would attract suspense fans into theaters, thereby increasing box office revenue. Okay. The department head hesitated. Was this really okay? Just do it. Besides, this film does contain elements of suspense. Edward was perfectly calm. One missed call, the horror film he was working on, followed the classic formula of a traditional horror movie. The protagonist gets caught in an eerie series of events, refuses to believe at first, gradually starts believing, and ultimately tries to uncover the truth. So, did it have mystery detective elements? Absolutely. There was even a twist at the end. All right. The department head nodded. Since the boss had made the call, they would carry it out as instructed. I've ordered lunch boxes. After lunch, everyone can take a short break before getting back to work, Edward called out to his employees. Editing a film wasn't a process that could be rushed. He wasn't in a hurry. Releasing a trailer to build some anticipation among audiences before submitting the final film for review wouldn't delay anything. Edward also ordered a lunchbox for Zoroark. The meals he selected this time were very down-to-earth and home-style. As for Q and Fortune, he continued to feed them fear candy. After eating it, they would usually lose their appetite for a while, which Edward suspected was due to the heavy concentration of ghost-type energy in the candy. Boss, do you want to schedule a media interview for this afternoon's donation event? Zoroark asked as he ate his lunch. Edward, who was also eating his own boxed meal, shook his head. No need. Just arrange for a photo shoot. Then have someone in the company write a press release and publish it along with the pictures on the company's official website. Although there wouldn't be any interviews, it was still necessary to make their charitable work visible to the public. Otherwise, some people might start questioning whether Edward had followed through with the promise he made earlier. So, while it didn't need to be flashy, it still needed to be done properly. Overhyping the publicity might actually backfire, leading to resentment from the public. A simple press release on the official website would suffice. Understood. Zoroark made a note of it. After lunch, Edward took a short nap before heading out with Zoroark and the company's photography team. Together, they visited the Stray Pokémon charity organization. The person in charge looked at them with delighted surprise as Edward donated 45.5 million Poke dollars in funds and, of course, made sure to ask for an invoice in return. Charitable donations by companies could be reported to the Pokémon League, and in return, they would receive some tax deductions during year-end settlements. Because of this, quite a few businesses were willing to engage in charity work these days. With the donation complete and the invoice in hand, all the loose ends regarding Dead Silence had been more or less tied up. The next step was to renovate the puppet theater located in Petalburg Forest. Edward planned to transform it into the hospital featured in One Missed Call, thereby completing the themed setting required for the film. While they were at it, they would shoot a few exterior scenes to use in the movie. That way, once those scenes were edited in, they could generate buzz for the theme hospital and boost its popularity. What's the current daily revenue of the puppet theater? Edward asked as he sat in the car, looking ahead at Zoroark, who immediately reported the number without a second thought. Edward nodded. The revenue had indeed dropped significantly, but that was to be expected. These themed haunted houses usually rode on the popularity of the IP. Once the hype cooled off, naturally the customer traffic would follow. A renovation was clearly the right move. When they reached the outskirts of Petalburg Forest, Zoroark stopped the car. Edward stepped out, with Zoroark following behind as they entered the forest together. They hadn't walked far when Jengar suddenly popped out of the shadows, brimming with excitement as it rushed to Edward's side. Seeing how eager Jengar looked, Edward silently rolled up his sleeves, and Zoroark, now expressionless, positioned itself as the referee. Rock, paper, scissors. Jengar shrank dejectedly into a corner. Edward looked at his own fist, then glanced over at Jengar. Why does this guy always pick scissors? Seriously, how many times had it happened now? Was scissors the only move Jengar knew? Without saying a word, Edward pulled out a notebook and made another tally mark. Mr. Jengar, it's all right. It's just one loss, you'll win next time, Edward said comfortingly as he patted the sulking Jengar on the back. Jengar, squatting in the corner drawing circles on the ground with its finger, gave him an even more pitiful look. You said that last time too. Jengar muttered, and Edward was momentarily speechless. Jengar stared at him with deep resentment. It didn't want to play anymore. This game had to be rigged. It had lost so many times now that Jengar seriously suspected Edward was cheating with some kind of mind-reading hack. Otherwise, how could he win so often? Ahem. Next time, you're definitely going to win. I believe in you, Edward said as he patted Jengar's back again, trying to sound sincere. Jengar pouted. It didn't believe a word of that. By the way, Beedrill and Petalburg Forest are entering their breeding season. You'd better be extra cautious, Jengar reminded him. Edward nodded in understanding. During the breeding season, Beedrill become extremely aggressive, frequently attacking passing trainers and even other Pokémon. They were very dangerous during this time. Whatever. I'll stick with you then. Jengar slipped into Edward's shadow. This guy was, after all, one of its friends. Besides, if those Beedrill dared to attack Edward, they would be the ones in real danger. Mr. Jengar, have there been any strange people in Petalburg Woods recently? Edward asked as he walked, speaking to the little Jengar perched on his shoulder. The Pokémon had shrunk itself down to the size of a figurine, a size-shifting ability that turned out to be rather convenient. Plenty, Jengar replied nonchalantly, gripping Edward's collar with his tiny hands and swinging his short legs as he spoke. In Edward's arms, Q yawned and snuggled further into his embrace. Q was quite familiar with Jengar and didn't mind him sitting on Edward. If it had been any other Pokémon, Q might have already thrown a fit. Meanwhile, Fortune followed closely at Edward's side, eyes wide with curiosity as he took in the surroundings of Petalburg Woods. Everything here felt fresh and exciting to him. Having spent most of his time sealed away inside a treasure chest, Fortune had never seen so many fascinating sights before. Plenty? Edward echoed in surprise. Could it be that the members of Team Aqua and Team Magma had grown bold enough to act openly? One had to understand, Petalburg Woods was Jengar's territory. As an apex Pokémon, Jengar commanded immense power. Even someone as formidable as Team Aqua's leader, Archie, wouldn't be able to withstand Jengar's fury if he drew its attention. Yeah, I honestly think you humans are kind of weird, Jengar said, casually swinging his legs. Just the other day, I saw someone catching a caterpie. After he caught it, he actually liked to place it on his. Edward froze mid-step, utterly stunned. Beside him, Zoroark's expression went completely blank as he stared at Jengar in disbelief. What? Edward looked incredulously at Jengar, then glanced at a caterpie crawling on a nearby tree trunk. Caterpie was one of the most common bug-type Pokémon. In the Pokémon world, it wasn't exactly rare or exotic. In fact, many ordinary families chose it as a beginner's Pokémon for new trainers. That said, Weedle was the more popular choice, largely due to its superior combat potential. But using a caterpie for that kind of thing? Edward's expression contorted in discomfort. That's nothing, Jengar continued as if it were the most normal conversation in the world. I once saw someone using a Magikarp as a... Edward felt his scalp go numb, the skin on his arms tightening. No wonder the Pokémon League had implemented a slew of protective policies. There really were far too many perverts out there these days. Let's talk about something else, Edward finally said, his expression strained. If they kept discussing things like this, he'd start looking at other people with suspicion. He hadn't expected that, even in the world of Pokémon, there would be such twisted individuals. It really made one sigh at the unpredictability of life. Like the saying goes, when the forest is big enough, you'll find all kinds of birds in it. Fortunately, with Jengar around, their journey was very safe. The normally aggressive Beedrill scattered the moment they laid eyes on Jengar, flying off at astonishing speeds. Even Edward was impressed by their retreat. It just went to show the instinctive respect wild Pokémon had for powerful beings. But as they continued deeper into the woods, something unusual caught Edward's eye. There, on the trunk of a tree, rested a golden Weedle. Edward blinked and looked again. Yes, it was definitely a Weedle, but its coloration was completely different from others of its kind. A shiny Pokémon, huh? Edward murmured, somewhat amazed. Shiny, or alternate-colored, Pokémon were rare in the wild. Even in the real-world Pokémon setting, where random encounters were largely absent and encounters were more overt, running into a shiny Pokémon wasn't easy. He stared at the golden Weedle. Though he had no intention of catching it, he knew very well that such a shiny Pokémon would fetch an astronomical price on the black market. Edward had even heard stories about wealthy families that bred and collected shiny Pokémon exclusively. Weedle itself was relatively weak, but its final evolution, Beedrill, was immensely popular, especially in the Kanto region. For some reason, Giovanni, who hadn't yet been exposed as the villain behind the scenes, was revered as the strongest gym leader. He had once publicly demonstrated the power of his Beedrill, which caused the Pokémon's popularity to skyrocket throughout the region. Edward didn't dwell too much on it. Though he wouldn't be capturing the shiny Weedle himself, perhaps some lucky trainer would stumble across it and make it their own. When they arrived at the puppet theater, the drop in traffic was immediately noticeable. The staff at the ticket booth looked bored and sleepy, one of them even yawning deeply. But upon spotting Edward, the employee quickly stood up and greeted him respectfully. "How many guests came in today?" Edward asked casually. 50, the staff member replied, offering up the awkward number. 50 wasn't terrible, per se, but compared to the crowds they used to pull, it was definitely underwhelming. Edward was now faced with a dilemma. Should he tear down the puppet theater and convert it directly into the hospital featured in one missed call, or should he simply build a new structure next to it? Who knew, maybe he could eventually expand it into a full-fledged horror-themed amusement park, a tourist destination for thrill seekers. Where's Miss Magius? Edward decided to ask for Miss Magius and the others' opinions. After all, they were the current residents and staff members of the venue. Their thoughts might offer some useful perspectives. "Boss, Miss Magius and the others are still working inside. A couple just went in a moment ago," the ticketing employee replied respectfully. Edward nodded and headed straight in through the employee entrance, making his way backstage. Around him, the Ghost-type Pokémon enthusiastically greeted him. They all knew they worked under Edward's management, and he had always paid their salaries on time. While these little guys didn't have many expenses, they still diligently worked and saved their earnings. "I wouldn't have guessed you were so popular with these little ones," Jengar commented with interest, observing the excited Pokémon. Among them were many Ghastly and Haunter. Here and there, a few Jengar were also visible, though none of them were as large or imposing as the apex Jengar himself. Puffing out his chest with pride, Jengar strutted a little more confidently. When it comes to wild Pokémon, if you treat them with sincerity, they'll respond in kind. With a few exceptions, of course, Edward shrugged. Most wild Pokémon, given enough time and trust, could be very friendly. However, there were always exceptions. Some species simply couldn't be dealt with amicably. The Pokémon League had even published lists of particularly dangerous wild Pokémon, warning trainers to avoid them at all costs. If avoidance wasn't possible, one would need to either defeat them or seek help from nearby trainers or Officer Jennies. "I totally agree," Jengar chimed in seriously. "Except for those brainless Alakazam. Other than them, this rule works for just about all Pokémon." Edward gave him a side glance. This guy really had a bone to pick with Alakazam. "Miss Magius, do you like this puppet theater?" Edward looked at the Miss Magius before him and asked softly. The Pokémon smiled brightly and used ghostly energy to craft all sorts of colorful, vivid pictures in the air, each one a direct expression of their genuine joy. Seeing this, Edward stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since they liked it so much, maybe he really should head back to Rustboro City and inquire about purchasing a piece of land here. If possible, he could then construct a new set of buildings for one missed call right here. Who's to say, maybe one day they could truly establish a full-fledged haunted theme park within Petalburg Woods. As for staffing issues, there was really nothing to worry about. After all, there were plenty of ghost-type Pokémon in this forest, and many of them could take on part-time jobs. Considering the current puppet theater didn't attract a massive crowd anyway, shifting resources wouldn't be too difficult. The only real hurdle was gaining Gengar's approval. After all, Gengar was the overlord Pokémon in this forest. If he disapproved, then even with an official land authorization from the Pokémon League, construction would likely face countless obstacles. It might not be possible to proceed at all. Mr. Gengar, what do you think about building a theme park here in Petalburg Woods? Edward turned to look at the small Gengar perched on his shoulder and asked him directly. Although Gengar had shrunk to a miniature form, nobody in their right mind would dare underestimate this Pokémon. As an apex species, Gengar's strength far surpassed his peers and even rivaled some legendary Pokémon. According to his older brother, this particular Gengar was especially formidable. Sure, go ahead. I don't live nearby anyway, Gengar responded casually, waving it off like it was no big deal. This took Edward by surprise. He had half expected Gengar to ask for some fear candy or some other spooky payment in exchange. Why are you looking at me like that? Just because I don't enjoy noise doesn't mean I'd object to giving these little guys a place to call home, Gengar said, narrowing his eyes and staring at Edward with a hint of annoyance. Of course, he'd noticed the assumptions flickering behind Edward's gaze, and it clearly didn't sit well with him. Edward coughed awkwardly. Truthfully, Gengar had never really shown much concern for other Pokémon in the past. Back then, he was just a reclusive, noise-hating overlord of the forest. In places where he slept, there wouldn't be a sound within 300 meters, not even the rustling of wind. Edward still had no clue how Gengar managed that, but he learned the hard way. If you ever found yourself in a place that suddenly went unnaturally quiet, odds were you had wandered into Gengar's territory. In that case, I'll head back later and talk to the League about buying the land. Then we can begin construction. As for the exterior filming location, maybe we can just find some abandoned hospital to shoot it for now, Edward mused aloud, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Finding a hospital setting wasn't the easiest thing, especially an abandoned one. Even a rundown facility would require some effort to track down. With the current obstacles mostly addressed, Edward was ready to return to Rustboro City and start looking into the land purchase. You're looking for an abandoned hospital? Gengar asked with a sly glint in his eyes, looking curiously at Edward. Edward nodded in reply. He needed a hospital as the outdoor set for one missed call. It was partly his perfectionist streak kicking in. He wanted everything to be just right. Sure, he could probably borrow a functioning hospital and ask them to keep the lights off for a night, which would do the trick. But deep down, he really wanted the real deal, a more authentic environment. Well, I've heard before that there's an abandoned hospital on a mountain near the town of Loveridge where you humans live, Gengar said with a wide grin. Edward scratched his head. That smile seemed a little off, like Gengar was enjoying some private joke. Still, he made a mental note of the location. He'd ask the old butler to look into it later. If it turned out to be a suitable site, then it might just work. Once they left Petalburg Woods, Edward returned home. It was already past business hours for the League, and by this point, most of the staff had gone home. So Edward decided not to rush things. Instead, he would handle it first thing the next day. When the next day arrived, Edward went straight to the League's administrative office and successfully purchased a plot of land next to the haunted mansion in Petalburg Woods. The price was surprisingly low, so low that it actually saved him quite a bit of money. That worked out just fine for Edward. By the afternoon, Edward received confirmation from the old butler. There really was an abandoned hospital near Loveridge town. It used to be a mental hospital? Edward said, a bit stunned as he looked through the materials in his hands. The name of the hospital was quite something, Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. It brought up a few vague memories, but he knew it had to be a coincidence. This facility wasn't shut down because of unethical experiments or anything dramatic like that. Instead, the surrounding mountain range had seen a significant drop in temperature and increased snowfall, which created an environment unsuitable for patients recovering from mental illness. So, the hospital had been abandoned. Yes, it's been out of use for many years now. The League once sent people to inspect the site, but eventually decided not to tear it down. A number of wild Pokémon have since taken up residence, and they've integrated into the local ecosystem, the old butler explained as he poured a cup of warm water and set it in front of Edward. Edward raised his eyebrows. That was genuinely interesting. Snowfall near Empty Chimney? Could it be the result of a Pokémon's influence? In this world, nearly all unusual weather phenomena could be traced back to the actions of certain Pokémon. Many had abilities that altered the climate. In the case of legendary Pokémon, such as Kyogre and Groudon, their powers could even plunge the entire Hoenn region into extreme weather conditions. Looking at the picture of the abandoned hospital in the report, Edward was quite pleased. It might be an old psychiatric facility, but it definitely fit the aesthetic he was going for. He made up his mind, this would be his filming location. How's the editing work coming along? Edward turned to Zoroark and asked. Zoroark had been in charge of managing the production company's affairs. Those tasks weren't within the butler's scope. Progressing steadily. We're currently working on inserting the background music, Zoroark replied efficiently. Edward nodded in satisfaction. In that case, one missed call would likely be ready to meet the audience very soon. The trailer was even scheduled to be released later that day. Grandpa Robert, I'll leave the construction work next to the puppet theater in your hands then, Edward said with a smile. The old butler nodded cheerfully. Constructing a small hospital was no trouble at all. Besides, Edward wasn't trying to build a real hospital, just a scaled-down version. The entire structure would only be about 4 stories tall. With the prep work in place, Edward took Zoroark and a small filming crew to Loveridge Town. Upon arriving, Edward immediately spotted the mountain that stood out in stark contrast to the landscape. Amidst the sea of lush, green trees and rolling hills, there stood a single peak blanketed in pure white snow. It looked like a streak of white drawn across a canvas of green and gold, an oddly stunning sight that commanded attention. Is that an Articuno's doing? Edward muttered under his breath, smacking his lips in mild disbelief. He found himself genuinely intrigued by the snowy mountain. What kind of Pokémon could cause such a dramatic change in weather across an entire peak? It was rare, even in this world. After a quick shoot of the exterior scenes, Edward instructed the filming team to send the footage back to the company for the post-production staff to begin editing. Although the hospital had been abandoned for quite some time, its overgrown, weedy appearance actually fit Edward's vision perfectly, after all. The future haunted hospital-themed amusement park for One Missed Call would also be located within Petalburg Forest. Well then, everyone wrap it up. If anyone wants to stick around here and explore, you can take the weekend off and return to the office next Monday. Edward clapped his hands together as he made the announcement. It just so happened to be Friday, and Edward's company followed a 5-day work week, meaning no one had to work on Saturday or Sunday. As he watched his cheerful employees start packing up, Edward stretched lazily and took a moment to examine the Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. Location-wise, this facility was actually quite advantageous. However, ever since the area had turned into a snow-covered mountain, it had lost some of its original charm. The snow made it necessary for him to wear a thick down jacket just to film in the area. But as he looked at the snowy mountain behind him, an inexplicable sense of curiosity stirred within him. He couldn't help but wonder what lay at the summit. What kind of Pokémon could cause such extensive snowfall in the region? After all, this location wasn't far from Loveridge Town and was still considered part of Empty Chimney's mountain range. And if the storyline hadn't changed too much, then Groudon might still be slumbering deep beneath Empty Chimney. Groudon, a legendary Pokémon. For something to cause a snowstorm right near the territory of such a powerful being, well, that took some serious guts. Boss, the teaser trailer is live. Zoroark walked over, holding a phone in his hand. Edward took the phone and glanced at it. Sure enough, it was the teaser for One Missed Call. The trailer had a simple, suspenseful style. At least to Edward's own eyes, there weren't any overt horror elements in it. Someone unfamiliar with the background might mistake it for a detective or mystery drama. The real-time comments on the video, as well as the comment section below, were filled with viewers poking fun at Ghost Films Productions for once again crossing genres and dabbling in detective stories. After all, not long ago, the company had released Persian and Rattata, a whimsical, child-friendly piece that had now become a staple in many households with young children. The company's customer service had even received calls from parents asking when the next episode of Persian and Rattata would be released. Not bad, Edward nodded in approval. Notify the post-production team. Have them work overtime this weekend and pay them at overtime rates. Editing had to be finished before they could submit the film for approval. Edward had a fairly decent relationship with the official in charge of film review in the Hoenn region. They hadn't talked much, but he had shared some porridge with her, so to speak. In other words, he had provided a few favors here and there, so getting the approval was practically guaranteed. It was mostly a formality at this point. After all, no one in that department wanted to see their own potential earnings go down the drain. Got it, boss. Should I work overtime too? Zoroark rubbed its hands together, clearly fishing for an opportunity. Edward cast a sideways glance at him. You're not even in the post-production department. What would you work overtime for? Are you short on cash again? Zoroark had a habit of living paycheck to paycheck. The moment his salary landed in his account, it was practically gone. Edward had no idea where all that money went. Even when Zoroark played Mizuno Mimiko in the previous film and received a decent actor's fee, the money hadn't lasted long. Well, a few of the games I play are having reruns of limited events. If I want to guarantee a top-tier drop, I gotta sink about $3,000 into it, Zoroark said with a flattering grin. Edward twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth. I remember you know how to do editing, right? Then fine, you can join the overtime shift, Edward said, shaking his head. This was probably the first time he'd seen someone volunteer to work overtime. But with triple pay for overtime, there were probably more than a few people willing to sign up. As they made their way back, Edward glanced once more at the snowy mountain behind them. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he thought he saw several massive white shadows flash past in the snow. That image stayed in Edward's mind. He decided to return sometime in the future to investigate further. Back at the company, the post-production team worked diligently for over a week to finish the final cut of One Missed Call. Originally, the editing was supposed to be done sooner, but Edward decided to change the soundtrack midway through. Not only that, but he even paid to hire a renowned maestro from the Pokémon world to compose an original score, which added some delays. After that, Edward personally delivered the final cut for review. The official in charge of reviewing films wasn't present, but Edward's movie was still approved at lightning speed. And so, soon enough, all of Hoenn's media was buzzing with a brand new headline. Renowned director of Dead Silence, Edward Stone, unveils his newest work. Suspense film One Missed Call to hit theaters soon. One Missed Call? Is this really a film for detective lovers? He just can't let go of horror. Even when making a suspense film, he still sneaks in horror elements. A tidal wave of reports flooded the web like bamboo shoots after the rain. Edward felt a spark of excitement in his chest as he read them. At this point, he had become something of a household name in the Hoenn region's entertainment industry. But as One Missed Call's release date was finalized, the online debate only intensified. A full-blown argument broke out between fans of suspense films and horror movies. The core of their debate? What exactly is One Missed Call? Is it a horror movie or a suspense thriller? The teaser trailer made it look like a family-oriented suspense drama. But the movie's title, One Missed Call, and its eerie poster design, well, those gave off serious horror vibes, putting viewers in a dilemma. Viewers? I can't tell. I really can't tell. Boss, aren't you worried that once the movie's out, angry suspense film fans will tear you apart? Zoroark, dark circles under his eyes, looked at Edward with a strange expression. His boss was really something else. Thanks to the genre war, One Missed Call's popularity had skyrocketed. Even internet trolls and professional meme makers had jumped into the fray, one side backing the suspense camp, the other backing horror. Everyone was asking the same question. What is this movie really? Worried? Not at all. I mean, Even if you strip out the horror elements, there's still a suspense plot in there, Edward replied nonchalantly. Negative attention is still attention. Just look at his past life. How many celebrities disappeared from public view after a scandal? Most people forgot them entirely. But some names stuck. Funny catchphrases, trolling pictures, and all those meme-worthy moments? Those still lived on, and the trolls who spread them were still thriving online. Which just goes to show. If you stay in the spotlight long enough, even if it's blacklight, you eventually build some emotional connection with your audience. Besides, Edward still had one ace up his sleeve, a script for Hannibal. Now that was a legitimate suspense drama. Sure, it might not be suspense-heavy, but it was still a classic. And if even that didn't satisfy the die-hard suspense fans, Edward could always play his trump card. The Sherlock Holmes series. Cynthia, I look forward to your next visit to Hoenn, Stephen said with a smile as he shook hands with the woman in front of him. Stephen, I'm also looking forward to your visit to Sinnoh, Cynthia replied with a soft smile as she glanced around at her surroundings. Her visit to the Hoenn region this time was due to an invitation from the Pokémon League. She had come for a diplomatic visit to deepen ties and promote exchanges between the Hoenn and Sinnoh regions. Now that her official duties had been completed, she could finally relax. But what Cynthia really wanted to do now wasn't related to work. Mr. Stephen, is there a movie theater nearby? She asked, turning to Stephen. She wasn't particularly familiar with the Hoenn region. If this were Sinnoh, she wouldn't even need to ask. She would instantly know where the nearest theater was. There is. Are you planning to see a movie? Stephen looked a bit surprised, but he still maintained his polite smile as he asked. Yes, I'm a fan of your younger brother. I've been looking forward to his new film One Missed Call for a long time, Cynthia responded with a grin. She could have waited to return to Sinnoh and watched it there, but she simply couldn't wait any longer. Today was the film's official premiere. Stephen paused for a moment. He honestly hadn't expected Cynthia to be a fan of his younger brother. Still, he smiled and escorted her to the theater, though he didn't go inside with her. He knew his brother's film was a horror movie, and he wasn't really in the mood for that kind of experience at the moment. The last time he watched one of his brother's horror films, he had felt like the usually silent caves where he mined stones had become oddly noisy. He decided to skip this One Missed Call, entirely. So, Cynthia bought her ticket and entered the theater on her own. She'd bought the ticket a little late, so it wasn't for the premiere showing. Still, the entire theater was nearly full. Cynthia had opted for a VIP screening room, where the seats were spaced farther apart, so she didn't have to worry about being too close to other people. Soon, the screen began showing trailers for other films. Cynthia sat comfortably in her seat, popcorn in hand, watching the previews while munching slowly. There were a lot of upcoming movies being advertised, but most of them followed very formulaic and conventional plots. Cynthia felt a bit mentally exhausted. She could practically predict the entire plot just from watching the trailers. There were, however, one or two previews for horror films involving puppets and dolls. Cynthia couldn't help but smirk. Those were clearly trying to imitate Edward's earlier hit, Dead Silence. She had to admit, these people were really quick to hop on a trend and ride the hype. Then the lights dimmed, and the theater went completely dark. Accompanied by a powerful piece of music, the logo for Pokémon League Pictures appeared on the screen. Cynthia instinctively straightened her back. Immediately after came the logo for Ghost Films Productions, followed by a long list of co-producing and investing companies. Only then did the actual movie begin. The screen filled with the image of a spinning red ball, accompanied by the ominous ringing of a phone. The opening credits rolled as a series of people were shown making phone calls. Then the camera zoomed into a bustling city center, finally settling on a restaurant located on an upper floor. Yumi was trying to light the stove. Each flick of the lighter produced only a clicking sound, no flame, just the dry rattle of the gas igniter. At the same time, people at the party began discussing Yumi's psychological trauma. The screen suddenly flashed a sequence of fragmented and unsettling images. The strange noises that accompanied these flashes made people in the theater, Cynthia included, sit up straighter in their seats. Then, as a man at the party described finding a woman's hand on his shoulder while he was showering, Yumi felt a hand on her own shoulder as well. Cynthia felt her excitement rising. This didn't feel like a mystery film at all. It was absolutely a horror movie. The hand disappeared as it slid off her shoulder, and when Yumi turned, she saw her friend Yoko arriving at the party, dressed all in black. Upon asking, she learned that Yoko had just returned from attending a funeral. Finding that inauspicious, Yumi and Yoko went to the restroom to change clothes. While changing, Yoko began describing the tragic condition in which her junior had died, drowned, the scene painfully gruesome. As she talked, the screen cut to flashbacks of the drowning scene. Then, an eerie ringtone echoed through the bathroom. Cynthia shuddered. It was so realistic she could almost swear the sound came from right beside her. There was even some rustling among the audience members. She bit her lower lip. Edward's sound design had reached another level. It felt like the ringtone was truly playing right there in the theater. Yumi looked up and saw it was Yoko's phone. The screen showed the time. When Yoko came out of the stall, she saw a missed call that had turned into a voicemail. Curious, she played her own voicemail to listen to the message. It's going to rain soon. The timestamp on the voicemail showed a time 2 days in the future, 11 p.m. And the number it had been dialed from? Her own. The voice in the message was hers. Despite how strange it was, no one gave it much thought. After some laughter and conversation, the party ended and the scene shifted to a classroom. A professor was explaining how abused children tend to bully those weaker than themselves. Yoko, meanwhile, was texting her boyfriend. But from her messages, it was clear she didn't really like him. She was planning to move on to someone named Kenji. Lost in her thoughts, Yoko was called on by the professor. With the help of her classmates, she managed to answer the question. Once class ended, she rushed off to her part-time job. Soon after, Yumi received a phone call from Yoko while at home. By this time, it was already close to the timestamp from the voicemail earlier. Yumi noticed the time and warned Yoko, but the signal on Yoko's end was terrible. At that moment, a raindrop landed on Yoko's hand. She looked up at the sky. It's going to rain soon. Just as she uttered that phrase, matching the eerie voicemail, an unsettling clicking sound came from behind her. Yoko turned around, screamed at the top of her lungs, and stumbled backward onto a chain-link fence that had already begun to give way from earlier damage. She broke through the fence and fell, slamming down onto the speeding train below. On the screen, a severed hand was shown pressing the phone's call button. Cynthia clutched her chest, feeling her heartbeat pounding against her ribs, and took a deep breath. Director Edward's film. This was definitely not a mystery movie. This was undeniably a horror film through and through. Yumi then attended Yoko's funeral and encountered the man who had appeared earlier in the film. He was trying to pry open the mouth of a corpse to check something when he was stopped. Through a bystander's conversation, the terrifying rules behind one missed call were revealed. If you receive a call from your own number and hear a message from the future, you will die. And Yoko wasn't the first. Cynthia instinctively touched the pocket where her phone was and hesitated. Then she decisively turned it off. The death of Yumi struck fear into the hearts of the students. In a panic, they scrambled to grab Yumi's phone and began frantically deleting their own numbers. But of course, the audience already knew the truth. Yumi's phone had already made a call. And the person who answered it was none other than Natsumi. Soon after, Natsumi received assistance from the television crew and rejected Yumi's offer to help her. During this time, it was also revealed that no matter what methods were used, whether removing the battery or even smashing the phone, the curse of one missed call could not be stopped. In an instant, this seemingly unsolvable curse gripped the hearts of the audience, planting a seed of dread that refused to fade. Cynthia's feet pressed firmly against the soft floor, and she glanced down in confusion. The floor of this theater was covered in thick, plush carpeting. As Natsumi's death unfolded on screen, the theater erupted with piercing screams from all directions. Cynthia, however, found herself increasingly curious. Who exactly was the malevolent spirit behind one missed call? Throughout the entire story, a hidden narrative thread was woven in secret. Yumi's investigation into the truth behind the mysterious calls. As the plot advanced, Yumi herself received a call. With help from the male lead, she ventured to a run-down, abandoned hospital. Inside, she encountered a series of terrifying scenes, each one more unnerving than the last. These jump scares cascaded one after another, drawing endless shrieks from the theatergoers. Especially when the charred, decaying corpse of a woman suddenly emerged, Cynthia's breathing grew rapid and shallow. But in a sudden tonal shift, all of it was recontextualized by Yumi's tearful pleas, transforming the once horrifying atmosphere into one of warmth and empathy. Cynthia, like many others, let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Everything appeared to return to calm. Yumi's impending doom seemed to be averted. That was, until the male lead uncovered the ultimate truth behind the curse, and it all pointed to someone Cynthia had initially believed to be a mere victim, Mimiko Mizunuma. In reality, she was the true mastermind behind everything. It was Mimiko who had abused her younger sister to garner attention. She suffered from a psychiatric disorder known as factitious disorder imposed on another, formerly referred to as Munchausen syndrome by proxy. After harming her sister, she would place a piece of candy in the girl's mouth, seemingly to help her recover more quickly. In the end, Mimiko died tragically from an asthma attack at home, and her vengeful spirit was born. The corpse in the hospital was actually Mimiko's mother. She was the first victim of the one missed call curse. This massive twist sent shockwaves through the audience. Just as their tension had begun to ease, their hearts began to pound violently once more. They realized that Mimiko had never truly been defeated. Yumi's crisis wasn't over. But wait, hadn't the predicted time of death already passed? Cynthia frowned. The time indicated by the cursed voicemail had come and gone, so how was Yumi still in danger? Then, on screen, the clock in Yumi's home began spinning backward, rapidly rewinding to the exact time predicted by the cursed message. Cynthia's eyes widened in understanding. Yumi screamed in agony, and just as the male lead burst through the door, he saw what appeared to be a perfectly normal Yumi. But in the very next second, he was stabbed. Through a mirror, he finally saw the truth. The person in front of him wasn't Yumi at all, but the ghost of Mimiko Mizunuma. The final scene showed the male lead lying in a hospital bed, while Yumi, now possessed, fed him a piece of candy. Holding a knife, she smiled brightly. The screen faded to black, and the film came to its shocking end. Cynthia stood up slowly, rubbing her arms. Her clothes were damp with cold sweat brought on by fear. "This movie is really something else," she muttered, glancing down at her phone. Her expression was conflicted. Could this thing still be trusted? Just as she pondered this, the theater suddenly echoed with that all-too-familiar ringtone from One Missed Call, the same chilling tone that had haunted the film. Cynthia's body jolted violently, and she nearly hurled her phone out of sheer panic. But she wasn't the only one. All around the theater, audience members were throwing their phones. Panic spread like wildfire, screams rang out, and the thuds of phones hitting the floor created a chaotic cacophony. Cynthia turned her head and realized it was intentional. Director Edward had deliberately embedded the full version of the cursed ringtone into the film's credits as a final scare. So that's why the carpet is so thick. Cynthia exhaled deeply, clutching her chest as she tried to calm her pounding heart. If not for the cushioning of the thick carpet, a lot of phones would have been destroyed. At least the plush flooring helped protect them. With the premiere of One Missed Call, the Pokémon League's online community was flooded with reviews. Among them, there was no shortage of angry, tearful complaints from suspense film enthusiasts. One particularly prominent figure, a well-known reviewer and devout fan of mystery films known as Detective Pikachu, sat in front of his computer, eyes bloodshot and holding his shattered phone as he furiously typed out his review. Hello everyone, this is Detective Pikachu. Today I attended the premiere screening of director Edward Stone's new film, One Missed Call. Now let me share my viewing experience. I only have one thing to say to our dearly beloved director Edward. What the hell do you mean this is a suspense film? You dare call this a suspense film? Alright, I admit, I'm getting a bit emotional. But I believe that every single mystery fan who walked into the theater expecting a clever whodunit and bought a ticket for one missed call felt exactly the same way I did. From the moment I saw that pale hand appear on screen, I had a sinking feeling in my gut. When the first death happened, I was still clinging to hope, trying to figure out what trick was being used. How did the killer pull this off? What method was used to create this illusion? But director Edward used a severed hand to tell me, "You're overthinking it." By the time I got halfway through the film, I was certain this wasn't a mystery film. It was a full-on horror film, and it was even scarier than Edward's previous hit, Dead Silence. When I saw the corpse in the TV station, I'll admit, I screamed. And I'm a guy who's 6 feet 1 inch, athletic, and trained in mixed martial arts. But thankfully, everyone else was screaming too, so I wasn't too embarrassed. Now, to be fair, One Missed Call does contain some elements of mystery. The suspense is not entirely absent, it just uses a fairly common psychological condition as the basis. So, yes, there is a mystery element here. However, I later realized that director Edward had packed all the mystery elements into the trailer. Insert slowpoke smile here. And just when I had finally accepted the fact that this was a horror movie, director Edward had the audacity to pull off a massive plot twist at the end. And what a twist it was. That final reveal chilled me to the bone. I just want to say one thing. I want a refund. Oh, and by the way, dear director Edward, after the movie ended, while I was on my way out, your little surprise at the end scared me so badly I smashed my phone against the back of a seat. Now the screen is shattered. So, could I perhaps receive a discount coupon for the latest Dream Phone flagship model, the P90 Pro? Dual SIM, ultra-fast network, high-resolution camera, and crystal-clear audio. These guys are really something else. Dropping a movie review and managing to squeeze in a product placement at the same time. But putting a phone ad into a horror film review, don't you think that's a little unwise? Edward couldn't help but chuckle as he scrolled through his phone, reading the latest review by the well-known reviewer, Detective Pikachu. After the film's premiere, Edward had been actively searching for reviews online, and Detective Pikachu turned out to be one of the earliest to post his. What caught Edward off guard, though, was that the guy didn't miss the chance to earn a bite casually slipping in some paid promotion while publishing his reaction to the movie. It was, Edward had to admit, impressively smooth. He continued reading through the latest feedback when another review caught his attention. One Missed Call, a horror film disguised as an educational piece about childhood mental health. Huh? Edward blinked in surprise. While he'd long come to accept that critics often had uncanny levels of reading comprehension, this particular angle actually struck a bit of truth. If you stripped away the horror elements of One Missed Call, it could indeed be seen as a film centered on childhood psychological trauma. That aspect was admittedly a personal touch from him, though only briefly referenced in the story. It had mostly been buried beneath layers of terrifying visuals. Then came another review. One Missed Call, 50 hidden details you might have missed. Yep, this was expected. These kinds of breakdowns had become a recurring tradition. Audiences always seemed capable of identifying nuances that even Edward, as the director and screenwriter, hadn't consciously inserted. After reading for a while, Edward finally put down his phone with a satisfied expression. So far, the reception to One Missed Call had been pretty positive. Most of the negative reviews were along the lines of "too scary," "I broke my phone," or "now I'm afraid of using my mobile," none of which particularly surprised him. After all, the very concept behind One Missed Call revolved around a malicious spirit inhabiting phones, an idea that, even in the world he came from, would have been considered novel. All the more so in this world, where the horror genre hadn't yet fully developed. Even though your movie was great and terrifying, I loved it, I'm still giving it a bad review, because life isn't always fair. Edward's mouth twitched slightly when he saw that one. Indeed, the internet remained as chaotic as ever. "Boss, it's Code. He's on the line," came a voice as Zoroark walked into the room, a visible sense of joy lighting up his face. Edward looked up. Code was calling? After all this time, Edward had begun to think that Code had turned down the offer. But here he was, finally reaching out. "What did Code say?" Edward asked. Although he'd been preoccupied with the film's release lately, he hadn't forgotten about the foundation he wanted to establish. The only reason it had been on hold was that he hadn't found the right person to take charge. Code said he's willing to give it a try, Zoroark replied, smiling broadly. Though Code had said he'd think about it previously, Zoroark had always believed that, deep down, he was still the same kind-hearted and justice-driven man. Edward agreed. For the foundation to work, they needed someone not only confident, but also deeply committed to justice and empathy, someone who would ensure that the foundation's funds were used for the right causes. So, boss, what are we going to name this foundation? Zoroark asked. He would need to file paperwork with the League to get everything started, and he was clearly taking this task seriously, his whole demeanor radiating enthusiasm. Edward hesitated for a moment. He couldn't use the name he'd used in his previous life. He wasn't a big believer in fate, but since he had reincarnated into a new world, if reusing that name ended up bringing corruption or scandal, he would genuinely begin to question the logic of the universe. They say the prayers whispered in hospital walls are more sincere than those uttered in churches. Let's call it the Prayer Wall Foundation, Edward said after a moment's thought. A memory surfaced in his mind of his past life, when he had taken his mother to the hospital for chronic pharyngitis. While they were there, he had seen a middle-aged man at the emergency wing. The man was in slippers, his eyes bloodshot, the veins in his arms bulging. He was kneeling on the ground, praying over and over again. A nurse tried to help him up, but he refused to move. Edward believed that, in that moment, the man's prayer had been profoundly sincere. Got it, Zoroark nodded, his expression softening. He quickly turned and rushed out, eager to speak with Code about the plan. Edward would provide the initial funds and open public donation channels. Once the foundation was officially established, it would be linked to their company's official accounts. Watching Zoroark's hurried retreat, Edward scratched his head. It seemed the incident with Andy Hanai had left a deep impression on Zoroark. That said, in today's world, calling for donations could easily spark public skepticism. I might as well shoot a short public service video, something straightforward, and introduce the Prayer Wall Foundation in it, Edward muttered to himself. He didn't need to micromanage the foundation, his job was just to fund it. As for Code's actual ability to run it, time would tell. What was making him more uneasy now was that threatening letter from Zinnia. While Game Lore didn't show Zinnia doing anything truly malicious, this was reality, not a scripted story. He still had no idea how closely this world followed the game's plotline. It would be wise to stay cautious. Let me think. Edward absent-mindedly stroked Q's head, then reached out and patted Fortune, who was sitting off to the side reading a book. To his surprise, Fortune was reading The Wealth of Nations, a book Edward had left on the table, not expecting anyone to pick it up. The storyline involving Zinnia centered around Rayquaza and a looming meteor crisis. However, the previous arc had already involved the awakening of Groudon and Kyogre. That meant Edward now had two potential disasters to deal with. If Zinnia were involved, it was highly likely that this time the awakened forms would be Groudon and Kyogre in their primal reversion states. Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre were absurdly powerful. In the games, their weather effects were so dominant that they couldn't be overridden by other weather conditions. That meant a sunny day strategy was useless against Kyogre's torrential rains unless Primal Groudon appeared, in which case the sunlight would return. The reverse held true as well. If those two showed up in Hoenn now, it would likely lead to an epic-scale natural disaster. Super droughts and floods would wreak havoc. Temperatures might skyrocket to 53 degrees Celsius or even higher. If I remember right, primal reversion requires the use of the red and blue orbs, which are currently enshrined atop MT Pyre. Couldn't we just destroy them? Or at least move them somewhere safer? Edward thought of a critical plot element. The red and blue orbs were essential for awakening and controlling Groudon and Kyogre. Without those, the Team Magma and Team Aqua wouldn't be able to do anything, no matter what they planned. Edward stood up. He had made his decision. He was going to MT Pyre to investigate the two orbs with his own eyes and see what exactly was going on with them. MT Pyre, This is a volcanic island situated out in the ocean. However, Mt. Pyre is now an extinct volcano, which is why a large cemetery has been constructed on its summit. At present, it is considered the largest cemetery in the entire Hoenn region. When Edward arrived, Mt. Pyre was shrouded in a thick mist. He stood silently aboard the yacht, gazing off into the distance at the looming volcano without saying a word. This time, he hadn't brought Zoroark along. He had chosen to come alone. The reason he was so quiet was simple, because the atmosphere on the yacht was anything but lively. In fact, it could be said that the air aboard was suffused with a heavy, dead silence. No one spoke. Everyone looked dispirited, some even quietly wiping tears from their eyes. In such a solemn and sorrowful atmosphere, Edward didn't feel it was appropriate to say anything either. This yacht was specifically chartered to transport people who had come to mourn and pay respects to the dead. So, naturally, those on board were mostly individuals who had lost their family members or their Pokémon companions. The red and blue orbs. According to the information provided by Grandpa Robert, these artifacts have been passed down from ancient times. They've always been revered as sacred relics used to suppress the ocean and soothe restless spirits, and have been enshrined here at Mt. Pyre, Edward murmured as he glanced down at the documents he had brought along in his pocket. Within the documents were the results of Grandpa Robert's research. In the current Hoenn region, the red and blue orbs were primarily viewed as sacred objects. However, the Pokémon League was also well aware of the legends surrounding them, how they were supposedly connected to the ancient Pokémon that once reigned over Hoenn. As such, the League had assigned personnel to guard them. In fact, there were even 2 retired gym leaders specifically stationed to watch over the orbs, as well as an entire unit of Officer Jennies. With that kind of security, it wasn't surprising that in the games, both Team Magma and Team Aqua had to join forces to seize them. The yacht slowly docked, and Edward disembarked with the rest of the silent crowd. As he stood before the towering volcano, an inexplicable weight settled over his heart. It felt as though the entire mountain had been buried under a thick shroud of sorrow. Silence. Stillness. That was Edward's first impression of Mt. Pyre. The air was filled with the faint whooshing of pinwheels and the soft tinkling of wind chimes, but even the sound of the chimes seemed steeped in deep, overwhelming sadness. Edward stepped into the cemetery that occupied the volcano. The graves here were divided into 2 main sections. One was exclusively for Pokémon, where people buried their Pokémon companions. The cost of burial here was a bit higher than in other Pokémon cemeteries. Farther up the slope lay the human cemetery, where the cost of burial was similarly a bit higher than other locations. As soon as he entered, Edward saw several Officer Jennies patrolling in teams. They were dressed in special uniforms, black and solemn, and carried specialized equipment. Edward knew those were tools used to detect Ghost-type Pokémon. After all, this was a graveyard, and it was an area where ghost types easily manifested. But the League couldn't just allow ghost-type Pokémon to wander freely among the graves. After all, people came here to pay respects to their deceased loved ones and fallen Pokémon. If they had to break into a Pokémon battle in the middle of mourning, that would be far too ironic. And given the unique methods by which ghost-type Pokémon are created, it could lead to haunting thoughts. People might start wondering, could this Pokémon I'm battling be my own family member who has passed on? That line of thinking bordered on nightmarish. So, unlike the games where Mt. Pyre was sparsely guarded and teeming with ghost types roaming about freely, the Mt. Pyre of this world had dedicated Officer Jennies patrolling regularly. They would take away newly formed ghost Pokémon. Only those ghost types who had been deemed completely peaceful and non-aggressive, ones who enjoyed harmonious coexistence with humans, were allowed to remain. Edward was now in the Pokémon grave area. There were many people present. Many of them squatted in front of tombstones, murmuring softly as they placed offerings in front of the graves. Some people stood silently, stroking the headstones while their eyes reddened with tears. Edward quickened his pace. Seeing these emotional scenes weighed heavily on his heart, so he moved faster and ascended to the second floor. The second floor was also a section of the Pokémon graveyard, and it too was crowded. Edward took a deep breath and continued moving forward. Without stopping, he climbed further, up to the human cemetery. By now, he had moved from within the mountain to its outer slopes, and he could feel the sea breeze brushing against his face. "Flame, how about we choose this spot for your grave?" An elderly voice called out. Edward looked ahead and saw an old man grinning as he pointed at a gravestone. Standing beside him was an aged Charizard. It was a Charizard well past its prime. Even Edward could clearly see the creature's frailty. Its body bore many scars, so many, in fact, that it was almost jarring to look at. "Char." The Charizard let out a weak growl, then lowered its head and affectionately rubbed its snout against the old man's cheek. "Don't worry. When I pass, I'll be buried right next to you." The old man chuckled heartily as he stroked Charizard's head. Edward stood in place. The corridor was narrow, and the Charizard's presence fully blocked the path. But Edward didn't urge them to move. He simply waited in respectful silence. Young man, sorry to block your way." The old man finally noticed Edward and apologized. Then he retrieved Charizard back into its Pokeball. Edward opened his mouth slightly. This Charizard. Had it grown so old that it could no longer even fly? Pokémon could die too. They had lifespans just like humans. Bug-type Pokémon typically had shorter lifespans. Dragon types lived longer. The longest lived, however, were Ghost-type Pokémon. Ghost types were practically immortal through natural causes. As for Charizard, being both fire and flying type, its lifespan was about average. "Thank you," Edward said politely, offering his thanks before walking past the old man. As he passed, his gaze fell upon the badge pinned to the old man's chest, and his pupils contracted. He recognized that badge. It was an official medal issued by the Pokémon League, awarded only to investigators who had made exceptional contributions, equivalent to a first-class merit medal in his previous world. Edward moved forward. The old man then released his Charizard again, softly mumbling about the future. Edward didn't hurry. As he walked, he listened to the old man ramble about how his old partner couldn't even fly anymore, reminiscing about how fierce and valiant it once was, and sharing their past adventures together. Here at Empty Pyre, people buried their companions, their fellow travelers, and in doing so, they buried a part of themselves too. "Mr. Edward, you already submitted a reservation request yesterday. Here is your ticket. Please keep it safe." At the summit of Empty Pyre, Edward received a ticket, an entry pass to visit the red and blue orbs. The price of the ticket wasn't expensive, only 10 Poké. But correspondingly, there wasn't much to actually see. Even from the entrance, Edward could already make out the things situated atop the mountain. There was a structure resembling a shrine, and beyond that, nothing. The 10 Poké was mainly used to help maintain the building. After all, this place stood at a high altitude, constantly battered by strong sea winds, which were highly erosive to the construction materials. It required regular maintenance and upkeep to prevent it from falling into disrepair. But this place... Edward glanced around. Although it appeared vast and spacious on the surface, he could faintly sense the presence of people hiding in the shadows. These were likely agents from the Pokémon League, sent to protect the red and blue orbs. Edward walked forward. There was nowhere else to visit apart from the shrine in the center. The surrounding area was just open space dotted with stones. So, Edward headed directly into the shrine. Inside, he saw two elderly individuals carefully cleaning something. At the center of the room were two crystal display cases, within which rested the red and blue orbs. At first glance, the orbs didn't appear particularly extraordinary. One red, one blue. They looked somewhat like gemstones, translucent, glistening under the light, exuding a radiant brilliance. Aside from their color and clarity, they didn't possess any unique visual features. However, Edward noticed a plaque below them, engraved with myths and legends regarding the two orbs. He skimmed through the writing. The story was long, but the core meaning could be summarized into a single, simple statement. Long ago, Hoenn was struck by an unprecedented downpour and a massive drought. The people suffered immensely. One brave hero, after enduring countless hardships, found the red and blue orbs and used them to put an end to the cataclysmic rains and the scorching drought. Eventually, the hero succumbed to exhaustion and fell into the mouth of Mt. Pyre, dying there. The hero's body transformed Mt. Pyre into a dormant volcano. In memory of this great sacrifice, the people of Hoenn enshrined the orbs at this very location and built a shrine around them. Groudon and Kyogre, huh? Edward murmured thoughtfully. In truth, aside from a few god-tier legendaries such as Giratina or Arceus, most legendary Pokémon actually had species lines like Kyogre. One existed in the Hoenn region, while another had apparently been fished up somewhere else in the world. However, the Groudon and Kyogre of Hoenn were clearly unique. These two were super ancient Pokémon, capable of undergoing primal reversion using the power of the red and blue orbs, allowing them to transform into their origin forms. To put it in simple terms, their strength would skyrocket, similar to Mega Evolution. "Sir, would you like to purchase any merchandise?" An elderly lady walked over with a cheerful smile. She opened a box revealing various souvenirs and collectibles. Edward even noticed miniature versions of the red and blue orbs among them. The prices weren't particularly steep, quite affordable actually. Edward picked out a few items he liked, including the two miniature red and blue orbs, which he intended to take back for research purposes. "Granny, have these red and blue orbs ever been displayed elsewhere?" Edward suddenly remembered the reason he came here and hurriedly asked. "Displayed elsewhere?" "No, never. The red and blue orbs have always been enshrined here and cannot be moved. Doing so might invoke the wrath of the sea," the old woman replied, a bit stunned at first, but then smiled as she answered. Edward nodded. It seemed taking the red and blue orbs away wasn't going to be an option. Having finished his tour of the orbs, Edward prepared to leave. Honestly, there wasn't much to see here apart from the orbs themselves. And if even moving them wasn't feasible, then the entire operation became immensely complicated. These two orbs carried significant mythological weight, and the League clearly had no intention of relocating them. Edward couldn't quite grasp what the League was thinking. They clearly understood the connection between the red and blue orbs and Groudon and Kyogre, yet they still blatantly kept the orbs here on display. It was practically inviting disaster, deliberately dancing with death. Unless the League had other motives. Perhaps they were using the orbs as bait. From the moment Edward entered, he noticed the extremely tight security in place and even detected hidden guards stationed out of sight. It was entirely plausible that the League was using the red and blue orbs to lure out Team Aqua and Team Magma in one swift strike. While it's true that Team Magma and Team Aqua were, at best, minor nuisances to the massive Pokémon League, the problem was that both teams were like persistent rats, constantly hiding in the shadows, making it difficult for the League to eliminate them in one fell swoop. So, using the red and blue orbs as bait to draw them out was actually a reasonable strategy. But they almost failed at fishing, and nearly took all of Hoenn down with them, Edward muttered with a smirk. He didn't have much faith in the League's baiting plan. In the games, Kyogre and Groudon were successfully awakened. Despite the League's vast resources, it still required the player, the protagonist, to clean up the mess. But this was the real world. Maybe the League wouldn't be so incompetent here. Edward had no idea how the plot surrounding the red and blue orbs would develop in this world. He only intended to do what he could to prepare, so he could better handle the affairs of Team Magma and Team Aqua in the future. His plan was simple. First, have someone search for the entrance to Team Magma's secret base near Mt. Chimney, then closely monitor the underwater submarine project, because Team Aqua needed that submarine to locate Kyogre. Once the entrance to Team Magma's base was found, Groudon's sleeping chamber could be accessed. At that point, both Team Magma and Team Aqua's plans could be effectively disrupted. As for the impending meteor crisis, Edward didn't yet have a solid solution. Maybe, just maybe, he could negotiate with Giratina and have it transport the meteor into the distortion world. After all, Giratina could influence the real world. Retrieving a meteor shouldn't be beyond its capabilities. Though Edward vaguely remembered something else about that meteor, it was said to contain an extraterrestrial Pokémon, Deoxys. Deoxys had arrived alongside the meteorite, crashing down into Hoenn. Edward only remembered this part of the storyline, and that capturing Deoxys required playing a triangle-pushing puzzle game. Deoxys also had exceptional speed, but Edward wasn't particularly worried. If he recalled correctly, Deoxys's base speed stat was around 180. But as long as Q consumed enough fear candies, its base stats could be increased by 200 points in total. Battling Deoxys wouldn't be a problem. And with proper planning and maneuvering, Edward might not even have to encounter Deoxys at all. He walked back to the spot where he had previously encountered the elderly man and his Charizard. They were gone now, but 2 new gravestones had been placed there. They were blank, no names had been etched onto them yet. Edward looked at them for a moment, knowing full well that, in the future, those stones would bear 2 names. Boss, there's a commercial partnership proposal you need to look at. As soon as Edward returned to Rustboro City, Zoroark hurried over with a stack of documents in his arms. Commercial partnership? What kind of thing is this? Edward asked curiously as he accepted the documents. At this point, One Missed Call had already been released in theaters, and he couldn't imagine what sort of commercial deal could be coming in now. It was too late for product placements, after all. However, once he opened the file and saw a familiar name, Edward's eyebrows lifted slightly in recognition. Rotom Company. Edward arched an eyebrow. Wasn't this the company run by Nemona's parents? He had considered partnering with their company before, but given the unique nature of One Missed Call as a horror film, he had ultimately dropped the idea. Edward had assumed that no company would want to collaborate with a horror movie, especially when brand image was at stake. After all, in the business world, companies usually seek collaborations to boost sales. For instance, in his past life, the Pokémon IP had frequently done joint ventures with various other brands, and those cross-brand products had sold exceptionally well. The partnering companies, even after paying for the collaboration, always managed to gain considerable benefits in return. But had there ever been a case where a major brand collaborated with a horror movie? Edward could only recall a few clothing brands releasing limited edition horror-themed apparel, and maybe a handful of beauty brands launching collaborative products tied to horror films. Nothing mainstream or large-scale. Director Edward, our company would like to partner with Ghost Films Pictures to promote a limited edition crossover smartphone. So, this really is a crossover, huh? Edward murmured in surprise. But the idea of the Rotom Company collaborating with One Missed Call, there was something oddly humorous about it. Rotom. Edward was naturally familiar with this unique Pokémon. It wasn't commonly seen in official battles, but it often inhabited various types of household appliances. Being an electric/ghost-type Pokémon, Rotom could possess and inhabit electronic devices of all kinds. And the flagship product of the Rotom Company was, unsurprisingly, the Rotom Phone, a smartphone integrated with Rotom's AI capabilities that assisted users in their daily life. It was a widely popular product, although still not fully mainstream due to its high price. After all, the birth of Ghost-type Pokémon was already somewhat mysterious, and narrowing it down to just Rotom made things even more complicated. Even with efficient breeding methods, it wasn't easy to achieve mass production to the point where every single person could afford and use a Rotom phone. Edward read through the proposal in his hand and nodded to himself. Setting aside the strange image of a horror-themed crossover, the company's pitch was certainly impressive. According to the proposal, the Rotom Company planned to launch a special edition of their smartphone. The default ringtone would be the eerie, cursed tone from One Missed Call, and Rotom's interface would be reskinned to resemble Mimiko Mizunuma, the cursed spirit from the film. The phone's UI would also feature chibi-style One Missed Call horror elements scattered throughout for effect. What really caught Edward off guard, though, was the fake call feature they planned to implement. With this function, users could input specific voices or images, and the phone would generate simulated One Missed Call effects, such as receiving a call from your future self. For instance, if today was the 29th, you could customize it so that on the 1st of the next month, your phone would call you using your own recorded voice. Looks like someone on their design team has definitely watched my movie. After finishing the proposal, Edward had to admit that, at least from a collaborative marketing standpoint, the Rotom Company was showing real sincerity and creativity. And considering Rotom itself was a Ghost-type Pokémon, this crossover actually fit quite well with the core concept of one missed call. Most importantly, the financial terms were very favorable. Edward only needed to authorize the Rotom Company to use the one missed call IP, and in return, he would receive a collaboration fee of $300 million, or he could alternatively opt to receive 3% of the profits from each co-branded phone sold. Either option was quite generous. Let's go ahead with the collaboration and choose the $300 million lump sum. Edward quickly made the decision. Since the company was already interested in launching the crossover, they clearly wanted to capitalize on the hype of one missed call while it was still showing in theaters. That was the best time to generate buzz and maximize exposure. As for the revenue model, Edward went with the lump sum option. Although the 3% profit share might potentially yield more if the phone sold extremely well, he didn't particularly lack money. His intention was to use that $300 million directly as seed funding for his Prayer Wall Foundation. Otherwise, he would have had to ask his father for funding. And while his father would almost certainly agree, Edward felt that if it was his own idea, he should be the one to pay for it. Moreover, based on his calculations, choosing the 3% revenue share would only outperform the lump sum if the smartphone sales reached very high levels, which wasn't guaranteed. So, choosing the flat payment wasn't a bad deal at all. All right, boss. I'll send this to the Commercial Partnership Department so they can begin discussions with the Rotom Company. Zoroark took the documents and trotted off enthusiastically. Edward nodded. He was already thinking he might buy one of the special edition phones for himself once they were released. He was genuinely curious to see what the Rotom Company would come up with for this crossover device. A one missed call smartphone, just the concept sounded cool. In his past life, Edward hadn't even dared to set the one missed call ringtone as his own because it was honestly a little too creepy. The talks with the Rotom Company moved swiftly and smoothly. By the afternoon, Edward received a call from the company's representative, who said they would fly directly to the Hoenn region to sign the contract with him. That's the kind of efficiency you get from a big corporation, huh? Edward clicked his tongue in amusement. They were flying over to sign the contract in person? He had thought they might just mail it instead. After all, with an Alakazam's teleportation courier service available, mailing a contract would only take a few minutes. Send it, sign it, send it back, done. But the fact that they were making the effort to come in person showed how seriously they were taking the collaboration, and Edward appreciated that. And they really did arrive quickly. By evening, Edward had to work overtime and headed to the airport. The representatives were flying in from Paldea, and since this was such a major partnership, Edward felt obligated, both personally and professionally, to go pick them up. Otherwise, it would seem rude. Though the Stone family wasn't exactly nobility, their upbringing had emphasized proper etiquette and manners. Director Edward. A cheerful voice called out, and Edward blinked in surprise as he saw Nimona waving energetically at him. His eyelid twitched slightly. Why is Nimona here too? Nimona? Welcome to Hoenn. Edward greeted her with a polite smile and shook her hand. Director Edward. Your movie One Missed Call was absolutely amazing, Nimona said excitedly. Only then did Edward notice a miniaturized version of the One Missed Call poster pinned to her hat, a limited edition theater merchandise item. Clearly, Nimona was a hardcore One Missed Call fan. Edward chuckled lightly, then noticed a man in a sharp suit approaching behind Nimona. The man had a calm, professional demeanor, definitely the elite businessman type. Hello, Mr. Edward. My name is Yellow Bright, and I'm here on behalf of the Rotom Company to finalize our contract. The man greeted him with a courteous smile. Now that's a very Pokemon World kind of name. After all, we've already had names like Red and Green, so adding someone called Yellow Bright isn't all that strange either. Hello, Mr. Bright. I'm Edward Stone, the owner of Ghost Films Pictures. Edward smiled politely and shook hands with the man. But before they could exchange many words, he was quickly dragged away by the excited Nimona, who couldn't wait to start talking about movies again. Edward could only respond with a somewhat helpless expression. Still, Yellow didn't seem to mind in the slightest. After all, Nimona was the second daughter of the company's owner. He was just an employee. It wasn't really his place to say anything, especially not about the boss's daughter. Nimona, this collaboration between our companies, don't tell me it was because of you? Edward glanced at Nimona, unable to resist asking. Back when he had gone to Paldea to film, he and Nimona had had a battle. Nimona's strength had definitely impressed him. She really did live up to her title as a champion-tier trainer. But no matter how strong she was, how could she compete against someone basically running on cheat codes? Edward's Q was practically a walking hack. So, in the end, Edward had come out the victor. Nope. The decision was made by my older sister, Nimona replied with a casual wave of her hand. She didn't get involved in company affairs at all. Her sister was the one responsible for running things behind the scenes. Edward nodded. He'd heard about Nimona's older sister before, how she'd already joined the family company. That's why Nimona was basically left to her own devices, allowed to choose her own path. As it turned out, her path had led her to become a champion-tier trainer. That was no small feat. It kind of reminded Edward of his own family, come to think of it. In his case, it had been his elder brother who didn't want to inherit the family business and had gone on to become a champion instead. Director Edward, can I meet the actor who played Mizuno Mimiko? That little actor was just phenomenal. Nimona, sitting in the car, was still bubbling with excitement as she chatted away with Edward. The old butler was calmly driving while Yellow sat in the passenger seat. That's totally fine. But they're already off work for the day. If you want to meet them, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Edward didn't mind at all if Nimona wanted to meet Zoroark. Zoroark's acting was genuinely top-notch. Any scenes involving Zoroark were usually done in one take. More than once, they'd had to reshoot scenes not because of Zoroark, but because the actress playing Yumi couldn't keep up with the emotional depth Zoroark delivered. Zoroark might be a little greedy and playful, sure, but in terms of acting, they were absolutely reliable. Yay! Nimona beamed with joy, her smile infectious. Edward couldn't help smiling too. Nimona was just such a ball of cheerful energy. Director Edward, can we battle again? But then, in a quick shift of tone, Nimona's eyes gleamed as she looked at Edward with anticipation. Edward's smile froze just a little. Right. He'd almost forgotten Nimona was a total battle maniac. But this time, Edward gently declined her request. It was already late, and Q was pretty much ready to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Fortune was currently absorbed in reading and had zero interest in battling. After dropping off Nimona and Yellow at the hotel, Edward finally slumped into the back seat of the car, letting the old butler take him home. You know, Master Edward, the old butler said with a warm smile, that young Miss Nimona seems to enjoy talking with you quite a bit. Edward rubbed his forehead, a little exasperated. Grandpa Robert, don't read too much into it. I've only met Nimona once before this. He knew exactly what the old man meant. Still, wasn't it a bit early to be nudging him in that direction? Shouldn't they be pushing his older brother to settle down first? Thankfully, Edward was still considered young, so he didn't have to deal with that kind of pressure yet. His father was in good health, and with Stephen still standing tall in the public eye, Edward felt like he still had a little breathing room. When they got home, Edward let out his Pokémon. Q quickly scrambled onto the bed and flopped down, falling asleep almost instantly, its soft breathing soon filling the room. Fortune gave Edward a quick nod before opening the door and stepping out on their own. Curious, Edward followed, only to see Fortune walking into the study, calmly pulling out the general theory of employment, interest and money, and settling into a chair to read it. I'm doomed. Even Pokémon are grinding harder than me these days, Edward muttered as he rubbed his face. He'd read that book before. It was a must-read for any serious student of economics. But he never expected one of his own Pokémon to show a keen interest in this sort of material. I can't shake the feeling I'm raising some kind of monstrous genius. Pokémon. Edward scratched his head but didn't say anything else. He'd always allowed his Pokémon to do their own thing, whether it was training, battling, or anything else. He'd never forced them into anything, and he didn't intend to start now. Still, Fortune's sudden fascination with economics did spark his curiosity. What kind of path would Fortune walk in the future? The thought genuinely intrigued him. Oh, right, the coins. Edward suddenly remembered an important matter. Fortune had a special move, Make It Rain, that involved hurling a storm of coins at opponents. Not only was it flashy and effective, but if Fortune held enough coins, the move's power would increase dramatically. The more coins it had, the stronger the move became. Of course, official battle rules limited the number of coins a Goldango could carry to the equivalent of 1,000 poke dollars. But in an unofficial battle, anything went. Edward decided then and there he'd have the old butler make arrangements at the bank tomorrow to exchange 500,000 poke dollars worth of coins. It would be Fortune's personal stash. Though, such a massive coin order would need to be booked in advance. You couldn't just walk into a bank and walk out with that kind of weight. The next morning, Edward actually went to the effort of dressing formally for once. Today was the day he was signing the contract with the Rotom Company. It was only proper to look the part. Q climbed up onto Edward's head, its curious little eyes inspecting his outfit. Fortune stood beside him, still holding that copy of the General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money. Do you guys want to get a little dressed up too? Edward looked at them and grinned. Q tilted its head, then shook it. It only liked wearing its Pikachu plush suit, nothing else. As for Fortune, it also shook its head. It was quite satisfied with its golden body. No need for any frills or costumes. Edward shrugged. Grooming and dressing up Pokémon was a major part of life in the Pokémon world. Unfortunately, both of his Pokémon were ghost types and had little interest in fashion, which meant Edward never really got to experience that particular joy of being a trainer. And it was a big deal. There were tons of grooming salons and makeover boutiques for Pokémon, especially in the Hoenn region. Contest participants were basically regulars at those kinds of places. Edward remembered one contest where a Sylveon walked on stage wearing a bunny girl outfit, absolutely eye-catching. And yet, that Sylveon ended up losing to a Cerulege dressed like a samurai. That Cerulege used a bitter blade so dramatic and dazzling it lit up the entire stage and left the judges completely speechless. No denying it, that Cerulege was insanely cool. Edward had wanted to catch one himself after seeing that performance. Maybe he'd give it a try someday if the opportunity came up. Mr. Edward, allow me to offer my best wishes in advance for the success of our collaboration. At Ghost Films Pictures, Yellow smiled warmly and shook Edward's hand. Edward also returned a polite smile. The signing process went very smoothly. After all, both companies were highly satisfied with the terms of the partnership. All Edward needed to do was agree to allow the Rotom phone to utilize the intellectual property of one missed call, and as for the Rotom company's design proposals, Edward found them very pleasing. They perfectly replicated some of the key settings and aesthetics from the film. Mr. Bright, I wanted to ask, when will the new Rotom phone model hit the market? Edward asked, somewhat curious. He planned to purchase one for himself as well. After all, it was a collaborative product tied to his company's film. As the company's director, it was only natural that he show his support. Our company has already finalized the templates. All that's left is to update the phone's internal software and train the Rotom units accordingly. If everything proceeds smoothly, our company's new phone model should be on the market in about 3 days, Yellow replied promptly. Edward was a bit surprised. It seemed the Rotom company was fully committed to this collaboration and had begun preparations quite early. Otherwise, there was no way they could move at such a rapid pace. But that made sense. After all, when partnering with a movie, if you don't launch the collaborative product while the film is still trending, then its market impact later on won't be as effective. Audience memory has its limits. The longer time passes, the fuzzier that memory becomes. Though Edward had some special techniques to ensure that audiences would retain a vivid impression of one missed call, Yellow and his team obviously weren't privy to that knowledge. So naturally, they were eager to push the tie-in phone model out as soon as possible. This also piqued Edward's interest in Nemona's older sister. She seemed to be quite the capable career woman. He wondered what she looked like. In the original game, Nemona's sister never made an appearance. You're the one who played Mizunuma Mimiko? On the other side of the room, Nimona was staring in shock at the Zoroark standing before her. She was having a hard time believing what she was seeing. In the movie, Mizunuma Mimiko was portrayed as a frail and sickly little girl, but the person standing before her now was clearly a tall, well-built young man. How could that kind of person have played the role of Mizunuma Mimiko? Yes, that's right, Zoroark's eyes twinkled as it looked at Nimona with amusement. Nimona opened her mouth, about to speak, but then she caught sight of something in the mirror beside them. In the reflection, the person standing in front of her was no longer a young man, but a little girl with waist-length hair dressed in a white sundress. She stood barefoot, and there were corpse-like bruises visible on her calves. Nimona's expression froze. She looked in alarm between the mirror and the Zoroark before her, who was still watching her with a mischievous, eerie smile. She couldn't help but swallow hard. So this was how director Edward managed to shoot horror films so realistically. He actually hired real ghosts to act in them. Oh no, looks like you found me out. Zoroark's voice suddenly shifted into Mizunuma Mimiko's exact tone. Then, with a slight tilt of its head, its pupils vanished into pure white. Its large hands transformed into Mimiko's pale, sickly ones, one of which now held a piece of candy. Nimona instinctively took a step back. She knew what that candy meant. In the movie, every time Mizunuma Mimiko killed someone, she would give them a piece of candy. Even after being abused by her sister, she had offered her one. What kind of psychological condition did that reflect again? So, was she about to be attacked? Come forth, Greninja! Nimona shouted, hurling a pokeball with practice speed. A moment later, a sleek and powerful Greninja appeared in front of Zoroark, instantly assuming a battle stance. I'm not going down without a fight. Greninja, use Dark Pulse. Nimona shouted with fierce determination. People often respond to fear in one of two extreme ways. Either they collapse under the weight of their terror, frozen and helpless, or they convert that fear into rage, a blazing fury that empowers them. Clearly, Nimona was the latter type. Wait, hold on. Just as Nimona gave her command, Edward burst onto the scene. He had just been inside the office, discussing final details of the collaboration with Yellow. Yellow had even promised to send Edward a flagship edition of the One Missed Call-themed Rotom phone once production was complete. Edward had happily agreed, only to hear Nimona's voice shouting from outside a few minutes later. Without hesitation, he had gotten up and rushed out. And now he was met with the sight of Nimona's Greninja facing off against Zoroark, clearly seconds away from a full-blown battle. Although Edward wasn't sure what had happened, he quickly stepped in to stop things before they escalated. Miss Nimona, please calm down. It's true, Zoroark is the one who played Mizunuma Mimiko, he explained. Zoroark also looked a little sheepish. It cancelled its illusion and shifted into the form of Mizunuma Mimiko. Then, just to show off, it kept morphing, turning into various figures mid-transformation, including even Nimona herself. Nimona could only stare in astonishment. This is my secretary, Zoroark, Edward said, rubbing his temples. He'd already figured out what had happened. Clearly, Zoroark had deliberately tried to scare Nimona, only it hadn't expected Nimona to fight back so fiercely, and now it had nearly ended up in a brawl with her Greninja. Still, as Edward glanced at the agile, well-trained Greninja, he couldn't help but be impressed. Nimona hadn't used this Pokémon during their last battle. It seemed that, as a champion-level trainer, she certainly had more than a few powerful cards up her sleeve. And as the second daughter of the Rotom Company CEO, she likely had access to plenty of resources, so it made sense she could raise such high-level Pokémon. Zoroark. Nimona blinked in confusion. Of course, she knew about Zoroark. It was famous as the Phantom Pokémon. But she had never seen a Zoroark that could shapeshift so fluidly and with such accuracy. That's right, I'm a Zoroark. Here's my work license, Zoroark said, pulling out a certificate. For a Pokémon to legally work in the human world, it needed to be certified by the League with an official occupational license. These documents listed all the basic information about the Pokémon and could not be forged. Edward wasn't surprised at all. He'd seen it before. The license clearly read, Species, Zoroark. Ghost-type, dark. Licensed for professional work. Nimona apologized very quickly, and Zoroark also hastily expressed its own apologies. After all, it was indeed Zoroark who had tried to scare Nimona first, which directly led to the chain of events that followed. Director Edward, could I ask for your autograph? Nimona, ever the straightforward and cheerful type, had already completely tossed aside the fear she had just experienced from being scared by Zoroark. This caused Edward's eyebrows to twitch slightly. Of course, Edward replied with a warm smile. He had practiced signing his name deliberately. After all, as the future heir to the Devon Corporation, Edward was used to signing his name frequently. Nimona pulled 2 movie tickets from her pocket and handed them to Edward. He took them and gave them a quick look. These tickets were intricately designed and appeared to be collectible ticket stubs. They were quite different from traditional movie tickets and were clearly crafted with care, using high-quality materials. Edward was slightly surprised. These collectible stubs were likely a promotional idea from the theaters themselves. However, according to the agreement, any additional revenue generated in this way would still be shared proportionally with Ghost Films Pictures. Taking out his pen, Edward neatly signed his name on the tickets. Nimona happily tucked them away. My sister is also a fan of yours, Director Edward, Nimona said with a big smile. Edward nodded in understanding. No wonder she had brought 2 ticket stubs. Mr. Edward, your work is a phenomenon in the Paldea region, Yellow added with a laugh. Edward felt a little embarrassed hearing that, but deep down he was also quite pleased. Being liked and appreciated by others was, after all, something to be happy about. Once the contract was signed, Yellow prepared to leave. Edward, ever the gracious host, warmly invited both Yellow and Nimona to have lunch together before personally seeing them off to the airport. Nimona initially seemed reluctant to leave, but then she received a phone call informing her that a new champion challenger had emerged in Paldea. Only then did she agree to return. Edward wasn't surprised by this. Nimona's character had always been battle-obsessed. She was the classic battle maniac. Even in the games, players often encountered Nimona for spontaneous battles. She showed a keen interest in the protagonist, and after being defeated by the player, she even expressed a desire to become their rival. In fact, having a strong rival is practically a hallmark of every Pokémon game installment. You rascal, you almost got yourself beaten up just now, didn't you? Edward shot Zoroark a half-exasperated glance once Nimona and Yellow had departed. I really didn't expect Miss Nimona to be that intense, Zoroark said with a wry smile, rubbing its nose. Edward gave it a sideways glance and noticed that Zoroark seemed rather confident. He suspected that if he hadn't stepped in to stop the battle, Zoroark probably had a few tricks of its own to deal with Nimona's Greninja. This piqued Edward's curiosity about Zoroark's actual strength. Ever since Zoroark had taken on the role of his secretary, it had never once revealed its battle capabilities. Edward truly had no idea how powerful it was. But considering Zoroark's impressive illusion abilities, Edward figured that this Zoroark of his likely possessed more than just tricks, it probably had some serious combat skills too. When the new phone model launches, ask around and see how many employees at the company want one. Let's get enough for everyone and distribute them as a company benefit, Edward instructed, putting aside his curiosity about Zoroark's battle prowess. After all, as a secretary, Zoroark was proving to be very effective. Unless something major happened, he had no intention of replacing it. Understood. Should I get the flagship model, the standard model, or the youth edition? Zoroark dutifully jotted down the task and asked for clarification. Of course, just the standard edition, Edward said without hesitation. The flagship version was double the price of the standard one. When it came to employee benefits, giving out the standard model was more than sufficient. The box office earnings for One Missed Call were looking good on opening day, but Edward had quite a few expenses coming up. Naturally, saving where he could was the smart move. Zoroark made a note of it. The standard edition phone was fine. Though it had no personal need for a phone, Zoroark could always sell it and make a little cash. That way, it could fund its own in-game purchases again. With the collaboration details settled, Edward returned to the company and had the promotional department release a teaser announcement on the company's official website. The Rotom company would also be doing its part in promoting the product, which meant the hype could begin early. Edward fully supported this move. After all, any collaboration like this could help drive new traffic to the movie. Undoubtedly, there would be people unfamiliar with the film who would wonder why a smartphone was linked with a horror movie. If curiosity led them to watch it, the ticket sales would get a nice boost, wouldn't they? Edward also had a broader idea. He wanted to push for the concept of screening movies for wild Pokémon to be adopted across the entire Pokémon League. If that happened, he'd be able to harvest an enormous amount of fear points. Although the investment required would be significant, the potential returns were equally massive. Right now, fear points could only be exchanged for one thing: fear candy. But just this one item was already valuable enough to justify Edward throwing a ton of money into the system. If fear candy could be developed into something like steel candy, something his brother would find useful, then it would be worth billions. A single candy could fetch 100 million. And his brother wouldn't even hesitate to buy it, because this was a miraculous item that could increase base stats, something that existed nowhere else in the world. Edward would essentially have a monopoly. But if he followed the old Devon Corporation method, brute-forcing progress with money, he'd need to invest at least 500 million per region. Currently, the League had 8 established regions, and rumors were circulating that a 9th was in development, although there was no official news yet. Excluding Hoenn, that still left 7 regions requiring investment. That would be a total of 3.5 billion. That wasn't a small figure. Even though Devon was wealthy, Edward wouldn't be able to justify dropping 3.5 billion to show horror movies to wild Pokémon without presenting a solid, strategic reason. His father would never approve the expenditure. So Edward had 2 options: either make the money himself, or come up with a way to convince the League to willingly promote and distribute the films on their own initiative. But there's also the issue of content, Edward muttered to himself, as another problem came to mind. Lights Out, the horror short film currently being shown in Hoenn, was probably nearing the end of its run. It was time to begin production on a new horror movie. Lights Out was certainly terrifying, but wild Pokémon who had seen it once would be startled, maybe even twice. But after the 10th viewing, the scare factor would fade. So, to ensure a steady stream of fear points, Edward needed to start making more short films or even full-length features to fill the gap. However, One Missed Call wouldn't be suitable for adaptation into a Pokémon special version. After all, wild Pokémon didn't use phones, they wouldn't understand the plot. Hannibal? That was out of the question. If he tried to this TV series, the League would never allow it. If wild Pokémon started imitating the crimes depicted in the series, Edward would be in serious trouble. So, short horror films were the best option. Edward made up his mind. He would begin working on a new one soon. How to watch on the Pokémon. I've discovered the correct way to watch One Missed Call. Is being a pervert illegal? Is it watching while exercising? Presenting horror movies to the world. Classic you. How to watch on the Pokémon. Don't be silly. I think based on the non-aggression pact between humans and ghosts, if you get a one missed call, you just have to hide under the covers. Watermill. Indeed, according to the human-ghost non-aggression pact, the blanket is our ultimate line of defense. Under the covers, huh? Edward scratched his head as he stared at the group chat on his phone. He honestly hadn't expected that the world of Pokémon also had something like this so-called non-aggression pact between humans and ghosts. But thinking back on the horror films he'd seen before, he realized that in the Pokémon world, there really hadn't been any horror movies involving getting attacked while hiding under the covers. There were no cases of protagonists being assaulted by evil spirits while curled up in bed. It was as if even Ghost-type Pokémon wouldn't go that far. TSK. If One Missed Call weren't still in theaters right now, I'd already be shooting the Grudge. Edward licked his lips, rubbing his hands together with excitement. The idea that blankets can ward off ghosts might just be a running joke, but once that belief is established in the audience's mind, breaking it delivers an unparalleled sense of fear. Just like in the classic horror movie The Grudge, The scene where Kayako appears beneath the covers scarred a whole generation. But in Edward's opinion, Kayako appearing under the blanket wasn't even the scariest part. Back then, Kayako didn't yet have her iconic crawling down the stairs makeup, just very pale skin and wide staring eyes. What made it terrifying was the subversion of horror movie logic, that the blanket was supposed to be safe. Usually, when the protagonist hides under the covers, it's an unspoken truce between them and the ghost. You're safe, for now. It becomes a breather before the next scare. And in The Grudge, going to temples didn't help, exorcists were useless, it was all about being doomed. As long as you were touched by the curse, or even associated with someone who was, you were as good as dead. That sense of inevitability only amplified the terror. Still, for wild Pokémon, these kinds of horror tropes don't really work. A simple jump scare to the face is still more effective. Edward muttered as he pulled out a piece of scrap paper and began jotting down his thoughts. A jump scare to the face, that is, a sudden, grotesque figure popping into frame with loud sound cues, might seem overused and outdated to seasoned horror fans. But it was undeniably simple and effective. And when you consider who the target audience is, wild Pokémon that have never seen a movie or short film in their lives, then the most basic kind of scare can also be the most powerful. With that thought in mind, Edward quickly sketched out a short and simple film concept. The plot was as minimal as it gets. A Spearow is flying through the sky when it sees a campfire below. Standing next to the fire is a strange, eerie monster. But as it continues flying, it sees another fire up ahead, and again, the same monster standing by it, but this time looking even more terrifying. The Spearow flies past 10 such fires, each one bringing the monster closer. As the Spearow grows more panicked, the final fire appears with no monster in sight, only the flames burning quietly. But the very next second, the monster suddenly appears right in front of the Spearow, bursting onto the screen with a terrifying jump scare. This short film was different from Lights Out. Edward didn't use any of those classic shorts from his past life. After all, many of those were built upon modern human technology and daily routines, terrifying to humans, but utterly meaningless to wild Pokémon. Take, for example, a short where the protagonist finds a ghostly figure in a photo, and each time they flip back and forth, the ghost gets closer. Scary, right? But wild Pokémon don't even know what a photo is, so that kind of scare won't land at all. Or the classic selfie jump scare, where a phone camera picks up floating human face detection frames all around. Chilling for humans, but incomprehensible to a Pokémon. That's when Edward had a realization. To scare wild Pokémon, you don't need complex setups. A simple, straightforward jump scare to the face is plenty. Theoretically, a short film of this level doesn't even need me to direct it personally. But if I don't participate in the filming, will I still be able to collect fear points? Edward frowned as he looked at the simple horror script in his hand. There was barely any plot. It was pure scare tactic from start to finish. He could easily hand off something like this to his production staff. But he worried that if he wasn't directly involved, he might not receive the fear value generated. So Edward decided to take charge of the shoot himself. It wouldn't be hard anyway. With something this simple, he could finish shooting in a single night. As for the starring role, Edward decided to bring in Jengar. Jengar had past acting experience, and Edward hadn't contacted him much lately. Even though they had a good relationship, friendships needed regular contact to stay warm. Feeding Jengar some fear candy now and then was a great way to keep the bond strong. That way, if Edward needed help from Jengar in the future, the connection would still be there. Zoroark, distribute this filming plan and have the staff quickly find a suitable set and cast a Spearow actor. Edward called Zoroark into his office and handed him the short script. Boss, is this one of those wild Pokémon-only releases for Mr. Yannister? Zoroark glanced at it and instantly understood what Edward was aiming for. Edward nodded. This short film was made specifically for wild Pokémon. Otherwise, if they just kept showing Lights Out and Persian and Rattata, the wild Pokémon would get bored eventually. Edward was utterly devoted to the spiritual enrichment of wild Pokémon. Just the thought of wild Pokémon not having any new, scary horror shorts to watch made Edward physically uncomfortable. Boss, here's today's news. Zoroark handed him a phone. Edward took it with a bit of confusion and glanced at the screen. And then he saw it. In the middle of a lush, dense forest, several trees had been split clean in half. Yannister, would you care to explain why there are so many trees in the wild that have been split clean down the middle recently? A familiar conference room. A familiar league chairwoman. A familiar Stephen. A familiar Yannister. A familiar Officer Jenny. But this time, the topic of discussion was anything but familiar. How the hell should I know why those trees got chopped in half? Yannister couldn't help but snap. It wasn't like he went out there and chopped those trees himself. If anything, he wished he could transform every inch of desertified land into lush forest. Why on earth would he be out there doing the opposite? He sighed inwardly with a hint of helplessness. After all, the Pokémon Environmental Improvement and Maintenance Department, his department, was usually one of those low-profile teams in the league, quietly doing real work without any drama. But this year, it was already the second time he'd been summoned personally by the chairwoman. And to be honest, it was starting to irritate him. The league chairwoman shot him a glance before silently pressing the play button. A blurry surveillance feed lit up the monitor in front of them. Yannister recognized it. It was one of the fire hazard prevention cameras that the league had installed in the wild. But what did this have to do with today's issue? Then the footage showed a cacturn and a shiftry. The two Pokémon climbed up a large tree, then abruptly sat down on the trunk, and in the next moment, they split the tree clean down the middle using their crotches. Afterwards, the two Pokémon seemed to be chatting casually as they hopped around, patted each other on the shoulder, and wandered off together. "Does this look familiar to you?" the chairwoman asked, glancing at Yannister again. He rubbed his face with both hands. Familiar? Of course it looked familiar. Not long ago, Edward had submitted a comedic short film. Yannister had watched it himself. The star, a character named Tom, a Persian, had cracked him up for the first time in a long while. Naturally, he remembered that infamous scene very well. In fact, at the chairwoman's request, he had even instructed his subordinates to mix it into the rotation with the other horror shorts, so they weren't always just showing lights out. But the chairwoman wasn't done yet. "If that's not enough, how about this?" she said as she pressed play again. This time the footage came from a rural village, apparently from a farmer's home security camera. The image quality was sharper, and it even included audio. On screen, another Meowth appeared, this one wild. It snuck up toward a large tree, acting all shifty. Then, it confidently spread its legs and attempted to split the tree down the middle, just like Tom had done in the short film. When it didn't work at first, the Meowth got visibly frustrated, moved over to a smaller tree, even used a move to assist, and crack, it split it. Then it let out a weirdly familiar and absurd screech of triumph before walking off, apparently very satisfied with itself. "So," the chairwoman asked again, "ring a bell?" Yannister could no longer keep a straight face. That was exactly like the crotch-splitting scene from the Tom short. It was a nearly perfect imitation. What the heck was this? Pokémon's Got Talent, Mimicry Edition. Then the chairwoman began playing more footage, clips pulled straight from the Pokepoket, featuring the very scene in question. She'd even gone so far as to cut specifically to the moment when Tom the Persian performed the crotch-split tree move. Everyone in the room watched as Tom leapt into the air, slammed his crotch into the tree, split it, and let out that unmistakable, unhinged cry of victory. In recent weeks, the chairwoman began reading from a report with a neutral expression. A significant number of trees in the Hoenn wilderness have been found split down the middle. According to Professor Birch's research, it appears that this crotch-splitting tree behavior has been adopted by certain wild Pokémon as a sort of trendy fad. Yannister began sweating profusely. He was finally starting to understand the real reason the chairwoman had summoned him. And now, she continued, we're even seeing a case of Pokémon teaching it to other Pokémon. Reports are coming in from islands near Hoenn where multiple species have started attempting the crotch split. Look here. The chairwoman laid out a few photographs on the table. One of them showed a Garchomp and somehow performing a crotch split on a palm tree. The tree had indeed been split in half. No one could figure out how the heck it had even climbed up there, but the deed was done. She placed the photos on the conference table and turned to Stephen. "Yannister, what's your opinion on this matter?" she asked with a strangely calm tone. Yannister took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I think I'll sit down for this opinion," he replied, essentially giving up. Come on, how is this his fault? Sure, he'd approved the short film's airing, but it wasn't like he'd done it without permission. The league had cleared it. There were no scary or harmful elements. It was meant to be funny. Blaming him now? That wasn't fair. Technically speaking, no laws have been broken. Officer Jenny chimed in, all business as usual. While the trees have indeed suffered some damage, the majority of them survived the splitting. They'll simply live the rest of their lives with a permanent gap. The chairwoman's eye twitched. She could tell Jenny was barely suppressing a laugh. That was it. She'd had enough. These people, every single one of them was hopeless. Couldn't anyone just make her job a little easier? At this rate, the chairwoman said grimly, I feel like Hoenn is about to become known for a new landmark, a forest of split trees. Her expression was thunderous. She had watched the short film herself when it was first submitted and had found it amusing. So, she had greenlit it and even asked Yannister to broadcast it to the wild Pokémon population. But who could have predicted this outcome? Pfft. Yannister couldn't help it. A snort of laughter escaped him. You think this is funny? The chairwoman suddenly slammed her palm down on the table, crack. The table split clean in two. Yannister froze. His smile disappeared instantly. He now noticed the bulging veins and taut muscle on the chairwoman's arm. Oh no. He'd almost forgotten. This league chairwoman could go toe-to-toe with a Machamp in hand-to-hand combat. She was a monster in human form, known for being stronger than most Pokémon. If she decided to lay into him, he'd be lucky to survive it. Chairwoman, Officer Jenny chimed in again, this time with a bit of dry humor in her tone. I understand your frustration, especially considering that your own Infernape recently mimicked the film and split 3 trees in your courtyard. But maybe don't let your emotions interfere with your official duties. The entire room fell silent. Yannister lowered his head, pinching the flesh of his thigh as hard as he could, hoping the pain would help him suppress the grin tugging at the corners of his lips. Stephen took a deep breath. His shoulders were shaking slightly. He knew that Infernape. It had even battled against his Metagross once, pretty formidable. But he hadn't expected it, too, to have been influenced by a comedy short film. The chairwoman's face was now pitch black with fury. She stared daggers at Officer Jenny, who maintained her expressionless poker face as if nothing had happened. Well then, the chairwoman finally said after a long exhale, let's discuss how we're going to deal with this situation. She knew Officer Jenny had a point. She was letting her emotions get in the way. But this wasn't just some small incident anymore. This was about Hoenn's public image. Especially with the league's high-level summit coming up in a few days, where every champion from every region would be gathering in Hoenn. What? The whole splitting trees incident is my fault. Edward was utterly dumbfounded when he heard the news. Strictly speaking, the league chairwoman believes that the videos you filmed of Persian and Rattata have had some influence on wild Pokémon, Stephen said as he sat across from Edward. The two were currently having lunch, meals prepared by the family chef, which were delicious as always. Edward froze mid-bite. He had already felt that something was off when Zoroark showed him those photos. Just by looking at those trees that had been split clean down the middle, he had a strange sense of déjà vu, like, even though the trees had clearly been split and there was no one else around, he just knew that a certain cat named Tom had been there. However, Edward really hadn't expected the situation to escalate to the point where it had reached the ears of the Hoenn League chairwoman. And while it was just the chairwoman of the Hoenn region, that was still an extremely high-ranking figure, someone on par with Chairwoman Gita of the Paldea region. What surprised Edward the most, however, was that something he had originally created just to test the market, to please the audience, and to keep his horror series Lights Out airing, those goofy short films featuring Persian and Rattata, had now become a trend for wild Pokémon to imitate en masse. Wait, how many Pokémon are mimicking it now? Edward couldn't help but ask. He hadn't paid too much attention to this issue before. After all, when he had originally produced the shorts, his main goal had been to introduce a reimagined version of the classic Tom and Jerry to this world. He hadn't really considered the consequences at all. A lot. Lately, there have been tons of split trees showing up all over the forests in the Hoenn region. And more Pokémon are starting to mimic the behavior. Someone even reported seeing a Machamp trying to do the crotch split move on a tree, Steven said, chuckling as he remembered the footage. Edward twitched at the corner of his mouth. Okay, that was definitely on him. Pokémon were very special creatures. Even though their original name in Edward's previous world had been pocket monsters or pet monsters, in reality, Pokémon were far more intelligent than ordinary pets. Even bug-type Pokémon, typically seen as simple-minded, were not actually that dumb. According to Professor Birch's research, even the Pokémon with the lowest intelligence usually had the equivalent cognitive development of a 3- or 4-year-old human child. Of course, exceptions like Slowpoke didn't count. Some of the more intelligent Pokémon were even smarter than humans. Psychic-type Pokémon, for example, were known for their exceptional intelligence. In fact, their company's research division included several Alakazam working on scientific studies. That alone spoke volumes about how intellectually capable some Pokémon could be. In the past, wild Pokémon didn't really have any forms of entertainment. Their days were filled with survival struggles, attempts to evolve, and evading capture by trainers. But now, Edward had introduced short films into their world. To wild Pokémon, these moving images were a completely novel source of entertainment, something that acted like an interactive toy. Especially when the short films featured familiar Pokémon species like Rattata, which could be found almost everywhere in the wild. For wild Pokémon, these short films were a rare form of excitement in their otherwise monotonous lives. When people go camping for long periods of time, they start to crave books, games, or other amusements. Wild Pokémon, however, never had any of those to begin with. So the content Edward created quickly became a powerful form of attraction. Bro, do you think these wild Pokémon might develop a kind of dependency on the films? Edward mused aloud as he absent-mindedly poked at a piece of meat in his bowl. He always needed to keep his hands moving when he was deep in thought. Stephen wasn't surprised by this quirk anymore. Dependency? Edward, are you? Stephen paused mid-sentence and gave his brother a strange look. You're not seriously thinking. From a biological perspective, Edward continued, not noticing his brother's odd expression. The more advanced a creature is, the greater its need for spiritual or psychological satisfaction. Biology was truly fascinating. Creatures like cockroaches simply went through life following instinct, eating, breeding, and surviving, with no time or need for things like entertainment. But the more intelligent a creature was, the more it would crave emotional or mental stimulation. In simpler terms, such creatures would develop social tendencies and enjoy doing things unrelated to basic survival, like engaging in recreational activities. A prime example of this in his previous world was the ocean's infamous gangsters, the Orcas. Orcas were extremely intelligent, vengeful, capable of complex communication, and known for their elaborate forms of play. Sometimes they'd sneak up beneath a stingray just to slap it unconscious with their tails, not for hunting, but just for fun. They'd even work together to ambush whaling ships, and their methods of entertainment were wildly creative. So, here's the thing. Pokémon, creatures with intelligence on par with or even exceeding that of Orcas, naturally possess the same, if not stronger, needs for mental stimulation. In the past, maybe they satisfied that need with simple pranks or dominance games in the wild. But now, Edward had given them short films. Bro, do you think the other regional Pokémon leagues might start importing these films on purpose once they hear about this? Edward's eyes lit up. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it sounded. The Pokémon League's overarching attitude toward Pokémon had always been centered around peaceful coexistence and strong protective efforts. If Edward could enlist a few Pokémon professors to study the issue, publish some findings, and make it onto the news, saying that Pokémon also required psychological and emotional fulfillment, then there was a solid chance that the League might actually start distributing his shorts across other regions. It's definitely possible. But if something goes wrong because of them, you'll be held accountable, Stephen replied after some careful thought. He had finally understood what his brother was getting at. Edward nodded. He had thought about that too. It was indeed a complicated issue. Some segments in Tom and Jerry could be downright dangerous in the real world, like Tom getting hit by a train. If a Pokémon tried to mimic that scene and got run over, the blame would fall squarely on Edward. And Pokémon couldn't read. Well, except for certain psychic types, most Pokémon were completely illiterate. So even if Edward plastered warnings across the screen, "Do not try this at home," it would be completely useless. Unless he took steps to review and edit the content, cutting out parts that might lead to real-world accidents. But doing that somehow felt a little unnatural to him. If you're seriously interested in pursuing this, maybe talk to Miss Sarah from the company's legal department, Stephen suggested after some thought. She might be able to give you some ideas. Leave professional matters to the professionals. Edward agreed that his older brother was right. When it came to legal matters, it was ultimately useless and time-consuming for him to try and figure out ways to skirt around issues on his own. It would be far more efficient to consult a professional. Devon Corporation, with its vast assets and immense business empire, stood at the top of the Hoenn region's corporate hierarchy. It was the dream company of nearly every job seeker in the area, and naturally, its employees were selected from only the best of the best. The head of Devon's legal department, Miss Sarah, was renowned as the most outstanding attorney in the entire Hoenn region. She was currently working for Devon Corporation as well. When Edward arrived at the Devon offices, Miss Sarah was already waiting for him in her office. "Miss Sarah, good afternoon. I hope I'm not bothering you. There's a matter I'd like to trouble you with," Edward said with a polite smile. Sarah waved her hand quickly in response, signaling that it was no bother at all, and courteously asked about the purpose of his visit. She had already received a call from Old Man Joseph earlier, and so she had cleared her schedule in advance, setting aside all other complicated affairs to wait in her office for her future boss. Everyone at Devon knew that, barring any unexpected developments, Edward was the only likely successor to lead Devon's future. Although Mr. Stephen was incredibly capable, he had always preferred digging for rocks over running the company and had shown little interest in corporate management. "Well, it's like this." Edward gave Sarah a simple explanation of what was on his mind. She listened carefully and attentively. However, once he finished, she didn't immediately offer an answer. Instead, she politely excused herself and turned to her computer, beginning to look up some information. Sarah wasn't familiar with the issue, so she needed to get a solid grasp of the situation first. Edward didn't mind and waited patiently in silence. "Mr. Edward," Sarah eventually said after finishing her research, "the issue you raised, if you're looking for a solution, currently doesn't really have one. Legally speaking, there are no existing laws under the current Pokémon League legislation that define anything like a short film inciting wild Pokémon to commit offenses. In other words, no matter what wild Pokémon do after watching your shorts, you cannot be held legally accountable." Miss Sarah's analysis was clear and professional. Edward scratched his head. Legally, that may be the case, but he knew that in practice, things weren't so simple. Even if the law didn't hold him accountable, public opinion might. There were some actions that, while not punishable under law, still drew public scorn or contempt, and that could affect both his own reputation and Devon Corporation's image. Still, at least for the moment, the good news was that no law existed to hold him responsible. So even if those tree-splitting, crotch-kicking Pokémon ended up chopping down every tree in the Hoenn region, the League couldn't come after Edward directly. That said, something still had to be done. "If your concern is more about reputation than legal liability," Sarah continued, "then there are still steps you can take. You could consider making a donation and participating in tree planting initiatives. I've looked into the affected trees, and although they've been split, it hasn't significantly affected their ability to survive. Furthermore, trends like these typically don't last very long. As long as you release new shorts, you should be able to guide attention in a different direction. Edward nodded. That did make sense. Since that was the case, he would just hand Ada a new script and have him shoot another short film as soon as possible. Once Yannister started broadcasting the new video, they could redirect the attention of the Pokémon audience toward other activities. I remember there were some more positive and constructive episodes of Tom and Jerry, Edward muttered thoughtfully. Maybe I can pick one of those and give it a Pokémon World-style overhaul. He had made up his mind. He would expedite the release of a new Persian and Rattata short film to avoid having every tree in Hoenn become a victim of crotch splits. Otherwise, he really might end up getting reprimanded by the League. After thanking Miss Sarah, Edward left. He decided to stop by and visit Headmistress Lillian. Now that he thought about it, ever since he returned to Hoenn, he hadn't visited her yet. He wondered how Ruckus was doing these days. And then there was that foul-mouthed Curlia. Had it become even a little more normal under Lillian's guidance? The thought piqued Edward's curiosity. Passing by a juice bar on the way, Edward took a detour and walked in. He ordered 3 berry juices for himself and then placed an additional order of several cups of berry juice, asking the staff to deliver them to the Pokémon Daycare Center once they were ready. Fortune, what kind of juice do you like? Edward asked as he released Fortune from his Pokeball. He already knew what flavors Q liked, but he hadn't figured out Fortune's preferences yet. Fortune looked over the menu and eventually selected a Leppa berry juice. Edward then asked the staff to swap out one of his previous orders and make it a Leppa berry juice as well. Once everything was prepared, Edward picked up Q, with Fortune following behind, and they left the juice bar. Edward didn't have anything against Fortune in particular, it was just that the Pokémon weighed 30 kilograms, and frankly, that was a bit much to carry around. Oh, right, there's one more thing I need to do today. Edward suddenly remembered something important. It was midday, the usual lunch break, and Zoroark was still passionately gaming back at the company. Edward had a scheduled appointment this afternoon to visit the bank and withdraw some funds. With Q in his arms and Fortune trotting beside him, Edward made his way through the city streets under the astonished gazes of passing pedestrians, eventually arriving at the largest bank in Rustboro City, the Pokémon Bank. This was the official bank of the Pokémon League and the largest banking institution across all Pokémon regions. It was a cross-regional financial giant. Anywhere under the jurisdiction of the Pokémon League, this bank could be found. Good afternoon, sir. What business would you like to take care of today? A lobby manager approached him as soon as he walked in. When the manager noticed Fortune at his side, it was as if everything clicked into place. He seemed to understand exactly why this customer was here. A Goldango, huh? That species had been all the rage lately within the league. They were known not just for their popularity, but for their association with extreme displays of wealth. Occasionally, other trainers with Goldango came in to exchange their currency for coins too. I had an appointment to exchange 500,000 into coins, Edward said as he hugged Q, who had just finished drinking his juice and let out a satisfied little burp. Fortune's eyes widened. How much? Mr. Edward. Yes, of course. We've received your appointment. The coins you requested have already been prepared and are currently stored in our mini vault. Please follow me. The lobby manager became even more enthusiastic after recognizing his identity. Edward was a name everyone in finance knew, the future president of Devon Corporation, a mega-rich individual, and a VIP client of the highest tier. The Stone family was, after all, the largest account holder in the entire league banking system. Edward wasn't surprised in the slightest. Hugging Q and followed by Fortune, he made his way into the bank's mini-vault. And there they were, an endless, dazzling sea of coins. All of them were league-issued coins in $1 denominations. A full 500,000 of them, stacked and stored right here. Fortune, time to put it away, Edward said casually. Fortune let out a happy cry and dove forward, his body absorbing the coins like a flowing river. One after another, the coins disappeared into his golden body, making his already shimmering form shine even brighter and more brilliantly gold. Edward rubbed his chin thoughtfully. 500,000 in coins. Is that enough to crush a pseudo-legendary Pokémon to death? A single make-it-rain attack tossing all 500,000 coins. Now that would be luxurious. This time, he really was going to throw money around, literally. That was the question. In the games, when a Gholdengo uses the move Make It Rain, it functions perfectly every time. Not only can the move be used repeatedly during battles, but the player can even pick up money afterward. However, in real life, things obviously couldn't work that way. After all, you can't just let Pokémon casually toss currency around. Doing so would most certainly trigger an economic crisis. Imagine corrupt factory bosses capturing a whole batch of Gholdengo to generate gold coins every day. There's no way the Pokémon League's financial system wouldn't collapse under such abuse. Thus, in the real world, when a Gholdengo uses Make It Rain, it's a move powered by Pokémon energy. However, if a Gholdengo happens to be holding physical coins, it can also use its own coins as ammunition in the attack. That said, the League has a strict regulation in place. All coins used in the move must be split evenly between both trainers after the battle. In other words, if you're up against a Gholdengo in battle and they use Make It Rain with actual coins, win or lose, you'll walk away with at least 500 Poké coins. This is the League's way of limiting the financial potential of Make It Rain, since allowing a Gholdengo to endlessly increase the coin quantity in the move would be incredibly unbalanced. What's the current gold price? Edward asked casually, watching Fortune absorb the coins while sipping on his sweet Mago berry juice. Mr. Edward, the current price of gold is 545 League coins per gram, the bank's lobby manager answered, rubbing his hands together with a friendly smile. Edward nodded slightly. 545 coins per gram, it was a bit higher than before. He looked thoughtful for a moment. According to a certain Pokémon professor's research, if a Gholdengo used actual gold coins for Make It Rain, the move's power would increase substantially. However, even for someone like Edward, that kind of battle style was not something he could easily afford. To put things into perspective, 500,000 coins could be exchanged for only 917 grams of gold, not even a full kilogram. To forge a standard 33-gram gold coin, you could make roughly 27 of them. If you wanted to make 1,000 gold coins, it would cost nearly 19 million League coins. But maybe that's not so much after all? Edward muttered to himself. Still, based on the Pokémon professor's findings, the difference in attack power between regular coins and gold coins wasn't vast. If standard coins gave the move an attack coefficient of 1, then gold coins offered a coefficient of 1.75. On the other hand, if you used gold coins in a battle against another trainer, the League's rules would attract challengers like moths to a flame. You wouldn't even need to make eye contact. Someone could say, "I dreamed you disrespected me last night," and that would be enough of a reason to initiate a battle. So, Edward decided to abandon the idea. 500,000 regular coins would suffice. After all, a League standard coin weighs 6.1 grams. If Fortune could throw all 500,000 coins at once, the total mass would rival the sheer impact force of a Snorlax using Giga Impact. It was enough to deal with most emergencies. Not that Edward intended to unleash that many at once. His goal in giving Fortune access to 500,000 coins was simply to prepare for emergencies. Deep down, he knew that the real crisis threatening Hoenn still hadn't fully emerged. Increasing Fortune's battle power was just another step in preparing for that eventual showdown. And if by then, Zinnia tried to use him as a bargaining chip against his older brother, or their father, then Edward would be ready to strike back hard. In the games, Zinnia wasn't depicted as overly insane, but this was real life, and real life had its differences. "Mr. Edward, would you like to purchase some gold?" the lobby manager asked warmly. Edward was a premium customer, and high-tier clients like him often made large purchases. The Pokémon League Bank offered various gold products, from bullion bars to bricks. Not right now, Edward shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy, it just wasn't the right time. Gold prices fluctuated daily, and Edward preferred to wait for a dip before investing. Besides, even if he bought gold now, he likely couldn't give all of it to Fortune for combat purposes. It would simply be too extravagant. Anyone struck by that kind of attack might literally wake up laughing in the middle of the night. Once Fortune had finished absorbing all the coins, Edward, holding Q in his arms, let his golden Goldango out of the bank. The lobby manager, still smiling, handed him a business card. Edward hadn't planned to take it, but when he saw the man's name, Lex Luthor, he accepted it without hesitation. Not for any professional reason, just because that name was enough to make him want to keep the card. Time passed like that brand of sticky sweet lemon tea, the kind that develops a butyric acid stench as it ferments, reminiscent of sweaty feet, but somehow still intoxicating. One whiff and you're hooked. And once you're hooked, time just flies. Before he knew it, Edward had arrived at the Rustboro City Pokémon Care Center. Compared to before, the shelter's front gate was peaceful again, no more groups of troublemakers causing daily ruckus. The place had regained its calm. Blackie Murkrow was no longer standing guard at the gate, which made Edward curious. Once he stepped inside, he saw Blackie sipping berry juice with Big Bear. The afternoon sunlight was warm without being harsh. When Big Bear, stufful, saw Edward, he raised a hand in greeting and made a hand signal. Edward understood immediately. That was Big Bear's way of telling him that someone had come to adopt a Pokémon today. Craw! Blackie chirped and flew over happily, but upon spotting Q napping peacefully in Edward's arms, he quietly turned around and returned to his spot. Fortune looked around curiously at the two unfamiliar Pokémon. These species didn't exist in the Paldea region, so he was intrigued. Edward brought Fortune inside. He wasn't concerned about guests adopting Pokémon. After all, the shelter run by Headmistress Lillian had always advocated Pokémon adoption services. Adoption over capture, that was Lillian's slogan. And in Rustboro City, Lillian's Pokémon Care Center had gained a modest reputation. Some families would even come here to adopt a Pokémon as their child's first partner. Not every household could afford one of the official starter Pokémon, after all. Greenie Shroomish has a great temperament, but she tends to get overly excited. When that happens, she releases a lot of spores uncontrollably. Are you sure you want to adopt her? Edward heard Headmistress Lillian's voice before he even stepped fully inside. He paused for a moment. Someone wanted to adopt Greenie? Holding Q, and with Fortune by his side, Edward entered the room. And as soon as he stepped in, he saw the person standing next to Headmistress Lillian. Zinnia. Edward frowned as he looked at Zinnia. He hadn't recognized this girl before, but now he recalled that it was Zinnia and her companions who had captured the Pokémon thieves, the Kirlia and Poochyena. Although Zinnia later betrayed her allies and helped rescue the stolen Pokémon, Edward still couldn't form a favorable opinion of her. Now that he remembered more, her identity became even clearer. She was a member of the Draconid people and had a history of enmity with his Stone family, Edward's own lineage. She had even sent them threatening letters before. This child will definitely show extraordinary performance in battles, Zinnia said with a bright, cheerful smile, showing no trace of hatred or darkness. She looked completely carefree and harmless. Oh? Edward, you're here too. Lillian, the head of the Pokémon Care Center, had noticed him by now and greeted him with a warm smile. Edward smiled back and nodded, then turned to Zinnia, who also turned to meet his gaze, her eyes glinting with a subtle but clear sense of scrutiny. Headmistress Lillian, is this Miss Zinnia here to adopt Greenie? Edward asked as he walked over, holding Q in his arms. Fortune the Goldango followed closely behind him, his eyes locked firmly on Zinnia. Even Q, sensing the hostility in Edward's demeanor, sat up and stared at her with wariness and an unmistakable tension. Lillian nodded, but then she noticed something off about Edward's behavior. She paused for a moment, instinctively glancing at Zinnia, her own expression turning doubtful. She knew Edward's personality well. If he was reacting this way, there must be something wrong with Zinnia. As expected of Mr. Edward, just a few words and I've already been ostracized, Zinnia said with a chuckle, clapping her hands together. She didn't seem worried at all. On the contrary, she still had the mind to joke. Zinnia, are you really here to adopt Greenie? Edward narrowed his eyes at her. His memory of Zinnia wasn't that vivid even in the mainline games. Her screen time wasn't significant. She was portrayed more like a tragic figure who'd been emotionally betrayed or slighted. In fact, in some special editions, Edward remembered that when Zinnia confronted Rayquaza, things didn't go well for her at all. He vaguely recalled that she had even been punished by Rayquaza for harming the protagonist. Yes, Zinnia could be considered canonically pitiful. But it seems Mr. Edward isn't planning to let me adopt anymore, is he? Zinnia clasped her hands behind her back, tiptoed slightly, and leaned forward playfully as she looked at Edward, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. You and your group kidnapped Curlia and Poochyena. I really can't bring myself to trust you, Edward said directly, not beating around the bush. Sure, Zinnia had intentionally leaked information to help him save the Pokémon back then, but that was one matter. The bad things she'd done couldn't just be forgiven because she happened to do one good deed later. Even the law doesn't work like that. You might get a lighter sentence, but you'll still have to be held accountable. As soon as she heard this, Lillian's expression darkened. She didn't say anything, but a Blastoise appeared at her side. Then, Ruckus the Salamence let out an earth-shaking roar as he soared in from the backyard and landed beside Lillian, eyes glaring furiously at Zinnia. Zinnia didn't respond immediately. Instead, she looked at Ruckus, her eyes briefly filled with surprise and compassion. She seemed genuinely saddened by the scarred and battered condition of the Salamence. Edward, I wasn't the one who ordered the kidnapping of Curlia and Poochyena. That bastard next to me did that on his own, Zinnia snapped, her gaze at Edward full of frustration. Edward frowned slightly. He was aware that Zinnia held a grudge against his family, likely tied to his father's past attempt to capture Rayquaza. He didn't know many details about that incident, but Edward believed there's rarely love or hatred without a reason. His father must have done something more than just try to catch Rayquaza to provoke such intense resentment from Zinnia. Edward narrowed his eyes. Figuring out what to do with Zinnia was a tricky issue, but since he'd run into her here, the best course of action was to detain her. She was a Draconid. Who knew? She might be useful in future events, especially if Rayquaza was involved. Having her in custody could simplify locating it. Even though Edward wasn't planning to let Team Aqua or Team Magma succeed in stealing the red and blue orbs to awaken Groudon or Kyogre, being proactive about potential threats was never a bad thing. Just as he was about to act, Zinnia suddenly slammed a Pokeball onto the ground. Thick smoke burst out instantly. Ruckus roared, flapping his massive wings to blow the smoke away in seconds, revealing Zinnia seated on the back of an Altaria, trying to escape by air. Q! Edward shouted. If Zinnia got away, it'd be a major headache. No family, no matter how powerful, could guard against thieves every single day. Q leapt out and immediately launched a dazzling gleam attack. But Zinnia and her Altaria evaded the strike with agile precision. Gravity, Headmistress Lillian said calmly. At that moment, Altaria let out a distressed cry. It couldn't fly anymore. Beside Lillian, a Clefable stuck out its tongue cheekily at Zinnia. It had cast gravity, effectively grounding Zinnia and cutting off her escape route. Looks like I won't be getting away after all. Zinnia's face fell. She glanced at Q and Goldango with unease, then looked cautiously at Lillian. She had clearly realized just how experienced and formidable this center headmistress was. Lillian had read her escape attempt perfectly and immediately deployed a gravity field to shut it down. Knowing there was no longer a chance to flee, Zinnia threw out all of her Pokeballs. In an instant, 6 Pokémon appeared in the courtyard. Edward's expression twisted with amusement. Next door in Kanto, there was Lance, the self-proclaimed Dragon-type Master and Champion of Dragons, whose team was packed with flying types. From a purity standpoint, Lance's team couldn't hold a candle to Zinnia's. Zinnia had 6 Pokémon out now, 5 of them were pure Dragon types. Baxcalibur, Gudra, Salamence, Noivern, only that tiny gummy wasn't full-fledged, but every other one was undeniably dragon-type. Oh, Lance, you call yourself the Dragon Master? Your team's dragon-type purity is seriously lacking compared to Zinnia's. Stone. Zinnia shot him a very unfriendly look. But when she looked at Headmistress Lillian, her expression shifted into one of deep respect, a stark contrast that made Edward's eyelid twitch. That flip in attitude was almost too dramatic. Clear out the surrounding Pokémon, Zinnia said with grave seriousness. I don't want to hurt these little ones. Edward paused. Seeing Zinnia's expression now, some of his hostility softened ever so slightly. Still, a battle was inevitable. He turned to Fortune. Speaking of which, hadn't Fortune just collected 50,000 coins? Maybe, just maybe, this was a good time to unleash a Make It Rain? After all, Lance had only suffered because Jenna had barely any dragon types to choose from. Zinnia, you're the Draconid who previously sent threatening letters to my family, aren't you? Edward looked straight at the woman in front of him. By now, Headmistress Lillian had already instructed Ruckus to disperse the other Pokémon. A battle was clearly unavoidable at this point. And Zinnia didn't seem like the kind of person who would surrender peacefully. That's right, that was me, Zinnia admitted with a bright smile, not even trying to deny it. Edward narrowed his eyes slightly. While he knew that in the game's storyline Zinnia was someone obsessed with a singular goal, this was the real world. Joseph was his father, Stephen his older brother, and yet this woman had dared to threaten his family. That was something Edward absolutely could not tolerate. Fortune, Edward called out in a low voice. All 6 of Zinnia's Pokémon were already out on the field. This wasn't a formal Pokémon League battle where trainers took turns sending in Pokémon one by one. In fights like these, there was no such thing as fairness, only a chaotic melee. Nobody was going to give you the chance to reason things out. Salamence, use Flamethrower. Zinnia was equally decisive and wasted no time giving commands. But before her instructions could even reach her Pokémon's ears, a vast shadow suddenly loomed over her from above. Zinnia instinctively looked up, only for her pupils to contract sharply in surprise. Hovering overhead was a massive black cloud formed entirely from sparkling, metallic coins. Without warning, the entire cloud collapsed like an avalanche, the coins pouring down with the force of a waterfall. This was Make It Rain, a move imbued with the power of a steel-type attack. Caught completely off guard, Zinnia's Pokémon were buried beneath the barrage of 500,000 coins. They were struck violently, their heads split open, bleeding profusely. These weren't just ordinary coins, they carried the full weight of an offensive move, each one enhanced by the energy of steel-type power. Headmistress Lillian's mouth opened in disbelief. Edward pressed his lips together tightly. Fortune's Make It Rain was far more terrifying than he had expected. 500,000 coins fell at once, instantly blanketing Edward's entire field of vision. Apart from a blinding cascade of dense, metallic glints, he couldn't see anything at all. Q. Edward didn't hesitate for a second. Now was not the time to waver. If Zinnia managed to escape, who knew when they'd be able to find her again? Given that most of Zinnia's Pokémon were dragon types, Edward ordered Q to immediately unleash a full-powered dazzling gleam. In the next instant, a brilliant radiance filled the entire area. The fairy-type energy was so dense and potent it felt almost tangible. Zinnia's dragons were bombarded with a massive blow, one they couldn't hope to endure. When the blinding light finally faded, Edward saw Zinnia lying unconscious on the ground. Over her, Salamence was standing protectively with its wings spread wide, shielding its fallen trainer. However, the dragon itself was riddled with wounds and covered in blood. The coin-shaped bruises on its body were obvious. These injuries were all caused by Fortune's relentless attack. The rest of Zinnia's Pokémon lay scattered around her, all fainted. Only Baxcalibur and Altaria were barely able to remain standing, and even they were in extremely poor condition. Still, the main source of the damage wasn't even the coins. The magical brilliance of Dazzling Gleam had carved deep burns into their skin, marks that were clearly visible even from a distance. Roar! Salamence let out a furious roar, its gaze fixed on Edward with burning hostility. Edward looked down at Zinnia's unconscious body, half buried in the enormous pile of coins. Clearly, Fortune's attack hadn't spared her either. Few humans could survive a direct hit from a Pokémon move. Not everyone was a super rookie who could get electrocuted every day and still be fine. Under the combined pressure of 500,000 metallic coins raining down from above, Zinnia had been knocked out instantly. If Salamence hadn't shielded her, she might have ended up in the ICU. Headmistress Lillian, please call the Pokémon Center. And also contact Officer Jenny while you're at it, Edward said after a long breath. Fortune's attack had been wildly effective. 500,000 coins crashing down from the sky was no joke. As for Zinnia, Edward had no more sympathy to give. This unfortunate woman had sent threatening letters to his family, and from Edward's perspective, that made her an enemy. Protecting his family was his highest priority. Zinnia could be handed over to Officer Jenny and her squad for all he cared. As for what came next, Edward silently pulled out his phone and sent a message to his big brother. Now that his brother was involved, Zinnia probably wasn't going anywhere anytime soon. Zinnia's strength wasn't bad, to be fair. After all, raising a full team of dragon types was no small feat. Dragon-type Pokémon were notoriously difficult to train. Their growth was slow, their evolution curve steep, and their early stages were awkward to work with. But once they reached their final forms, they were exceptionally powerful. However, raising them required incredible resources. Their appetites were huge and their dietary needs were particular. For ordinary families, training dragon-type Pokémon was simply too costly. Grah! Zinnia's Salamence roared in frustration, clearly unwilling to give up. It wanted to carry its trainer away and flee, but Headmistress Lillian's Clefable was still exerting gravity. The effect prevented the dragon from lifting off. It could only huddle close to its unconscious trainer and the equally dazed Altaria and Baxcalibur, guarding them vigilantly. Don't worry. Your trainer's not dead. She'll be taken to the hospital soon, Edward said softly, reading the worry in Salamance's eyes. This Pokémon clearly cared deeply for its trainer. There was a powerful bond between Zinnia and her Pokémon, that much was easy to see. At that moment, the distant sounds of police sirens and ambulance bells could be heard approaching from outside. I'll be damned, it was this who kidnapped me? Suddenly, a psychic message echoed inside Edward's mind. He winced slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching. Headmistress Lillian let out a long sigh, covering her face in shame. Even after all this time, Curlia hadn't changed one bit. Every time it opened its mouth or sent a telepathic message, it was censored profanity. Headmistress Lillian's head throbbed. This was the most unruly, foul-mouthed Pokémon she had ever tried to rehabilitate. In an instant, every conscious human and Pokémon present turned their attention toward the voice. Over there, stomping her way into the scene, was a very angry Curlia, spewing a high-frequency barrage of censored expletives. Behind her, a Mytiana was gently tugging on Curlia's little skirt with its teeth, clearly trying to hold her back and calm her down. Curlia, please, calm down, Headmistress Lillian pleaded gently. Calm down? You want me to calm down? I'll bleep her bleep bleep, and then I'll bleep her bleep. Curlia's psychic message was still going strong, not a single ounce of restraint in sight. She looked ready to sprint forward and kick Zinnia in the face. Curlia, did this woman participate in your kidnapping back then? Edward asked, watching the furious psychic type carefully. He wanted to confirm whether Zinnia had directly taken part in the abduction. I don't remember, Curlia said after a pause, shaking her head. I blacked out almost instantly. I couldn't see who was involved. Edward's mouth twitched slightly. Since there was no definite answer, there wasn't much he could do. The previously captured unlucky fellow kept insisting that Zinnia had been his accomplice, yet Zinnia herself denied it flatly. Edward decided it was best to let the two of them confront each other directly. After all, when it came to interrogations and extracting confessions, the Officer Jennies were far more professional than he was. Professional matters should be left to professional people. At any rate, that unfortunate guy was already locked up in the League's detention facility. If he had been lying, his sentence would be extended. If he had told the truth, then Zinnia might very well be sent in as well. However, considering her identity as one of the Draconids and the looming meteor crisis in the near future, Edward figured the League probably wouldn't actually sentence her to prison. More likely, they would have her atone for her crimes by performing meritorious service. Curlia, still cursing up a storm, wanted to go over and kick Zinnia, but the menacing presence of Salamence made her feel an enormous amount of pressure. At this moment, the officer Jennies had also entered. They had received the emergency call already, and although the leading Jenny was somewhat shocked by the sheer number of gold coins scattered across the room, she didn't press for details. Instead, she swiftly subdued the still struggling Salamence, allowing Nurse Joy to come in and take away the unconscious Pokémon. Salamence, Baxcalibur, and Altaria were all taken away as well. Their injuries were quite severe and required proper treatment. For a time, the entire Pokémon daycare center was bustling with people. One of the officer Jennies came over to take a quick statement from Edward, though it was mostly for procedural purposes. After all, Edward was clearly the victim in this case. Once everything was finally wrapped up, Edward had Fortune gather all the scattered coins back into its body. Edward, how many coins did your Goldango manage to store? Headmistress Lillian looked at the gleaming golden Goldango standing beside Edward. Of course, she was very familiar with this species of Pokémon. Not only were they powerful in battle, but seeing one like Edward's, capable of hurling out such a massive barrage of coins, was truly a first for her. 500,000, Edward said with a smile as he glanced at the still grumbling Curlia, answering Headmistress Lillian's question. With a little troublemaker like that around, it looked like Headmistress Lillian was going to have her hands full in the future. He couldn't help but wonder whether the other Pokémon in the daycare might be influenced by Curlia's rebellious personality. 500,000? Headmistress Lillian was clearly taken aback. That number was hard to wrap one's head around. But considering Edward's background, she quickly accepted it without further surprise. I heard most Goldango have a limit to how many coins they can store. I wonder just how many yours can hold. Headmistress Lillian bent down and picked up a coin from a crack in the floor, smiling as she handed it back to Fortune. Fortune took the coin and even bowed politely in return. Fortune's adorable and courteous behavior made Headmistress Lillian laugh nonstop. She was becoming increasingly fond of this kind of Pokémon. No wonder the League's Pokédex entry said that Goldango could easily form good relationships with others. That I don't know either, Edward said, glancing at Fortune. When he had exchanged for 500,000 coins, he had done so with the assumption that Fortune might not be able to absorb them all. Who would have thought that Fortune managed to absorb every last one, and it even looked like it could hold more? Edward himself was a bit curious about Fortune's actual upper limit. As he was leaving, Edward didn't forget to donate a sum of money to the daycare. After all, Fortune's Make It Rain had essentially torn the room apart. It definitely needed some renovations. When he returned to his company, Edward saw Zoroark busy going over some documents. He walked over to take a look. The report Zoroark was reviewing showed the recent box office numbers for One Missed Call. One Missed Call had already been in theaters for a day or two, and while its total earnings were slightly lower than Dead Silence, Edward wasn't concerned. The initial buzz around Dead Silence had been extremely high, and One Missed Call simply didn't have that same level of hype. Even so, it had performed decently, all things considered. Once the collaboration with the Rotom Company went live, Edward expected there would be another wave of popularity. Though, he wasn't sure how the actual phone sales would pan out. Honestly, if he hadn't been the one who directed the movie himself, Edward probably wouldn't have wanted to use that phone either. The premise of One Missed Call really was pretty unsettling. Just hearing that particular ringtone had made him uncomfortable all over during filming. "Good afternoon, boss." Zoroark greeted him with a glance before going right back to work on the documents. There were some decisions in the company that required Edward's direct input. Right now, Zoroark was sorting through the necessary paperwork and arranging Edward's afternoon schedule. However, this kind of work was just routine for Zoroark, and it handled it all swiftly and efficiently. "What's on the schedule for this afternoon?" Edward asked. Despite having just been in a battle, it had been a complete stomp thanks to Headmistress Lillian's cooperation and advantageous type matchups. He didn't feel tired at all. Was Zinnia weak? Not really. But she'd had the misfortune of going up against him. The gold rush of 500,000 coins, a move so overwhelming that it had completely blanketed the entire room, wasn't something an average Pokémon could endure. No wonder the League had a limit on how many coins Goldango was allowed to use in battle. And then, there was Q's devastatingly effective Fairy-type attack. With type advantage and a surprise attack, Zinnia going down as quickly as she did was completely reasonable. "Boss, this afternoon you need to shoot the short film scheduled for delivery to Mr. Yannister," Zoroark answered promptly. It was already part of today's schedule. Edward pinched the bridge of his nose, remembering the simple jump-scare short film he had written earlier. It was a very basic script, no difficulty at all. The only minor hassle was finding an actor. Once the casting was sorted out, all he had to do was set up the stage. He'd already decided on the location, Petalburg Forest. That was Jengar's turf, and it suited the setting for the script perfectly. While he was there, he could also play rock-paper-scissors with Jengar again. This time, Edward planned to let Jengar win a few rounds. If Jengar kept losing every time, it might eventually lose interest in playing altogether. The goal of the short film was to scare wild Pokémon. Since most wild Pokémon lived in the forest, a forest setting was the most appropriate for his shoot. He figured he could harvest quite a lot of fear points from the shoot. And while he was at it, he could test how effective his jump scares were on wild Pokémon. As for whether this little short film might cause any psychological trauma to the Pokémon involved, Edward figured it was highly unlikely. After all, it was just a very basic jump scare short. What could they possibly learn from it? Absolutely nothing. It wasn't like they were Persian or a Rattata. What was there to learn? Edward was quite confident in that regard. The news that Ghost Films Pictures was preparing to shoot a new short film quickly spread throughout the Special Actors Guild in Rustboro City. However, the number of audition requests Ghost Films Pictures received was not particularly large. The main reason was because of Edward's very specific casting requirement this time. He only needed a single Spearow for the lead role. The problem with that was, not many people had actually caught a Spearow. After all, Spearow's potential was considered fairly limited, and there were simply too many other, better choices for flying-type Pokémon. In the Hoenn region, for example, many trainers preferred to raise Swablu, the unevolved form of Altaria. Swablu was also a flying-type Pokémon, and once it evolved, Altaria would gain Dragon typing, which made it a powerful combat choice. Even if not used in battle, it could still serenade listeners with its enchanting voice, making it a beloved companion. But even though not many people trained Spearow, when the actual auditions rolled around, there were still 10 special actors with Spearow who came to try out for the role. "Boss, are we looking for acting skills in this one?" Zoroark stood by Edward's side, asking with a hint of uncertainty. Zoroark knew very well that his boss had a particular fondness for Pokémon and actors with strong acting abilities. "Nope. No acting skills required this time. The worse the acting, the better," Edward replied casually while flipping through the audition materials in his hands, catching Zoroark off guard for a moment. Why was the requirement different this time? As Edward looked through the audition applications, he noted the attached photos and listed prior works of the Spearows. Unsurprisingly, most of them had little to no acting experience, likely due to the Pokémon species itself. This lack of experience, however, suited Edward's needs perfectly. This time, what Edward wanted to shoot was a short film styled like a documentary about a Spearow surviving in the wild. The key detail was that he wouldn't inform the Spearow or its trainer about the upcoming scare. Instead, he would simply let it fly around freely, and at the right moment, let Jengar jump out to give it a good scare. That way, they might just capture a genuinely startled reaction. This was precisely why Edward was looking for a Pokémon with no acting ability. Pokémon with poor acting skills were easier to frighten, and those raw, instinctual reactions were far more convincing to other wild Pokémon watching the footage. Soon enough, Edward set his eyes on one particular Spearow. This one had absolutely zero acting experience. It had registered as a special Pokémon actor 2 years ago, but hadn't participated in a single production in all that time. That could only mean one of two things. Either the trainer couldn't land any roles, which was unlikely, since the league subsidized actors and ensured each registered Pokémon actor got at least 2 roles per year, even in league-sponsored public service shorts. Or this Spearow's acting was so bad that even the league couldn't bring itself to give it pity work. "Bring this one in for an audition," Edward instructed. He wanted to see this Spearow's acting for himself. From the photo alone, its eyes had a kind of clear, clueless stupidity that was exactly what he was looking for. "All right, boss," Zoroark replied, though he still didn't fully understand what was going on. Nevertheless, he went off to notify the trainer. Not long after, an excited young girl arrived at Ghost Films Pictures with her Spearow. As Zoroark watched her approach, he hesitated a bit. It was his first time seeing a human with such an unfiltered, purely innocent, and absurdly naive look in her eyes. There was a certain untouched by the real-world beauty to her presence. "Director Edward, sir. I'm the trainer of Little Spear, here for the audition," she stammered excitedly when she finally saw him. Edward couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly. If she had been born in his previous life's world, she'd be the textbook definition of a pure, slightly foolish college freshman. But Edward wasn't here to evaluate her, he was here to audition her Spearow. So he turned to look at the Spearow, and saw the bird perched on the girl's shoulder, tilting its head inquisitively and pecking around in her hair, as though looking for something hidden within. It did so with such single-minded determination that Edward almost believed there might be bugs in there. Edward fell silent. This was a whole new level of dumb. But after the audition was finished, Edward was thoroughly satisfied. This Spearow's acting had reached a kind of transcendent, back-to-basics level. There was no discernible acting at all. No wonder it hadn't participated in any productions. Its performance was virtually indistinguishable from that of a wild Spearow. The only advantage this one had was that, thanks to its trainer, it didn't look directly into the camera, which saved some trouble. "This one's perfect. Are you available today?" Edward asked the girl. Her face lit up with emotion, and she nodded immediately, so quickly that it looked like she might burst into tears. Considering it was Spearow's first time acting, and even though it was just a short film, this was a major milestone. Edward didn't say anything further, instead turning to inform the production and props teams to prepare for filming that evening in Petalburg Woods. Meanwhile, he still needed to go meet up with Jengar and make a couple of fear candies. After all, asking Jengar for help always required a sweet bribe. Edward didn't mind. Jengar was powerful and had a great relationship with him. Zoroark silently drove the car. Edward sat in the passenger seat, staring at the scenery zipping past the window and falling into deep thought. Come to think of it, meeting up with Jengar again today meant one thing for sure. They'd be playing rock, paper, scissors again. Jengar loved throwing scissors. Edward figured he'd throw paper, this time to let Jengar win once. Otherwise, watching a 300-pound ghost sulk every day was starting to weigh on Edward's conscience. And besides, games that only ever result in the player losing tend to kill their motivation. Some game designers might enjoy tormenting players with endless losing streaks, finding some twisted satisfaction in it, but Edward wasn't that type. He always made sure to give Jengar a bit of a win sometimes, just to keep the game fun. Once the car reached the outskirts of Petalburg Woods, Edward led Zoroark into the forest. Not long after they entered, a shimmer of light appeared overhead. Edward looked up and saw a breathtaking Pokémon flying gracefully across the sky. Its wings shimmered in the sunlight, glowing with a divine radiance. Edward was stunned. As the high-flying Pokémon passed overhead, its trailing tail almost seemed to draw a rainbow behind it. It wasn't until the Pokémon vanished into the distance that Edward finally snapped back to reality. Isn't that the official cinematographer? Edward murmured to himself, mouth slightly agape. He really hadn't expected that one day he would encounter Ho-Oh, the legendary Pokémon and the iconic star of many feature films in the Hoenn region. the official cinematographer of Pokémon movies. Boss. Zoroark swallowed nervously. That was when Edward finally noticed a strange sensation on his head. He reached up and felt around, and pulled down a single feather. This is. Edward stared at the feather in his hand. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with a rainbow of colors, dazzling and radiant like a magnificent treasure. He was a bit dazed. Of course he could tell. This was a feather from Ho-Oh, the legendary Pokémon. And for it to land squarely on his head with such precision, there was no way it was accidental. A feather, dropped from such a great height, falling so perfectly that it landed on his head? Edward simply couldn't believe it wasn't deliberate. If that's not guided targeting, then what is? Boss, you really are incredible, Zoroark remarked beside him, its gaze strange and almost reverent as it looked at Edward. According to legend, those who see Ho-Oh are righteous trainers, and they will be blessed with everlasting happiness. This was the first time Zoroark had ever seen Ho-Oh in person, and it had personally delivered a feather to its boss. The implications were heavy. Edward gripped the feather tightly in his hand. For some reason, just holding it gave him a sense of warmth and comfort throughout his whole body. According to the legend, Ho-Oh was the guardian of the sacred fire, a Pokémon of life and rebirth. Its flames could grant new life and even extend one's lifespan. Could it be that this feather also possessed some similar ability? Thinking along those lines, Edward carefully stored the feather close to his body. Whether or not it had any practical power, the fact that it came from Ho-Oh alone was enough for him to take it seriously. After all, there were countless people who dreamed of merely seeing Ho-Oh once in their lives, and not only had he seen it, but he'd also received a feather. That was nothing short of miraculous. This is unbelievable. Edward, you actually got to meet Ho-Oh. Gengar emerged from the shadows, cautiously scanning the sky. Only when he was sure that Ho-Oh was no longer around did he breathe a sigh of relief. Legendary Pokémon emitted a natural pressure over other Pokémon, and even though Gengar was an apex Pokémon, it didn't mean he wasn't intimidated. This was Ho-Oh, a divine being that stood above nearly all other Pokémon. I was surprised myself, Edward admitted honestly. He wasn't being modest. Who would expect that a simple trip into the forest to talk to Gengar would end with a surprise encounter with Ho-Oh? It was like setting out for a casual hike in the woods and suddenly seeing a dragon flying overhead, and then that dragon dropped a scale directly into your lap. That kind of experience would shatter anyone's perception of reality. You lucky guy. Gengar narrowed his eyes at Edward, clearly envious. He could even feel the divine brilliance and the overwhelming vitality radiating from the feather hidden on Edward's person. In Gengar's view, the feather was practically glowing like a miniature sun. Edward was too lucky. That was a Ho-Oh feather. Ahem. Mr. Gengar, shall we play rock, paper, scissors? Edward coughed awkwardly, trying to change the subject. He had to. If he didn't redirect the conversation, Gengar's jealousy might drown him with sheer bitterness. Sure. Gengar immediately perked up, his earlier gloom forgotten. He grinned excitedly and muttered things like, "There's no way I'll lose this time. I've figured out the ultimate strategy." Edward couldn't help but feel amused. He had no intention of winning this time anyway, so it didn't really matter. On Zoroark's count of 3, Edward decisively threw out paper. Mr. Gengar, failure is the mother of success. I believe you'll definitely win next time. Edward patted Gengar comfortingly. Gengar curled up miserably under a tree, drawing circles in the dirt with his finger. Edward was both amused and exasperated. Was this the legendary, drawing circles to curse someone, move? The funny thing was that this time, Gengar, who usually loved throwing scissors, had actually played rock. So, ironically, if Edward hadn't wanted Gengar to win and played paper, Gengar would have won on his own. One small change, and the whole outcome shifted. Fate had its own sense of humor. Mr. Gengar, I came here today because I need your help with something. Edward moved on to the main topic and used a piece of fear candy as a distraction. Sure enough, that tactic worked. Gengar immediately snapped out of his sulking. You want me to help with a new short film? No problem. Need me to light a fire? Easy. Gengar pounded his chest confidently. These sorts of tasks were nothing to him. Petalburg Woods was vast, and it wouldn't be hard to find a secluded area where no wild Pokémon lived. Lighting a fire there wouldn't be a problem, especially since Edward's props team would be monitoring everything to prevent a forest fire. Besides, in the world of Pokémon, forest fires were a very rare occurrence. If a fire broke out, water-type Pokémon would arrive almost instantly and douse the flames with just a few water guns. Officer Jennies, who also served as firefighters in many regions, were trained to respond to such emergencies and had a variety of fire response Pokémon at their disposal. There were even special water types who had passed certification exams and could use Surf to put out wildfires with a single massive wave. In a world with Pokémon, everything was so much more convenient. Even mountain climbers and hikers often raised a Pokémon that could use Fly, just in case of emergencies, so they could save themselves if anything went wrong. Then it's settled. "I'll bring the crew over tonight for the shoot," Edward said, smiling as he handed Jengar 2 pieces of candy. Jengar accepted them happily, then glanced at Zoroark standing beside Edward. Zoroark gave him a polite smile, which Jengar returned as he cheerfully pocketed the candies. With both the filming location and the actor situation sorted out, Edward left Petalburg Woods feeling completely satisfied. This trip had yielded more than expected, most notably, that feather from Ho-Oh. As he thought about it, Edward couldn't help but recall a certain plotline. He vaguely remembered reading or watching something where someone who possessed Ho-Oh's feather would become its chosen one, or the Brave of Ho-Oh, and would eventually undergo some kind of trial. He couldn't recall whether it was from the anime or the manga, but the idea definitely existed somewhere in the franchise's lore. "Don't tell me I'm going to be tested?" Edward murmured as he touched the feather stored in his inner pocket. Even after all this time, the feather continued to radiate a gentle warmth. It made Edward feel as if his whole body was being healed and revitalized, as if even the smallest of ailments were being quietly cured. Back in the car, Edward stretched his arms lazily. Things had been relatively calm lately. Team Aqua and Team Magma hadn't started causing trouble yet, and Zinnia had already been arrested. That alone had eased a great deal of his mental burden. That girl Zinnia had been a serious problem. If she had been allowed to run wild in the wilderness, who knows what kind of chaos she could have stirred up, especially considering her deep grudge against the Stone family. Letting the League keep her under surveillance was undoubtedly the right call. Besides, she could still play a role during the future meteor crisis. Though, as he recalled, that entire arc had ended with the game's protagonist achieving Mega Evolution and resonating with Rayquaza to avert the disaster. Edward suddenly thought of his father, who had once expressed a desire for him to master the power of Mega Evolution himself. Could it be that his old man had already anticipated the need for Mega Evolution to solve the upcoming crisis in Hoenn? Edward didn't think that was likely. Unless his old man was also a transmigrator, there was no way he could have known that the future meteor crisis in Hoenn would be resolved through Mega Rayquaza. More likely, his father had simply wanted him to master the power of Mega Evolution to prepare for a potential counterattack from the Draconids. In the end, though, Miss Zinnia never even got the chance to carry out her revenge. She was taken down before she could even begin. What a pity. If only Fortune could Mega Evolve, wouldn't that be totally unbeatable? Edward let out a sigh. At this moment, he was sitting on a bench beside the lake that lay between Petalburg Woods and Rustboro City. There was still a bit of time before the evening darkness would fall. Nearby, Zoroark had already comfortably picked up a smartphone, connected a power bank, and was now intensely focused on gaming, fingers flying across the screen. Edward gave a quick glance. It looked like some sort of grid-based strategy game. Zoroark cursed and mumbled under his breath while playing, clearly frustrated with whatever was happening in the game. Apparently, Zoroark was one of those hot-tempered gamers who got worked up the moment they started losing. Check fear value. Edward silently recited the command in his heart. Though Call from Beyond had been released for some time now, he hadn't checked the accumulated fear value yet. He was curious to see how much he had and whether he could use it to exchange for anything. One missed call, fear points, 23,412. The number popped up. Edward nodded in approval, That wasn't a small number. However, the system didn't trigger any notifications about redeemable items this time. It seemed that the first time he made a horror film, he had been treated to a kind of newbie gift package bonus. Now, it looked like redeeming items was going to be significantly harder moving forward. Still, Edward didn't really mind. The system's greatest utility was making his horror films more terrifying and allowing his Pokémon to become much stronger. Fortune's ability to suppress so many dragon types at once wasn't just because of the 500,000 coins, it was also thanks to all the fear candy it had consumed during this period. Plop. The sudden splash made Edward turn his head. From the lake, a Magikarp had launched itself into the air and was now vigorously ramming its head into a tree growing along the shoreline. After smacking into the tree, the Magikarp bounced back and flopped back into the water. Question mark. Edward slowly typed a question mark in his mind. What in the world? Before he could properly think about whether he had just witnessed the creation of a new idiom in the Pokémon world, the Magikarp leaped out again, eyes glazed over like a dead fish, and once again hurled itself into the tree, only to fall right back into the water. Edward examined the tree. It was a fairly ordinary one, tall and slender, the only notable feature being its thin trunk. Compared to the other trees nearby, it looked like the difference between a Smeargle and a Machamp. But that wasn't anything particularly remarkable. So then, why was this Magikarp so hellbent on headbutting the tree? Then, once more, the Magikarp soared through the air. This time, it didn't bounce back. Instead, it landed on the grass beside the lake and started flopping about like crazy. Magikarp used Splash. But nothing happened. Edward couldn't take it anymore. He walked over. Magikarp was the kind of Pokémon that could survive on land for a short while, but would still die if left out too long. And even though it had more bones than meat, some Pokémon did feed on Magikarp. After all, they were practically overpopulated. So much so that the Pokémon League would occasionally have to initiate fishing operations just to prevent an ecological imbalance. All right, little guy, back you go. Edward gently picked up the Magikarp and tossed it back into the lake, then clapped his hands as if to say, "Good deed of the day accomplished." But no sooner had the fish touched the water than it came flying right back out, this time straight toward Edward's face. He was so caught off guard, he just stood there dumbfounded, but quickly stepped aside, allowing the fish to thud onto the grass and flop around once more. What the heck is going on here? Edward was genuinely baffled. This was the first time he had ever seen something like this. Then he turned his head and saw something emerging from the water. A bald head? Wait, not quite bald, but definitely shiny and smooth. No hair on top. It was a Poliwrath, the final evolution of Polyag, a water/fighting type Pokémon. It looked at him with eager eyes and kept flexing its fists in excitement. Edward fell silent for a second, then glanced back at the Magikarp lying on the ground. He hesitated for a moment, then, somewhat hesitantly, picked up the Magikarp and tossed it back into the lake again. Immediately, the Poliwrath dove underwater, and right on cue, the Magikarp once again came flying out, landing with a thud on the grass. Poliwrath resurfaced soon after, its eyes glimmering with pride. Edward's mouth twitched. Was this some kind of Pokémon-style bullying? No, wait. Among wild Pokémon, unless they belong to the same species or group, bullying wasn't a common behavior. This Poliwrath probably wasn't bullying, it likely just treated the Magikarp as a toy. The higher a creature's intelligence, the more it required mental stimulation. Viewed from that angle, Poliwrath's behavior was actually quite similar to Orcus in the wild. This little bastard, is it trying to get me to play throw the Magikarp with it? Edward finally understood what the Poliwrath wanted. Its intentions were crystal clear, it was practically inviting him to join in. But looking at the still flopping Magikarp, Edward scratched his head in exasperation. Magikarp, a truly bizarre Pokémon. In its Magikarp stage, it was completely useless. It started out knowing only Splash, and back then, Edward had actually believed that Splash might have some hidden use. Only later did he learn that it truly did nothing. No matter how many times it was used, it wouldn't trigger a miracle, nor would it help the Magikarp evolve into Gyarados. It was basically a dead move. However, Magikarp had the potential to evolve into the powerful Gyarados, known for its foul temper and fearsome attack power. In the games, evolution was achieved through leveling up, but in real life, it seemed to be driven more by emotions like rage and frustration. Edward looked at the excited Poliwrath and silently pulled out one of his Pokeballs. With a pop, Q appeared. It nuzzled up against Edward affectionately, until it suddenly sensed something odd. Q turned its head and spotted the Poliwrath. The Poliwrath noticed Q too. Q! Q screeched. Instantly, Poliwrath sprang out of the water. Edward was surprised. It didn't run away, but instead ran straight toward him. Before Edward could give Q the order to teach the frog a lesson, Poliwrath quickly scooped up the Magikarp and, with a slick slide, dove back into the lake. Edward stared, a row of question marks practically floating above his head. What the hell was that? Had he misunderstood? Could it be that this Poliwrath was actually trying to help Magikarp evolve? Staring at the rippling lake, Edward couldn't make sense of it either. All he could do was hold Q in his arms and return to the bench to enjoy the sunlight. Boss, were you just playing a game with that Poliwrath just now? Zoroark glanced at Edward as he asked, to which Edward shook his head. No way was he playing some kind of Magikarp throwing game. Actually, this kind of behavior is pretty common among Poliwrath. They enjoy playing a game where they toss Magikarp around. Some of them even compete to see who can throw their chosen Magikarp into a Gyarados first, Zoroark said casually without even lifting his head. Edward's mouth twitched. If that were actually true, then this world really was something straight out of fantasy. Still, he couldn't help but be reminded of something he'd once seen in a documentary from his previous life. In certain regions, lemurs would deliberately capture venomous millipedes and lick them. Scientists initially thought this was predatory behavior, but further research revealed that the lemurs were actually getting high from the toxins, comparable to humans enjoying mint or hallucinogens. In the end, this was classified as a kind of peculiar behavioral quirk in the animal kingdom. Or like how some albatrosses, affected by environmental destruction and overfishing, couldn't find proper mates and ended up forming long-term pairings with members of the same sex. The more one learns about the animal kingdom, the more one realizes just how bizarre and psychedelic nature can be. So, when you put it that way, a Poliwrath collecting a Magikarp and using it to play some twisted throwing game, stimulating it until it evolved into a Gyarados, and then taking pride in it like a war trophy, it really didn't seem that far-fetched at all. But how do you know this? Edward looked at Zoroark with curiosity. He'd never heard about this before. It wasn't the kind of thing people usually paid attention to, right? So how did Zoroark come across such an obscure bit of information? I have a bachelor's degree in Pokémon biology. I even worked under a renowned Pokémon biology expert for a while. That research paper was actually my submission back then, Zoroark said matter-of-factly. Edward looked a bit surprised. So Zoroark was multi-talented after all? Then why didn't you stay in that field? Edward asked, growing more curious. He knew his secretary was a bit of an academic. The stack of certificates was proof of that, but he hadn't known about Zoroark's previous work experience. Now that he thought of it, it was because of Zoroark that he downloaded that Pokémon League anti-fraud app, which was still sitting and used on his phone. After that, Zoroark put down his phone. Edward saw that he'd just been watching a gacha animation. It looked like the poor guy had gone back to pulling cards again. After that, the guy got drunk one night and tried to get me to transform into a Gardevoir and perform some kind of footplay fetish stuff. So I sent him straight to prison, Zoroark said with a shrug. Edward's mouth twitched uncontrollably. At the same time, the gacha result came out on Zoroark's screen, white and gray light, the standard disappointment. Zoroark didn't even flinch. It seemed like he'd already become numb to it. No matter what game he played, his pulls always went to the guaranteed pity limit, over and over, endlessly, eternally. He never once pulled a rare card without hitting the pity counter. Edward rubbed the bridge of his nose. He hadn't expected Zoroark to quit his job over something like that. Still, he couldn't really wrap his head around the strange fetish systems that existed in the Pokémon world. Maybe it was because Pokémon were such a unique species that people in this world had developed some highly specific preferences. For example, the Macamp Maid Cafe in Rustboro City. The founder of that business was an obsessive Machamp maid enthusiast who apparently loved seeing Machamps dressed in maid outfits. Edward had also seen online posts about people obsessed with Mook, yes, Mook, and even some bizarre photos of people lying in Mook's sludge like it was a waterbed. Who knew whether those people had developed some kind of immunity to Mook's toxins from prolonged exposure? All he could say was, in this world of Pokémon, there really wasn't a single species without a fanbase. No matter how niche or obscure, someone out there loved them. Boss, you're not into that kind of thing too, are you? Zoroark asked, giving Edward a suspicious look. Relax. I have no interest in Pokémon that way. Edward looked back at him with a blank expression. Was this guy just bored out of his mind? How could he possibly be attracted to a Pokémon? Not even Zoroark, let alone Gardevoir or Tsareena or any other fan-favorite Pokémon. Edward just saw them all as his partners. Good. That puts my mind at ease, Zoroark said with a mischievous grin. Edward just shook his head. This guy really was a bit of a clown. By the time night fell, the company's props team and filming crew had already arrived. Edward led the Spearow trainer and several employees into the Petalburg woods, and they began setting up to shoot the next short film. Since the short film was relatively simple in content, Jengar's appearance was only needed for the final jump scare moment. As for that moment, hurry up, hurry up. Where's the logistics team? Edward shouted urgently. Just moments ago, the Spearow had been flying around carefree. But following the script's progression, it entered the designated location and encountered Jengar's jump scare. The sheer shock caused the Spearow's heart to practically stop, and it plummeted from the sky, falling straight toward the forest below. Even for a Spearow, falling from that height would be fatal. That's why Edward was so anxious. Relax. It's fine. Jengar's calm voice echoed out. It emerged from the shadows, holding the little Spearow gently in its massive hands. The bird had its eyes closed and wasn't responding at all. If it weren't for its steady breathing, they might have already been rushing it to a Pokémon Center. Edward let out a long sigh of relief. But then his eyes drifted toward Jengar, and his expression turned complicated. The Jengar standing before him was nothing like the few hundred-pound fatty he'd seen before. Now it stood tall and lean, clad in a sleek purple-black suit made entirely from ghostly energy. Its long legs looked like they were nearly 130 centimeters on their own. Did Jengar suffer some kind of emotional trauma or something? Edward muttered, tugging at Zoroark and whispering quietly. There aren't any other Pokémon here. Maybe it's spring fever. Zoroark mumbled back under his breath. Jengar's face darkened. It had worked hard to mold its energy into this form, damn it. Do they think this physique just came out of nowhere? He'd put in effort to look like this. Yet here these two were, whispering behind his back like middle schoolers. Hey, do you think maybe it's got a crush on someone? Like Spearow? Edward's imagination started to run wild. I don't think I mean, what if it's me? Zoroark muttered, cold sweat beginning to bead on his face at the horrifying realization. Just then, a hand appeared on both their shoulders. A black, veiny hand filled with ghostly energy. Both men froze. They turned their heads in unison and were greeted by Jengar's deadpan, menacing expression. Ladies and gentlemen, before we eat, let me just clarify one thing, Jengar said in a voice brimming with dramatic flair. Tonight, there are no vegetarians at this table. Edward's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Well, the animal kingdom is already weird enough. So it really shouldn't be too surprising that Pokémon, an even more intelligent species, would have their fair share of bizarre, whimsical behavior, right? You read my script? That was Edward's first reaction when he heard Jengar quoting lines from his screenplay. Otherwise, there was no way Jengar could have repeated the dialogue from his script so accurately. Yeah, I saw your Hannibal script while I was waiting for my scene. Jengar replied with excitement. Edward's lips twitched slightly. No wonder Jengar had been acting so strangely, so it was because he had gotten his hands on the script. Edward had already drafted the script for Hannibal, but it was only the initial version. the one that stuck closer to the original story. Why closer and not exact? Because Edward didn't have a perfect memory of the entire plot, and he didn't have a full copy of the original screenplay to reference. So he had to rely on his own memory and creative reconstruction. Along the way, he had also made some changes. However, the current version of the script wasn't the final one. Eventually, it would need to be revised and localized to better fit the world of Pokémon. For example, if a Farfetch'd were to play the lead, many parts of the script would need to be modified. After all, a Farfetch'd doesn't speak human language, which would make things quite troublesome. While the script was undeniably a good one, modifying it to suit the Pokémon world would be an extremely tedious and complicated task. So, Mr. Gengar, don't tell me you actually want to star in the film. Edward looked at the Gengar in front of him with a strange expression. Gengar hadn't said it outright, but his demeanor made his intentions clear. He was very interested in the Hannibal script. Yes, I'll do it even without pay. Gengar rubbed his hands together eagerly. Edward hesitated for a moment. His original plan had been to cast a Farfetch'd, primarily because it was a Pokémon that had been hunted to near extinction for food, a symbolic parallel with the themes in Hannibal. But considering Hannibal's elegance and iconic lines from the original work, it would be quite difficult for a Farfetch'd to pull off the role unless Edward added a backstory where the Pokémon could speak. That could solve part of the issue. Zoroark, who was standing nearby, glanced at Gengar. And to be honest, with Gengar's current look and demeanor, it really did give off the vibe of a refined villain. Let me finish revising the script first, then we'll talk about it. Edward decided to give it some thought. Gengar's willingness to take the role for free was a surprise, but then again, Hannibal was an outstanding piece of work. Great actors often gravitate towards great roles, and Hannibal, being the absolute centerpiece of the film, was the ultimate test of an actor's skill. Gengar happily agreed, and as Edward watched the Ghost-type Pokémon's gleeful expression, he couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Gengar was genuinely excited. If he ended up not getting the role in the end, he might be really disappointed. Well, worst-case scenario, he could always let Gengar play a different role in the movie. Get the editing team to cut the short film as soon as possible, and then bring it to Mr. Yapping tomorrow, Edward instructed Zoroark while watching the crew putting away props and extinguishing the campfire. Zoroark nodded and wrote down the note in his notebook. As they were preparing to leave Petalburg Woods, Edward noticed something odd. There was now a strange-looking tree near the entrance of the forest. Or rather, a completely normal tree had somehow assumed a full split position, its legs unnaturally spread apart. Edward blinked a few times. Though the cat wasn't around, he had a feeling. No, it wasn't Tom this time, it was another impersonator. No wonder the League wants to call a meeting. Still, seeing things like this with my own eyes, it's kind of hilarious, Edward muttered as he rubbed his face. A perfectly fine tree had turned into this bizarre shape. Anyone who saw it would find it hard not to laugh. He walked over and inspected the tree. It was still alive and not dead. In fact, it wouldn't wither in the future either. The ecosystem in the Pokémon world was remarkably resilient. But from the perspective of the Pokémon League, it was understandable that they would want to crack down on this sort of behavior. Edward figured he'd need to drop by the company tomorrow to find Ada and check if the new short film had already started production. If it hadn't, he had a simple script ready to go. This new script was about Tom going to heaven in a dream, only to be stopped at the gates. The ticket clerk tells him he needs Jerry's signature of forgiveness to be allowed entry. Essentially, the whole story could be interpreted as a dream sequence. More importantly, there were no easily imitable elements for Pokémon to mimic. Plus, the story had an underlying message about doing good deeds, which aligned with the values the League was trying to promote. Yes, Edward decided that would be their next project. The next morning, when Edward arrived at the company, he was yawning sleepily. But the moment he walked in, he saw a Persian eating Pokémon brand food. Beside him squatted a small Rattata, also munching on the same kibble. Standing nearby was Ada. Ada looked visibly anxious, biting his lip and fidgeting with his hands. It was clear he had something on his mind. Edward raised an eyebrow. These two Pokémon must be the actors for the Pokémon version of Tom and Jerry. Ada, what brings you here? Edward asked with a smile. The explosion in popularity of Persian and Rattata had made its production team the busiest within the company. They were constantly attending promotional events, and a variety of endorsements were pouring in, most notably from Pokémon food brands. There were also offers from parachute manufacturers and even underwear companies. Edward had no idea what these brands were thinking. Was the underwear company trying to imply that the pants Tom used to do splits on trees were made by them? Despite all the sponsorship offers, Edward hadn't agreed to any of them yet. He wanted to take more time to evaluate. These days, endorsements could backfire dramatically. A sudden scandal could completely destroy the image of the spokesperson. Boss, I came to ask if there's a script for the next episode. Ada quickly stepped forward. He was still wearing his signature Pokémon-themed clothes. Clearly, despite his newfound wealth, he remained a die-hard Pokémon fan at heart. There is. Come by my office later and pick it up. Edward was quite invested in this particular script. Originally, he had just tossed it out there to test the waters, thinking it was a minor gamble. But who would have thought it would become the company's most promising IP? It just goes to show, even in another world, the charm of Tom and Jerry remained timeless and dazzling. Once the Persian and Rattata IP was fully established, Ghost Films Pictures would be rolling in money. Just look at the Game Freak Company and Edwards. Previous life. They made a fortune off Pokémon and still had laughably poor technical quality. Edward honestly had no idea where all that money had gone. Got it. Ada responded cheerfully. Edward nodded. He glanced at the two Pokémon behind Ada. These two little guys had skyrocketed in fame practically overnight. It looked like, Miss Sarah, could you come to Ghost Films Pictures for a bit? I have a labor contract that I need your legal opinion on. In his office, Edward took out his phone and made a call. He wanted to get ahead of any potential issues. After all, those who fail to plan ahead are bound to suffer later. He had no intention of seeing the inside of a courtroom in the future. Boss, according to this clause, if the other party is willing to pay a 30 million Poké penalty, the contract can be nullified, Sarah said as she finished reading through the employment agreement and relayed her conclusion to Edward. Edward gave a small nod. He wasn't particularly well-versed in legal matters, but he understood this much. As the fame of Tom and Jerry continued to skyrocket, a 30 million penalty clause wouldn't really be a deterrent anymore. While the intellectual property rights of Tom and Jerry were in his hands, if the Persian and Rattata were poached, he knew very well just how much the other side could ride their popularity. Draft a new contract. One that makes it impossible for the signatories to jump ship to another company, Edward said as he lightly rubbed the corner of the contract. Although it might seem a bit excessive, he really didn't want to one day find himself in court, facing off against his own former employees. Understood, boss, Sarah responded immediately, not even questioning whether this was technically under the jurisdiction of Devon Corporation. As far as she was concerned, Edward's business was the company's business. Once he saw Sarah leaving to draft the new contract, Edward felt a sense of relief. He then turned his attention back to his work, writing the next script for Tom and Jerry, titled Tom's Journey to Heaven. There weren't too many areas that required revision. Most of the scenes still revolved around Tom and Jerry's antics. The only part that needed some rewriting was the segment featuring the long line of deceased cats in heaven. To adapt this to the Pokémon world, all he had to do was replace the cats with suitable Pokémon species. By the time Edward had finished revising the script, Sarah had also finalized the new contract. Edward immediately instructed Zoroark to take the documents and get them signed by the trainers of the two Pokémon, along with having the Pokémon themselves leave a paw print to symbolize consent. Only after that did Edward summon Ada into his office and hand him the new script to begin filming. Yersinia? At the Rustboro City Police Headquarters, Joseph turned to look at the girl before him, a flicker of disorientation flashing in his eyes. When he saw her, it felt as if he were looking at someone from his past, but they weren't the same person. Though Zinnia and the late woman, Zinnia, shared similar backgrounds, they were not mother and daughter. Even though the girl standing before him was called Zinnia, and the woman from his memory was Aster, their appearances weren't quite the same. What they did have in common, however, was their identity. Both were members of the Draconid tribe. Zinnia said nothing. She stared at Joseph with eyes full of hatred. The very sight of him, the one she held responsible for Aster's death, ignited a seething fury within her. This man had assisted the Pokémon League in capturing the Dragon God, and in doing so, he had directly contributed to Shigiana's demise. Joseph sighed deeply. Back when they had captured Rayquaza, the League had its reasons they couldn't fully disclose to the public. But regardless of how justified those reasons were, the operation still resulted in the death of an innocent person. That burden had weighed on Joseph's heart ever since. In the years that followed, he had funneled the infinite energy used in the Rayquaza capture project into civic infrastructure, hoping to atone in some way. When he first saw the threatening letter, he immediately suspected that someone from Aster's circle was back to take revenge. He never would have expected that the would-be Avenger would fail to complete her mission and be subdued by none other than his own son, Edward. "I'm sorry. Back then, we never wanted Aster to die," Joseph said as he bowed his head. The weight of his sins, accumulated over years, had long since begun to bend his spine. It had even robbed him of the joy he once found in excavating ancient stones, his favorite pastime. "Sorry? Do you think a single apology can bring the dead back to life? Can it erase what you did at the embedded tower?" Zinnia exploded with fury, her voice a thunderclap of pain. She abruptly stood up and swung her fist, striking the iron bars of her holding cell. Blood slowly dripped down from her hand. Zinnia was trembling with rage. The Draconid people had always lived as protectors and inheritors of Hoenn's ancient knowledge. And what had they received in return? The League captured their revered dragon god and killed their gifted leader, Aster. Even the embedded tower, their sacred site, had been reduced to ruins. "Do you even know what it felt like to see our sacred grounds destroyed like that?" For days, I couldn't even speak. Zinnia's eyes were red, her fists clenched tightly, her gaze piercing. Officer Jenny, who had accompanied Joseph, shot a sidelong glance at him. She knew about the operation that had taken Rayquaza and the impact it had left behind. As one of the highest-ranking officers in the Hoenn region, she was aware of some of the classified intel surrounding that incident. But there were parts of the mission that were still locked away behind top-level security clearances, things even she didn't know. All she knew for certain was that the Pokémon League had their reasons that couldn't be shared with the public. But what exactly those reasons were, no one knew. "I really am sorry." Joseph took a deep breath. Once a man who could talk circles around others, now he could only repeat his apologies with a fragile, trembling voice. That dark chapter in his memory haunted him constantly. Night after night, it robbed him of sleep. Zinnia sat back down and turned her back to him, unwilling to even look at the man responsible for everything. Joseph lowered his head and let out a long, heavy sigh. "Hoenn's time is running out," Zinnia murmured as Joseph and Officer Jenny were preparing to leave. The words stopped them in their tracks. They exchanged a glance. What did she mean by that? Hoenn's time is running out? No matter how many times they asked her to elaborate, Zinnia remained silent. Her gaze drifted upward, toward the ceiling, as if through it, she could see the starry skies beyond. In her mind's eye, she saw what the prophecies foretold, the coming of a disastrous star that could only be stopped by the black-scaled dragon god. Aster was dead. The device for mega evolution had vanished. The keystones were gone. Could the dragon god still trust humanity after all that? Zinnia didn't know. But she did know this. As long as she remained imprisoned, she could do nothing. That said, the Pokémon League probably wouldn't be able to keep her locked up for long. If those fools didn't mess things up, then her plan would proceed as intended, and once it did, the entire Hoenn region would be thrown into chaos. And that would be her chance to escape. Edward, Zinnia whispered the name softly, remembering the man she saw just before losing consciousness. Next time, she would need to avoid him at all costs. His Pokémon had too strong an advantage against her own. He posed too much of a threat to her mission. And then there was that Goldango. He was frighteningly powerful. Too powerful. If she wasn't careful, they would both endanger everything she had planned. But if she stayed away from them, then perhaps everything would go smoothly. What's this? Edward asked aloud, confused as he picked up a peculiar stone. It glowed faintly, emitting an unusual light. He had clearly gotten the timing wrong. Edward stared blankly at the stone in his hand, feeling a bit confused. He had just discovered the stone while tidying up his backpack, but for some reason, he had absolutely no memory of ever picking it up or seeing it before. He had no idea when or how it ended up in his bag, which left him scratching his head in puzzlement. It doesn't feel strange to the touch. Edward examined the stone closely. It was glowing faintly, which gave it a somewhat eerie appearance. Out of caution, Edward had even used a radiation detection device to scan it just moments ago. Only after confirming that there was no sign of radiation did he dare to pick it up. After all, in Edward's understanding, most stones that glow tend to carry strong radioactivity. If someone were to casually pick one up and bring it home, that would be an extremely risky move, what people might jokingly call asking for a dose of rad sickness. But this stone was different. It had no radiation whatsoever, yet it glowed all the same. Its shape was irregular, and its surface was dotted with many tiny, dense holes. It looked vaguely like volcanic rock. Should I give this to my brother? Edward muttered to himself, considering the idea. His older brother, Stephen, had a passion for collecting all kinds of strange and unusual stones. Edward himself, however, didn't share that particular hobby, so odd rocks like this didn't excite him much. "Boss, the phone from the Rotom Company has arrived," Zoroark announced as he walked in. Upon hearing that, Edward casually slipped the glowing rock back into his pocket and turned his attention to the box in Zoroark's hands with great interest. Rotom Company had acted swiftly with the release of their crossover phone. As the director and screenwriter of One Missed Call, Edward had been gifted the flagship version of the collaborative phone for free, a special edition tied to the film. Rotom Company is really putting in the effort. What a unique package design. Edward's eyes immediately landed on the phone's outer packaging. It was shaped like a severed hand, with one finger pressing down on a button. The phone, charger, and other accessories were stored inside a compartment beneath the button. Edward recognized the reference instantly. This design was based on the iconic scene in One Missed Call where Yoko dies and her severed hand, in a creepy twist, dials the next victim's number. It perfectly captured the eerie tone of the film and represented one of its most memorable moments. Edward pressed the button, and the compartment slid open. Inside, a sleek, high-quality smartphone caught his eye. The design looked fantastic, and the materials used were clearly top-tier. Alongside it was a blood-stained model phone prop, which Edward picked up with amusement and discovered fit perfectly into the severed hand. There was also a small electronic screen that allowed users to input and dial numbers. Combined with the severed hand model, it became a very cool and macabre collectible figurine. "How much does this flagship phone cost?" Edward asked with curiosity. Phones from Rotom Company were generally not cheap. Their flagship product, the Rotom phone, was their pride and joy, and each unit housed a specially calibrated Rotom that acted as a smart AI assistant. "Boss, Rotom Company released 3 pricing tiers," Zoroark said, adjusting his glasses with its middle finger. Edward gave it a weird glance. Where had this guy learned that classic glasses-pushing move? Hadn't it always used the side of its wrist to adjust them before? The first is the Youth Edition, which doesn't contain a Rotom. That one is priced at just 2,499 Poke Dollars, Zoroark began. The second is the Standard Edition, also without a Rotom, priced at 8,999 Poke Dollars. Finally, the third is the one you have, the Flagship Edition, which does contain a Rotom, priced at 16,999 Poke Dollars. Zoroark finished his rundown swiftly. Edward couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. That was quite the price tag. Fortunately, the Pokémon world had never had any news about people selling organs just to buy phones. But the mention of kidneys sparked a little idea in his mind. Still, it was something he would need to consider carefully later. A 17,000 poke dollars phone? That's pretty insane, Edward muttered, rubbing his face. Still, considering that the phone came with a living Pokémon inside, the price didn't seem completely unjustified. Dear user, I'm your little Rotom assistant. Let me guide you through your new flagship crossover smartphone. The phone suddenly lit up and displayed a tiny animated version of Rotom on the screen. Then, to Edward's surprise, the phone lifted off and began floating in the air. It started to guide him through the basic functions with a series of simple mini-games. Edward quickly got the hang of it. The Rotom assistant felt like a much smarter version of the smart home systems from his previous life, like a next-gen AI, but more advanced. Edward even began to suspect that the creators at Game Freak must have based electric-type Rotom's concept on those intelligent home appliances and digital assistants that were starting to rise in popularity in the real world. But since Rotom was a Pokémon, it was naturally much more intelligent. He even discovered that his Rotom assistant could help him play some single-player mobile games. No wonder it's so expensive. Still, I'm really curious how the Rotom company managed to mass-produce Rotoms on such a scale. Edward frowned slightly in thought. Even though the flagship edition was pricey, people were still willing to buy it. But where did Rotom company get so many Rotoms? Even if they were catching them every single day, it would be hard to meet the demand. There must be some kind of industrial secret behind it, but Edward didn't dwell too much on it. After all, the Pokémon world's lore had always been a bit spotty in places and only got gradually patched and improved over time. Boss, should we go ahead and place the order? Zoroark asked, remembering Edward had previously mentioned employee benefits. Of course. What do you take me for, some heartless corporate overlord? Get everyone in the company a standard version of the crossover phone, one for each employee, Edward said casually. To him, that expense was just pocket change. By improving the employee benefits at Ghost-type Film Company, he could also boost morale and productivity. And besides, it would help attract more talent. Edward had a small plan to turn Ghost Films Pictures into the leading film company in the entire Hoenn region. Got it, boss. Zoroark beamed with a wide smile and headed straight for the finance department to initiate the necessary procedures. After Edward gave the final approval, Zoroark could then secure the funds and complete the purchase. Once Zoroark left, Edward sat alone in his office, deep in thought. The question now was, what should the next movie be? One missed call and the crossover phones were set to roll out soon, which would undoubtedly give the film another wave of popularity. While it likely wouldn't reach the level of hype that Dead Silence once had, it was generating decent buzz online. Edward understood very well that if he wanted audiences to remember him, he couldn't afford long gaps between projects. Otherwise, people might completely forget what films he had made in the past. Maybe I should go with A Wicked Ghost next? Edward murmured to himself, recalling a childhood horror classic that had once terrified an entire generation. Horror movies, especially from certain regions, have always come with a lot of flaws. Due to the strict mandate of no feudal superstition, horror movies in that particular region all but died out. What was left became a collection of hastily produced, low-quality works, infamous for their nonsensical plots. After watching a few, it was easy to tell the pattern. The plot was either the delusions of someone mentally ill, someone pretending to be a ghost, or it was all just a dream, or even a dream before dying. Despite this, there had still been a few truly excellent horror films produced during that era. Take, for example, A Wicked Ghost, a film that had become the stuff of nightmares for countless children growing up. The female ghost in that film, Shira May, was the centerpiece of terror for a whole generation. Edward remembered that there was a sequel to A Wicked Ghost, but it never quite lived up to the first film. As a result, it didn't achieve the same level of fame or recognition. From a production standpoint, though, it would be quite easy to replicate. For example, there was a lake next to the puppet theater in the Petalburg Forest, and the new hospital was still under construction. They might even be able to turn it into a themed tourist attraction later on, perhaps have visitors dive into the lake to place a bracelet on Shira May's hand and experience the eerie sensation of being grabbed. Still, In terms of modern horror standards, a wicked ghost wasn't especially scary anymore. The most frightening moment was probably the iconic scene when Chu Rinmei's face suddenly transformed. But in this world, it might work perfectly, Edward muttered to himself as he scribbled the movie title onto a piece of paper. This film, if reimagined within the world of Pokémon, should work just fine. It even carried some moral value, like discouraging reckless curiosity, letting go of the urge to always help others, and respecting people's destinies. Not to mention, the idea that true love could lift a curse. Of course, some scenes would need to be reworked to make it scarier and better tailored to the atmosphere of this world. If they were going to shoot it, they might as well do it right and take it to the next level. Time slipped by like recess between school periods. Before he realized it, evening had arrived. Edward, in a light and relaxed mood, left work and began walking home. Along the way, he glanced at a TV screen playing in a shop window and noticed a news broadcast. This station reports that the Slayport City shipyard was attacked today by Team Magma. The number of casualties and the extent of property damage are still under investigation. Officer Jenny's task force urges all trainers in the Hoenn region to be alert while exploring the wild. If you encounter members of Team Magma or Team Aqua, please evacuate the area immediately and contact the local authorities. The emergency number is on screen. A female reporter delivered the news with a serious expression. Footage of the Slayport shipyard flashed across the screen. Edward frowned slightly. So Team Magma was starting to get active again? Could it be that they had already located Groudon's resting place? According to the game storyline, Edward recalled that Groudon was supposed to be asleep inside Empty Chimney. But without the appropriate orbs, Groudon couldn't be awakened. As long as the red and blue orbs were still in safe hands, everything remained within the realm of control. Those orbs were the key to awakening Groudon and Kyogre. Whether it was Team Aqua or Team Magma, both organizations would need them for their ultimate plans. As long as those orbs didn't fall into enemy hands, there was still room to turn the tide. Looks like Hoenn isn't so peaceful after all, Gym Leader Roxanne. A deep and magnetic voice called out. Edward turned his head sharply at the mention of that name, Roxanne, the rock-type gym leader from Rustboro City. In fact, the Rustboro Gym had long been established as the beginner's gym in Hoenn's official league handbook. Of course, a particularly stubborn trainer could choose to challenge gyms in a different order. There wasn't any strict requirement for following a specific sequence. The Pokémon League gyms operated under a flexible system. Gym leaders tailored their lineup based on the challenger's strength. Not every challenger even had the chance to battle the gym leader directly. Most would face elite trainers under the gym leader's command. Only those who proved their strength were allowed to face the gym leader in person. Furthermore, each gym leader maintained 2 different rosters, a flexible lineup and a full-strength lineup. Edward had seen Roxanne's full-power team before. Just her Aggron alone was not something any beginner could handle, let alone fossils like Lileep or Armaldo. He now saw Roxanne in person. Today, she wore casual clothing, but her signature twin-tails hairstyle remained the same. Standing beside her was a man dressed in a black suit with a gray shirt underneath, topped with a black hat. Everything about the man's outfit screamed dark tones, even his facial expression. Giovanni? Edward immediately recognized the man. For reasons unknown, in this world Giovanni was still just a gym leader, and his true identity as the head of Team Rocket hadn't been exposed. He was widely respected by the public, often referred to as Giovanni of the Earth. However, Edward knew better. Giovanni's Beedrill was no joke. Its strength was as terrifying as its trainer's secrets. Gym leader Giovanni, please don't laugh at us. These underground criminal organizations are like rats in the sewers. You can never catch them all, Roxanne said, visibly irritated. It was certainly embarrassing to have such a thing happen in front of a visitor from another region. I'm sure the League will round up every last one of those rats in the end. Absolutely. Giovanni laughed heartily, sounding genuinely supportive. Edward touched his own face awkwardly. As expected of Giovanni. Here he was, the biggest rat of them all, pretending to cheer for the exterminators. and doing so with a completely straight face. Still, what was Giovanni doing in Hoenn? Edward was curious. Then again, given the timing, it made perfect sense. This was the period for the Pokémon League's biennial internal summit. Every 2 years, all the region's elites and champions would gather in one designated region to meet and discuss matters of importance. Although this meant the strongest trainers were all assembled in one place, it didn't embolden criminal organizations. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Security during this time was at its tightest, and any provocations would be met with overwhelming force. Anyone foolish enough to stir up trouble would face the harshest legal consequences. In recent years, the League had adopted a strict no-leniency policy during this summit period. Crimes that normally carried 5 to 25 years in prison were now sentenced at the maximum, 25 years, with no possibility of parole. This crackdown had begun after Team Rocket once tried to stir trouble during the summit and ended up losing nearly half its manpower to the resulting crackdown. Ever since then, all the dark organizations knew better than to act out during this period. However, the conference wasn't supposed to start for another day or two. Perhaps Team Magma was trying to launch one last major strike before slipping back into the shadows and avoiding the League's dragnet. Edward. Roxanne had just noticed the direction of his gaze. She smiled and waved. She was well acquainted with the Stone family. In fact, every gym leader and elite in the Hoenn region knew of the Stones. Gym leader Roxanne, gym leader Giovanni. Good afternoon. Edward stepped forward and greeted them politely. Although Giovanni was the leader of Team Rocket and the organization did have a branch in Hoenn, they had never been able to gain ground against Team Magma and Team Aqua. So, in the grand scheme of things, they weren't a significant threat here. Giovanni, at least in his public persona, was still very affable. Though he carried a serious expression, he was surprisingly approachable and even displayed a sharp sense of humor when chatting. Edward glanced at him again. He really is a born actor, Edward thought. If he ever gave up on being a villain, he'd make one hell of a movie star. Director Edward, may I have your autograph? Giovanni took out a movie poster and handed it to Edward. Edward paused for a moment when he saw the poster. It was for one missed call. Of course, that's no problem. Although slightly surprised, Edward still took the poster and signed his name on it. But inwardly, he was quite curious. He really hadn't expected Giovanni to be watching his films. Then again, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't all that surprising. After all, even though Giovanni was a gym leader and secretly the boss of Team Rocket, he was still human. And like all people, he had emotional and psychological needs. So, it wasn't strange that Giovanni liked watching movies. Edward's own brother Steven loved digging for rocks. The famous movie star champion next door enjoyed acting in films. Cynthia was an archaeology enthusiast. Edward had even heard that Lance liked playing video games and had once allegedly gotten into a heated online argument that led to an in-person Pokémon battle. Lance himself never admitted this, and the Indigo League denied it outright, but the story had since become a popular urban legend on the internet. Director Edward, I was wondering when you're planning to start filming your next movie? When the time comes, would I be able to make a guest appearance in it? Giovanni looked at Edward with great interest. Now this truly surprised Edward. He could accept that Giovanni watched horror movies, but he never imagined Giovanni would actually want to act in one. This suggestion threw Edward into deep thought. Could Giovanni participate in a film? As things stood now, there was no problem. Currently, Giovanni was still just a respected gym leader. His true identity as Team Rocket's boss hadn't been exposed yet. If he appeared in a film, it might even help boost the popularity of Edward's movies in the Kanto and Johto regions, where Giovanni was highly regarded. Who in Kanto or Johto hadn't heard of Giovanni of the Ground-type gym? Some fans even joked that Giovanni should be made one of Kanto's Elite Four. And even if Giovanni's real identity was exposed in the future, it wouldn't necessarily harm the film. On the contrary, it could actually cause it to blow up even more. After all, we'd be talking about a movie featuring the actual leader of Team Rocket. Who wouldn't be curious to see what kind of film he had starred in? It was like in Edward's past life. If a certain notorious male actor suddenly appeared in a movie, Edward would definitely search online to see it. That's the power of celebrity appeal. Sins of commerce. Since when did I start viewing things so much through a business lens? Edward reflected on himself inwardly. Still, looking at the eager expression on Giovanni's face, he nodded in agreement. Giovanni had managed to hide his identity under the League's nose for so long, which clearly meant he was skilled in the art of deception. Acting should be no problem for him. Giving him a minor role or a background part wouldn't be an issue. And with Giovanni involved, maybe some other notable people would be willing to make guest appearances too. In the movie industry, this kind of thing was fairly common, especially when scenes were interconnected. For example, a cameo where someone drives a car and accidentally hits a friend could attract quite a few people willing to appear for free just for the fun of it. Some might even bring their own trucks. With Giovanni acting, maybe even some other gym leaders would be drawn in. That's no problem at all. But Mr. Giovanni, I'm afraid you won't be able to play a lead role. Edward looked at Giovanni seriously. He was planning to cast Giovanni in the role of the first character to die in A Wicked Ghost. It wasn't a large role, and the screen time was short, but it left a strong impression on the audience. Haha, Director Edward, just being able to appear in one of your films is already a great honor for me, Giovanni replied with a hearty laugh. Edward had only directed 2 films so far, Dead Silence and One Missed Call, but both had already cemented his status as the undisputed king of horror films. Not one of the kings, the king. Giovanni's favorite way to relax was watching horror movies. His daily schedule was filled with pressure and responsibilities, so horror films were one of his few outlets. He had even joined a Kanto-based horror movie fan group chat, though he rarely spoke in it. Looking at Edward, Giovanni was starting to feel tempted. Maybe he should join the Hoenn horror film fan group too. That way, he could stay updated on news about Edward's upcoming projects. After chatting with Giovanni for a while longer, Edward's phone buzzed with a new contact. Giovanni's private number. After Edward left, Giovanni and Roxanne resumed their leisurely stroll through the streets of Rustboro City. Team Rocket, huh? Edward was now lying on the large bed in his home, staring at his phone while thinking about Giovanni and the organization he led. As the original major villain team in the Pokémon series, Team Rocket was still incredibly popular. But most of that popularity stemmed from the lovable, iconic trio, Jessie, James, and Meowth. If you looked at the entire Pokémon anime series, Giovanni and the other Rocket members didn't even come close to matching the trio's screen time. But if anyone thought Team Rocket was only about that comedic trio, they'd be sorely mistaken. The organization hadn't become the largest villainous group in Kanto, and even Johto, just by relying on bumbling antics. Now that Giovanni's identity hasn't been exposed yet, then the most likely major development for Team Rocket in the near future would be the creation of Mutwo, followed by the associated subplots. Edward mused thoughtfully. The birth of Mutwo was practically inevitable. Edward remembered that Mutwo had originally been created on New Island, but he wasn't sure if the same location applied here. After all, there were many small islands around Kanto, and without a map, pinpointing the exact one would be difficult. But the real problem would come after Mutwo's creation. The Pokémon world contained multiple timelines and parallel universes. For instance, the later emergence of the Rainbow Rocket storyline came from one such alternate universe, where Giovanni had successfully captured Mutwo and went on to establish the ultimate villainous organization. That version of Team Rainbow Rocket included Archie and Maxie, who had captured the Hoenn duo legendaries, as well as other major villains from across the series. It was a massive villain crossover that heavily leaned into nostalgia, and although it was a bit of a cash grab, it worked. Mutwo, huh? Edward rubbed his temples. He hadn't even finished sorting out the mess in Hoenn yet, and now Mutwo might be coming into play? Still, judging from Giovanni's behavior, nothing drastic seemed likely to happen in the immediate future. Once Giovanni officially stepped down as a gym leader and resumed his true role as the boss of Team Rocket, that would be the time to start paying attention to Mutwo. For now, Edward just wanted to finish dealing with the chaotic situation in Hoenn. A new member joined the group chat. Edward's phone buzzed. He opened it and saw a notification from the Hoenn Horror Film Enthusiasts Association group. The new member's username was Mr. R, and their profile picture was a pitch-black image. Edward was one of the group admins, but before he could even investigate, one of the other moderators had already approved the request. Edward didn't think much of it. He'd seen far weirder before. Once, someone had joined using Lance's name and profile photo. When asked, they admitted they were just a hardcore fan of Lance. "How are the sales of Rotom Company's new phone?" Edward asked Zoroark as he glanced over. After the new member joined the group chat yesterday, they went silent, and Edward hadn't paid them much attention since. Right now, what he was more concerned about was the sales performance of their partners' phones. After all, Rotom Company was the very first company to partner with Ghost Films Pictures. Their performance in this collaboration would, to a large extent, determine whether other companies would be willing to cooperate with Edward's team in the future. A successful collaboration like this was practically a goldmine. All Edward had to do was continue making excellent films and maintain control over a strong intellectual property, IP. When the time came to license the IP to others, he'd be able to earn massive profits without needing to invest too much effort himself, an extremely cost-effective arrangement. After all, production and distribution were handled by the other party. Not bad at all. The Youth Edition sold over 500,000 units within 3 hours. The Standard Edition has already surpassed 700,000 units, and the flagship version sold more than 10,000 and is currently out of stock, Zoroark reported while holding a folder. Edward nodded approvingly. The flagship phone came with an embedded Rotom. Though the price wasn't excessively high, Rotom Company always sold them in limited batches. That reasonable pricing, paired with scarcity, gave the flagship version a fantastic reputation online. And, because of that positive buzz, the other models sold well too. Even though they didn't contain a Rotom, they came equipped with Rotom Company's independently developed smart assistant. "Boss, do you regret not asking for a cut of the profits?" Zoroark teased with a grin, clearly in high spirits. It also had a phone from Rotom Company, just the standard version though. Zoroark didn't actually use it. It had only bought one for the in-game perks. After all, being a hardcore gamer, Zoroark always went for top-tier gaming phones. What's there to regret? Edward replied nonchalantly. While getting a share of the profits might have brought in more money, Edward had made his choice. There was no point in being a backseat strategist after the fact. Besides, the phone's breakout success could be attributed mostly to Rotom Company's own strong reputation. Edward's one missed call might be famous in some niche circles, but it alone certainly wasn't enough to influence so many buyers. In a way, Edward felt like he was the one riding on Rotom Company's coattails. "Boss, you're really magnanimous." Zoroark gave a thumbs up, smiling broadly as it laid on the flattery. The compliment sounded genuine enough, but coming from Zoroark with its cheeky expression, the whole scene felt slightly off-kilter. "All right, I know what you're trying to do. Go on. There's nothing going on at the office today anyway." Edward rolled his eyes. This little trickster. There was an anime convention happening in Rustboro City this afternoon. Zoroark's mind had probably flown there hours ago. Edward himself didn't have much planned for the day either. Ghost Films Pictures was essentially a one-man operation where Edward's word was law. If he wanted to make a movie, the company had things to do. If not, things were incredibly relaxed. At the moment, probably only Ada and his crew were hard at work filming the new Tom and Jerry project. To some extent, this wasn't really normal. In his past life, most film studios would never have this kind of leisure time. Zoroark happily headed out the door, but to Edward's surprise, it came back just a few minutes later. He was stunned. Wasn't this guy going to the convention? Why was he back already? "Boss, there's a film company from the Unova region that wants to talk with us about renting personnel for a shoot," Zoroark said, looking relatively composed. Edward cast a sideways glance at him. He could tell this fox was keeping a cool appearance on the outside, but inside it had probably cursed that company's entire bloodline at least 5 times by now. "You handle it, and send Deck over to deal with the rest," Edward waved his hand. It was just about renting some staff, not a big deal. It could generate a bit of extra revenue, give employees a chance to hone their skills, and prevent them from sitting around idle. All in all, it was a win-win situation. Zoroark immediately brightened up again and practically danced out of the room. Later, Deck came in to brief Edward on the matter. Apparently, the Unova Film Company was producing a campus idol drama but hadn't brought enough production crew, which was why they had turned to Ghost Films Pictures for help. Edward didn't turn them down. He had Deck lead the legal department over to draft and sign a contract that outlined the cooperation period and various responsibilities. After that, Edward lost interest and left the matter to them. Campus idol dramas were practically an evergreen genre in the Pokémon world. The classic, per protagonist gets admitted, befriends Pokémon, gains honor, and finds friendship and love storyline was practically the golden formula here, always in demand and with a reliable audience base. Another one of those idol dramas that get churned out every season, flop without a trace, and vanish into obscurity? Edward stretched lazily. He had just looked up the director's resume online. There were quite a few entries, but among the 18 shows he had directed, the highest rating was just 7.2 out of 10. And even that 7.2 rated one was a lone exception. The others mostly hovered between 3.1 and 5.3, impressively consistent, in a tragic sort of way. Over the past 2 years, he had directed 3 dramas, all idol-themed. Love After the Gym Battle, rating, 4.3 Love Between Two Elements, rating, 3.7 The Budding Trainer, and The Beautiful Genius Gym Leader Will Never Meet, rating, 5.1. Yup, all of them belong to that type you'd never stumble across unless you specifically went looking for them. But what really got Edward was the audacity. This guy still kept making drama after drama. Edward had no idea who kept investing in this. Curious, he looked up the highest rated one, The Budding Trainer and The Beautiful Genius Gym Leader Will Never Meet, just to see what it was about. Oh boy. Each episode was 40 minutes long, and there were 58 episodes in total. Alright, let's evaluate this. Edward pulled out his phone and started watching the first episode. And right away, he felt like those 40 minutes lasted an eternity, so slow it felt like 4 hours had passed. When the episode finally ended, Edward was mentally and emotionally drained. The male lead couldn't act. The female lead had a heavy accent, and when she called the male lead's name, it sounded like she was calling for her grandfather. Hearing her go, "How could you treat me like this?" in a nasally, cutesy voice gave Edward a massive headache. And that wasn't even the worst part. This so-called beautiful genius gym leader girl was actually a social media influencer with an exaggerated figure and a heavily made-up face. Her makeup was so thick that every time she moved, Edward worried a chunk of it might fall off. Well, I guess there's no hope of learning any real technique from this. But for someone to be this prolific, they must have some experience, right? Right? Edward scratched his head. He wasn't very confident in that assumption. The director's work was truly otherworldly. Edward didn't understand a thing, but he was profoundly shaken. In the end, Edward decided it would be better to go to the anime convention and wash his eyes out with something more pleasant.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.